Good afternoon, everyone, and we welcome you to the final week of the country's prestigious League of Legends tournament, the Bacchus Pro Gaming Series Summer Split 2017. I'm Vulcan, and with me is Rockhart. We will be your caster for the opening match.
That's right, and it's been a long PGS, but we are now at week 5, and things are gonna start intense just starting from here. I'm super excited. How about you?
Man, this has been a long journey. Know that for the first week, we've seen one of the key teams to watch out for, TME, and now we see them sitting in the first seed. But first, let's go to our schedule to see what's coming up in this last week of the Bacchus Pro Gaming Series.
So first off, we have match 1, which is Infused versus IPT, and that's going to be followed shortly by JSK Esports versus Team Manila Eagles.
And then match 3 will be between MSK against TNC, which will be TNC's deciding match if they ever make it to the playoffs. But to get a short recap of what happened to our viewers out there, we will be seeing the statics to see. Let's absorb it all and see where our favorite team lies.
That's right. Of course, on Manila Eagles, they're still on this non-stop win streak where they are now 12-0, and they are, of course, very much secure in that first place, followed shortly by IPT. And, of course, the ones that will be fighting in this game, day will be, of course, MSK, Acclaim, and TNC, which of course TNC still has a chance because they will have a game tomorrow as well.
Yes.
But they do have to be really great today, and they must not drop a game at all.
Same goes for Imperium Pro Team if they wish to stay in the second seed against Infuse. So this will be the match 1, IPT against Infuse. But to our viewers out there, I hope you've been following our stream, and I'm happy to announce that regarding the PGS Digital Fan Art Contest, I think, Rockhart, you have something to say to our viewers.
Yes, we actually got news that it will be extended. So again, to any artistic summoners that we have out there, just create a digital artwork, and it's going to have to feature 1 player per team in the PGS, and we just have to submit it. And more information will be in esports.garena.ph/PGS.
Yes, your artwork will be displayed in a Rampage Stage 2017. Note that the deadline has been extended until July 15. That is almost 2 weeks.
That's right. That's a lot of time to finish up those colors and make sure those lines are secured. And you will be part of the one that will win the 9K prize pool in RP. So very exciting, and that's something that you can use your artistic talent for.
And to our viewers out there who are watching out for their favorite players, note that we are having a new promo for you guys. It is Get Stat Pro. After every game, we'll be showing you a silhouette followed by a link. That link will be your ticket in winning the skin of that player who played that champion. Let's say the player played this champion wearing this particular skin. If you answer that pro player correctly, you will win the skin that pro player played during that game.
So yes, you have to be very attentive, and you just have to follow the mechanics, and you'll be able to win most likely any. You can win any skin as long as the player chooses it, right?
As long as the player chooses it. So this will be very interesting to see. I gotta say, judging from the first week, now entering the last week, Team Manila Eagles are looking really solid.
They have been solidifying their games all split long. So 5 weeks of non-stop winning. That has to put something in the mindset of this team, and their star players, everything that's going for them, their whole mentality of winning, it must be on point.
And now we enter the pick and ban phase of the first match. Infused on the blue side against Imperium Pro Team on the red side. This is the country's most prestigious League of Legends tournament. Let's see how it turns out.
So again, this is Infused Esports versus IPT. So what we're looking for here is the win for IPT to secure that second seed spot, because of course Infuse also has to basically, they're safe from relegation, but they will have to make sure that they will keep this spot as well, because who wants to lose on a professional level, right?
Yeah, this is going to be a really high stake match, because note that for GPL we only have 1 slot for the Philippines. So entering the GPL, we'll have a representative.
and he's gonna have to come in really up close and personal if he wants to make those ganks successful.
So to our viewers out there, who are you rooting for? Is it Infused or IPT? I have to say that for Infused, entering the split was a bit punishing. We did see Infused in previous splits. They were the PGS, but now they're returning. Now they get a taste of the PGS, how the competitiveness has been, the bar has been rose up.
It's everyone's stepping up these days. Even Jenksy, which is very new to the split, they have actually beat Asian Arena, going up on top, which has been, of course, a mainstay in previous splits as well. So every team is really stepping up, and everyone is catching up to the meta very well, I think, and it's making for very great games.
Who do you think is gonna win this match?
I like IPT because IPT has been 2-0 the past week. They have shown really solid games, and I think their shot calling overall is really secure. They follow shot calling. They macro a lot around very well, and that's something that we might see very early in this game.
And let us look at our featured matchup in the top lane: Pandars against Suzaku.
So the stats speak for themselves. Suzaku was able to pull out some really clutch plays. IPT did win 2-0 before last week, but it was actually really clutch, and he was one of the key players that were able to make that happen. So GPM and CS per minute, very well for Suzaku. He likes to play really offensive top laners as well, so I think that helps a lot.
Offensive in a way that he entitles him for more gold and CS. And here is the final lockdown of today's match, Game 1. Infused Esports on the blue side against Imperium Pro Team on the red side.
Yeah, we also have to talk about Hate as well on his Saya. It's been a champion with really high win rates. It's 100% on the side of TME. So I think they want to capitalize on that, and I'm pretty sure they've been studying clips to make an advantage, and I want to see how this plays out, because it's going to be a real good bot lane as well for Infuse with Liar on that Caitlyn, and of course the highly coveted Lulu on the support role.
I love Sachi entering this PGS summer split. I love how he plays the support role, very offensive and defensive. When you pick up an offensive champion, he tends to play that offensive champion defensively, which is really that flexibility.
Although the downside on the other end of the coin, I see that Sachi somehow has trouble maintaining good positions, which when he goes offensive, he gets caught out quite a lot. So that's something that we will have to watch out for, and that's something that you can definitely remedy with a bit of improvement in shot calling.
I wonder how the top go is on a cannon against Pandars on a Jace.
That's right, two very offensive top laners that will skirmish it out, and these are two top laners that will have to really teleport very easily to make an impact, especially for Kennen. He will have to rely on... we've seen Suzaku be oppressed last week. If you remember last week, he's a top laner, Kennen, that likes to split push, and he does that all throughout the game. You rarely see him in skirmishes.
And let's see how it all plays out. The featured matchup, Suzaku against Pandars. Let's go on to the riff. Let's get to it. Game 1, match 1. Infused on the blue side against Imperium Pro Team on the red side. This is the last week of the PGS. A make or break scenario for seedings for IPT.
And we see that Infuse definitely wants to show, to give a show of strength again. For the coming split, they want to show that they still have dominance, even against a high-tier team like IPT. And of course, IPT securing that second seed because, again, this is Worlds on the line.
And now, with Worlds on the line, IPT making their way inside the territory of Infused. 5-man brush, not spotted yet.
Yeah,
I think
they
no
should
wards blessed.
be. Oh,
I think XDXP.
that is super close.
Super clutch.
I really want to see. I hope. Oh, no, definitely. I think Sachi should be able to spot out something that will happen, because I think someone should pop out of that bush really soon. But I think XDXP is not aware.
And now also for the team of Infuse.
Oh dear.
They are actually guarding the entrances of their jungle paths. So we know that they are going to be playing
Okay, there you
defensively.
go. Really defensive, and I like that. I like that Infuse definitely wants to show a safer match. Again, this is what we've been highlighting since earlier. We want them to be really safe, and this is something that you have to do very early on. This very early important jungles, because if they give a first blood there, that would have been gold.
If any member gets the first blood, this is going to be a huge boost in a start in itemization. Who gets to be offensive first? But now in the mid lane, we're seeing that Light picks up the corrupting potion, whereas Calculated picks up the dark seal and some biscuits.
Ooh, that is very ballsy for Calculated. I think Light will have the huge upper edge here with that corrupting potion, because that's gonna stop Calculated from overall CS. That's gonna happen all day today, I think.
And I hope for Light, he will be trying to push out Calculated. He is on a melee champion, so this gives Light an advantage.
This is scary. But I think as long as Calculated doesn't give out too many kills, he should be fine, and he just has to wait out and get experience from the mid lane as much as possible. We should see Jarvan maybe go into the if Light does go for a kill. We'll see a jungle right now on the bottom though.
XDXP make his way in, goes for Pandars, he does get knocked to the wall, does not land a stun. Shadow gets healed by Hate. There's a flash in from Liar, he takes a turn hit, it's worth it! I got the first blood!
Wow, that is first blood for Liar. He really went all in, and I think he was on the really close edge of the Pillover Peacemaker, and he was able to do it with a flash. Really ballsy though.
And gutsy for Infused with Liar picking up the first blood. But I think Ivalice wants to get a revenge, but seeing how Hate is very low, will not risk it.
Yeah, there's a possibility, of course, of mid lane ganks from Jarvan as well as bot lane, and I think that's mostly going to happen in the mid lane, because Light should be shoved out a lot of the time because of the advantage that he has, unless he chooses to just last hit and freeze lane. That's going to be a difference, but I think most of the ganks will happen definitely in the mid lane.
Is this what we see when junglers are on the red side, when they are on the blue side? It gives that added pressure on the bot side.
Yeah, that's gonna be a bit difficult though in the side of Infuse, because of course they have a flash down. It's gonna give top lane more of a breathing room in terms of IPT side, because of course.
Oh boy!
Oh my God!
Ivalice spots XDXP, does not have a flash. The smite win goes to Ivalice.
Smite stolen, but I think he will have to pay for it for something, and they choose not to go at all.
And from that resource stolen from XDXP, this will give IPT more control, and they will see that XDXP will not be committing too much in ganks.
Yeah, that's going to be a bit difficult now for XDXP, because that blue buff will actually help a lot in the wave clear that Poppy has, because Poppy's wave clear is really reliant on the cooldown reduction, because you want to be able to put out those skills as consistently as possible. That's going to slow him down a lot.
But it's pretty worth it that XDXP from the blue... Okay, let's say the blue buff got stolen by Ivalice, but he did give the first blood to Liar on a Caitlyn, and seeing how he got the first blood, he goes immediately for the call. This is a really good itemization.
That's right.
When you're going for the laning phase.
Infused's bot lane is the one that we're going to have to watch out for on the side of Infuse. They will be able to scale that very easily, especially if you have a Lulu that allows for Caitlyn's safe farming. On the side of Xayah though, he does have that Braum, but that's going to come in a bit later in the game.
This is the disadvantage of a melee support against a Lulu, who has that range advantage. But right now in the mid lane, Calculated, getting heavily punished under his turret. CS lead onto Light. That's 44 to 21.
Yeah, double CS lead there for Light. And you see that XDXP wants to make a difference. He wants to make something happen, but Light is just too powerful. He might just have to wait for Light's mana bar to run out.
And I really like how Suzaku is playing. Look at that itemization. A Dark Seal and a refilling pot. Let's say one stat of the Dark Seal is not utilized, the 100 mana. But I gotta say, when you're going for a sustain, that's pretty much worth it.
And I don't know, I like that Dark Seal. They pick up these early Dark Seals, but that's not gonna be able to.
Oh, Liar gets binded by Hate. That would be some trade-offs. I guess he is really feeling the burn, feeling the burn that Liar did manage to get first blood.
Yeah, very surprising though. Even though Infuse should have a CS lead, they actually don't. The lead is going over the Hate for some reason, and I think that's because of the great zoning that Braum is giving to this bot lane.
And I really love how Light is really punishing Calculated for picking up that Akali. Seeing what the CS, I think Light will be finishing up his items pretty
That's a
soon.
lot. That is huge. I expect this to go by like maybe ×4 CS or ×3 CS if this game goes on without anything happening on the side of Infuse, because that's something they want to do right now. Infuse, if they want to give Akali some breathing room, they have to keep rotating the mid. They have to make Light a question if he should go or if he should stay. They have to make Light not feel safe.
So look at, I think it feels pretty safe, seeing how it's picking up already the Tear of the Goddess and a blasting one. This is the advantage of a 60 CS start, and he has the EXP advantage. So when it comes to dueling, I think Light will be reaching level 6 first.
I think he really should, because once Light does get that, I bet you, if he gets level 6 right away, he's one of the players that once that reaches level 6 and you're not level 6, he will pull the trigger right away and go for the kill. So Calculated has to watch out for that. That is really scary in the mid lane.
And he's really behind the CS and EXP. So what happens to Calculated? Akali scales up well into the late game, same as Cassiopeia, but seeing how the CS is in Light's favor.
That's the problem. On solo queue, you see Akali scaling up and making really flashy plays and basically reducing HP bars to none with one ultimate. But that doesn't happen. That's the reason why it doesn't get picked up a lot in pro play. It takes so much farm and so many kills to make it work. Akali definitely does use the Dark Seal really well because the AP scaling on this champion is really nasty.
And I guess we'll be going on to a short break due to some technical difficulties. Sorry about that, summoners, but don't go away yet. We will have a short break and be back with the exciting match between Imperium Pro Team versus Infused.
Look within yourself. What do you see? Is your soul a fading light? Strengthened by fury, hardened by heat. Search deeper now. What do you see? Look within yourself. What do you see?
Chaos conquers all. Darkness is coming. This world needs to burn. You cannot hide from me.
Come into the light. I will light the sky with my blade. Give your soul to the light. A new light dawns above this world.
I have one simple rule when it comes to the law. Time operates under my jurisdiction. And if anyone tries to create a loophole, I'll close it. You're out of time. A little proactive preparation. Everybody runs. In my sights. Now who belongs in a museum?
What separates men from lesser men? Predators from prey? Fear. Predators smell it. and walk away when they don't.
And we are back, Summoners. Sorry for that, but now let's get straight back into the game of match 1 between Infused versus IPT.
Yeah, so we're still in the game where Calculated is getting really oppressed in the mid lane, and we see that Infused is trying to make up for that in the bot lane with, of course, XDXP. His flash is back up now, so he will be able to make some pressure, and let's see where he will apply that.
But I gotta say, for the mid lane matchup, Calculated really has his work cut out. Seeing how Light picks up the exhaust, one of a more versatile summoner spell, more useful when it comes to late game compared to an Ignite, which does give you added kill pressure, but you can't do a kill pressure when you're being really harassed by Light constantly.
That's right. Even though Light does have this exhaust, the machine gun skills of Cassiopeia will still burn you down, so this exhaust is mostly for the late game safety against an Akali, because in the very unlikely event that Akali does scale into this huge monster, he will need that skill.
And we're seeing that the Ignite goes up to Shadows, so this will help them balance things out. But right now we're seeing that XDXP aiming to assist the mid lane, but here comes Dark Knight going in. Light gets a huge life chunk down.
That's kind of scary. That's just a preview of the damage that Akali can do once that gets up right now.
Avalanche goes in with a flash in Cataclysm, but Calculated has the Shadow Shroud for him to get away from that.
Yep, XDXP channeling that hammer just for safety, and Calculated does leave Calculated vulnerable to incoming ganks following up.
And Liar trying to pick up hate. Shadow mispositioning that Unbreakable.
Ooh, of course.
That would be hate. Forced to heal himself. He just stepped on a trap. And Light ignited under the turret. Trying to fight back. Bates Calculated back in. The final turret will take him down.
Where did that come from? The damage that Akali's already putting out. It's a bit surprising. I think it took Light by surprise, and I think it took me by surprise as well.
But now we're seeing the bot lane Shadow trying to find out the waves that Liar and Sachi pushing. Hate though does not have his heal. Doesn't have a flash ready, but he's very low on health. Liar doing a really good job pushing Hate under his turret.
Again, this is the advantage that Infused wants to take advantage of. Wow. So you should see, although Infused is really deep, and this leaves them really susceptible, and I think Jarvan, after this clear, should start making his way down.
But he won't have his flash. He does not have the Cataclysm. So that is really huge resources burned by Ivalice. He can't even assist the bot or the top because he spent so much in the mid lane to nothing. Calculated just used the Shadow Shroud.
But I think that does give Calculated some breathing room. We see that the CS is not going far from 20, and that's good. If you're Kakali, that is really, really good against the Cassiopeia. Although Cassiopeia does not have his exhaust up, that's the downside. It's a really long cooldown summoner spell to have on the mid lane, and it leaves you kind of open for potential ganks. Especially on Cassiopeia, which does not have natural movement skills. It's gonna be scary.
Well, Cassiopeia does have that passive when it scales to the late game. So right now, Light is aiming to pick up that Roa as fast as he can before 12-minute mark. We'll see. But when it comes to dueling, I think Light will have the advantage for constant DPS. Calculator will run out of steam pretty much soon when he goes all in, just like that.
Yeah, that's right. You won't always have a Jarvan to flash in and use Cataclysm on the mid lane, and that's gonna be it's a long cooldown for flash. Oh,
Light though, his movement was very aggressive. Wanted to go in for a kill, maybe. I think Calculated sensed that bloodthirst.
yeah, because I think Light knows that he has the ability to do it because he just saw these summoners burn. He will have the ability to push down, and Infuse really will have not have that much of a pressure until these summoners are back up.
For summoners, we're seeing that Ivalice is coping up pretty well. His cooldown is almost up, whereas for in the bot side, Hade will be ready to go all in pretty much soon. But when it comes to Lulu, you do not want to go all in, especially knowing that Shadow is on a melee support, which is a Braum.
So I think that's a win on the draft, right? Having IPT on Lulu, having Lulu on IPT rather, is really helping this comp a lot. And yeah, sorry, Infused rather. having Infused having this Lulu is actually helping them a lot, and this is right now IPT will have a bit of an advantage.
Oh, Sachi gets frostbite and forced out of his wild growth. Shadow blocks some damage. Hey, it's just CSing, whereas we're seeing XDXD micro freeze flash in. Keeper's verdict for the speed boost. Shadow gets bursted, forced to flash out. Hey, blocks the ace in the hole, but in top side, we see Ivalice going for a dive with Suzaku picking up the kill.
So we see a more successful dive there on the top, but they're not done yet.
Flash in by XDXD, polymorph, and a Keeper's verdict for the knock by Hey, trying to get away with the Feather Storm, does get the bind on to XDXD, but it will be Liar coming out on top, getting a double kill, and potentially the first turret of the game. That's going to be huge for Liar, but I think Ivalice is trying to be for the race. It will be
they got it.
getting the first turret of the game.
IPT's damage is actually a bit more on the top side because they finished the dive earlier and cleaner, so they will have that first blood tower advantage. But right now, I think Light also wants to take down the mid turret, and there's not much that Infuse can do. And right now, they also will get the Rift Herald. That's really great for towers as well. So overall, global goals, I think, should go to IPT very well.
In terms of the value of the objectives, IPT has the first turret, has the Rift Herald, so this gives more pressure, as you said, Rockard. But when it comes to scaling, I think Liar is pretty much on a roll right now, seeing that he's 3-0. But let's see the replay.
Right on the replay, that you see that XDXP was really great in zoning, and Hate was only able to do that kill by burning off his flash. So that's a bit of just a small comfort, but overall, Infuse really calculated on their tower dives.
For Infuse, they really danced it well, especially seeing how Let's see, XTXP did get taken out by Hate, but when it comes to global goal, I gotta hand it to Liar. He is having an advantage. Hate trying to get away from Calculated. XTXP going in with the just charge, but it'll be Calculated. Picking up a kill. Easy kill in the bot side.
What is happening here? That much damage should not happen. That was basically a 2-hit by Akali, and that's the strength of AP Akali when you give it 2 kills.
I really like how Infuse is playing this so far. They have the map pressured. Now the Mountain Drake is live. We see that both teams are taking time. They do not want to risk too much, especially knowing that Suzaku finally finished off the Pro Belt going for a Zonia's more defensive. We're not seeing the usual AD cannon top. We're seeing more of an AP-based cannon, seeing how in the recent patch notes, going for an AP cannon is more worth.
That's right. This because of the scaling. That's gonna. I don't know if that's gonna affect split pushing too much, but it definitely will affect kill pressure. And I think that's why Suzaku is opting to scale up more on the CS side and not teleport as much in these fights.
When it comes to more damage, an AP cannon is shining in this patch. So let's see, Suzaku going in for the mid side, going for a dive, probably. Don't want to risk it. XTXT is there. He does have the Keeper's Verdict up for... If things go really bad, he does have the Keeper's Verdict and can really deny Suzaku.
That's right. And although Suzaku, with the top opened up, he will be able to do that split pushing power that Kennen is known for, and will also be able to kill on sight.
And now, the Rift Herald is spawned by IPT, and they will be taking down the inner mid-lane turret.
Yeah, that's basically insta-kill for the turret, and that's also a bit of damage on that inner turret. I think the rest of the teams are going to start rotating the dragon here.
They did take out the outer mid-lane turret, so Imperium Pro Team does have more control of wave, but limited Infuse, they have this wave clear. So what IPT is trying to do will be completely negated because of Infuse's lineup so far. We have Pandor on a Jace, and Liar, who is skating really well, already picks up the static shift.
Yeah, the flanks of Infuse really long range poke, and they will take full advantage of that. They also have great vision around and over the Baron pit, the Dragon Pit, and this is gonna stop an IPT from doing anything further with the dragon. And I think IPT realizes that. They just start going on to and hovering over mid.
They are aiming for more pressure when it comes to wave management. If they do take down this inner mid lane, this will give them more pressure, but Liar is there, XDXP at the side, Shadow spots him.
Yeah, that's right. Suzaku was initially opting to go straight on the split push, but I think he's kind of aware that Infused has this threat that might be a problem because his teleport is currently down. And that's gonna allow Pandars to make even more pressure around. Maybe he's gonna be able to do the split push that he also wants to do. And I think Pandars should start doing that, but he's getting stopped as well by IPT.
But for Pandars to really deliver the damage, he is itemizing pretty poorly. He'd already picked up the Maw. He already finished up the Maw, which is kind of not efficient because normally you would go for the Yomus first to give that huge burst.
Yeah, Pandar's opting for the Maw, a more defensive build against Kennen because I think he was reading the patch note with us, and he knows that AP Kennen will suffer if you create a Maw. But right now, a dragon really sneaky by its use.
Look at the range that Liar is using, really capitalizing on Caitlyn's superior range compared to Hate's Zaya. Really gave him a hard time in the bot lane, and that is why he is really skating really well into this game.
So IPT, of course, the strength that they will have as well later will be around the synergy between the hyper carry that Zaya is and the amount of zoning and setup that Suzaku and Ivalice can do. Because Light is basically going to be there for support damage. Basically, he is a barrage, right? A missile barrage. And he will have to be directed properly if he wants to be effective.
But when it comes to the late game, I think Light will be scaling pretty well. He did already pick up the Rod of the Aegis. Compare that to Calculated, I gotta say, itemization-wise, he is going for the Hextech Gunblade, but forced to pick up the Spectre's Crown will help him survive against Light.
Yeah, because I think he's aware that if he goes Glass Cannon, he's gonna get stomped by Light, so he opted for that protection. and now follows into the Hextech Gunblade, which is of course very much favored by mid lane assassins like LeBlanc. And now we see that Calculated is making a bit of an experiment on it as well in the pro scene.
Well, Akali does scale really well with both AD and AP, which is a really good pickup and gives more kill pressure. But right now in the bot lane, Pandars and Suzaku having more of a duel off, but it'll be Pandars. He is executing well comfortably, but in mid side, we see Ibelis already used the Cataclysm. Liar forced out the flash. Does not want to get stunned, but it'll be Shadow stepping on a trap, getting credit. That crit shot is just so painful.
And this is IPT going on the offensive. They have to be really careful though, because Pandars has that teleport in, and they don't want to be too deep into the mid lane to pull off something if they just have people flanking left and right. So they have to be really careful. They have to push that vision down into the jungle. And
wow.
Oh my god, I think Jace also, Pandars just wants to go all in on this split push as well.
And especially for Liar, his wave clear is really superior, but gonna see a flag from the mid lane. Light is trying to go for Panda. She's trying to be a bit more slippery, but gets locked up by the stun. Panda's trying to get away. There's the mock passive, trying to burst down. At least Suzaku will not succeed. Suzaku picks up the kill.
That is not something you want to do, because you did have your teleport ready. You should have had foresight. If you want to split push, you need foresight. You need to know where the enemy team is so that you can execute that teleport really well. Because if you're able to teleport in a brush, that's a good escape for you, but he was not in a position to do that.
And I think that's a price Pandars will have to pay. This is from the stats we've seen in the featured matchup, where he does fall behind in KD8
right,
due to his overextending tendencies, which is a really big problem for Pandars.
Yeah, because I think he wants to do the split push game with a Kennen, but I think Kennen does split push for a reason better. Everyone can, because of the built-in mechanics of Kennen, how he speeds up, and he has better wave clear than Jace will have because of that lightning rush. So it's kind of scary that you're trying to go head-to-head against a Kennen on a split push, but when you're not in a position to do so, we're gonna have to see how Infuse takes advantage of that. How IPT takes advantage of what Pandars is doing right now.
And when it comes to scaling, we are now in 21 minutes into the game. Kills are pretty much even. I don't think one kill deficit is huge, seeing there's only 1k gold lead for IPT. This is anyone games because we're seeing Calculate on an Akali are really, like as you said, does not want to be a super glass cannon. Has some defensive side, so I think Light and Hate will have to watch out for that.
This is super hit and miss though, because once you start going in as a Kali, you should be very much invested. Because it's really difficult to escape with just the Shroud. You have to know that your target will go down once you go in, because once you fail, you are down in the pits, and the rest of your team is gonna have a hard time bailing you out.
And for the engaged side of IPT, if ever Calculate does go in onto IPT, I don't think Ibelis is tanky enough to survive a burst coming from Calculated. On an Akali, he just picked up the Titanic Hydra, has yet to finish up any enchantment on his jungler item. So Ibelis is really behind in itemization, and he is the main initiator for IPT.
That's kind of scary because you don't want that as if you're gonna be the main initiator of a team, you don't want to be super squishy like in the rate that Jarvan is right now. That's kind of scary, and yeah, I think you're right. If Calculated chooses a target, it's gonna be either Ibelis, which is very much no defensive stats right now, or if he can find Hate or Light in a good position. And once that's done, it's a really quick 4v5, right? So 4v5 against a team that has great range and has great burst as well in form of Correlated. You have to be really wary if you're IPT right now.
You can see that Infuse is really having a standstill in terms of wave pushing, because no team are willing to commit to a clash that they know that it's very risky, because at this point the power is kind of evened out, because let's say Infuse has all of his items, same as IPT. They're pretty even so far. One clash can actually tip the balance, and that's going to be very punishing for any team who will make that mistake.
Yeah, you're going to look at the gold lead and you think that IPT does have a gold lead by just 600, but if you look at the compositions, that should not be the case. You have a mid lane Akali, and you also have a Jace and a Caitlyn, both all really scale exceptionally well. You should not have that. You should have a bigger lead than this, and I think IPT is lacking in that sense.
And I think IPT, they're trying to make up for their lack. The Mountain Drake is live, Infuse is already there, trying to deny vision from Imperium Pro Team. Shadow is there. Let's see how it turns out. Look at that. Imperium Pro Team carrying 4 control wards. They want to invest in controlling objective. They need this Mountain Drake.
Yeah, this secondary Mountain Drake will add to their push power so much with that Jace and with that Caitlyn. They're gonna be able to proc it really well, even with the Lulu.
Okay, things are heating up in the Drake pit. Suzaku is there with Panthers in the top side. Both of them have teleport. Panthers doing a really good job pressuring the top side, but he won't have enough mana. When the fight does break out in the Drake pit, let's see how this turns out. Calculated, gets pointed out.
Teleport.
Spotting XDXD.
Wow, that's
Here
teleport.
Calculated, cannot get away. Goes up to Ivalin, flashes away from the Cataclysm, but Suzaku is there with a slashing Maelstrom, and the zone is drunk. A great engage by Suzaku, but he gets taken out by Liar over that wall. Hades there for the finish from XDXD cannot escape from Liar's petrifying gaze. Liar's drowned, cannot move away. If see Lion stepped on the trap, and the crit will be enough to take down Liar. He slices away from Ivalis. He is still poking down the members of Imperial Pro Team. Only Liar remains from that clash, but Suzaku is not going to be surviving, and Pandas will be pushing the top side. I don't think Liar is stunned yet. Too much time to stun, but I don't think Hate will be going on to that.
Yeah, that was basically Suzaku going in to the rest of Infuse, and it was really great. It was a great engage. It's just that the rest of the team is not really in optimum position. They were able to catch up afterwards, and we'll see that on this replay where we see Calculated. I think he should have died right away if he didn't have that flash, and Suzaku opted to go in. Everyone was stunned. No one was hitting.
Great engage.
It was a great engage. Just the follow-up that was a problem, and from there, it's just gonna fall like dominoes, man. And that's what happened here. Because of Hate also has items, he was able to do the burst that he needs. Although, they're gonna fall short here. that kill should not have happened, in my opinion.
They overextended a team fight where they already had a good cleanup, and now this entitles Infuse for a second Mountain Drake. A huge setback for Imperial Pro Team. Calculated, so 5-man onslaught onto him.
Yeah, that was traded there because IPT was going all for the mid lane, while that's going to cost Calculated his life. They did get a dragon, and that's what they've been trying to do all game for the past 5 minutes or 10 minutes now, is get that. But right now, I think IPT wants this Baron.
Oh boy, that's going to be a very juicy objective. Banner's making his way in. He has to work himself up. Lighter is there. Does not have enough mana. The Baron's health is almost down half. Let's see if Infuse will steal this Baron. Light goes into the Petrified Gate. XPX goes in, but Suzaku goes in for the slashing Maelstrom. Liar still survives. Hate is going on to Liar. He's trying to get away, but I don't think he's going to survive. That's Suzaku approaches Statue. He does up one skill. There's a slow and a stun lockdown for Suzaku to get an easy pickup. Now Ivalus is very low. He might have to escape. The trap was really close.
Infuse, I think they bit off a bit more than they could chew, but I think, oh gosh, they really want to go for it.
They're not yet done yet. Calculated is fresh from the base, goes up to the 5k gold lead.
And this is IPT keeping their cool despite being head-to-head earlier. And you'll see on, I like this replay. On this replay, you see that 4 members, 4 on 5. Why did you go in? Suzaku will be able to zone in, and the rest is just history. You also have Hate really healthy on the backline. There was not really much you can do at that point. I don't know why you should have just executed and just dismounted on the get-go, and that's gonna be able to give everything else. Baron kills over to IPT.
And now Pandar is trying to scare away the members of IPT. They now have the Baron, so this is the Baron play for Imperial Pro Team. Looking pretty good so far. Liar, I gotta say, from this game, he's been performing really, really well.
Right.
Positioning, damage output, leave it to Liar for a reliable ADC. But when it comes to mistakes by Infuse, overcommitment, going in one by one is not something you see from a pro team.
That's right. The mistakes that Infuse did earlier were not positional. I have to give them props. They know their position really well. It's just that the shot calling, the ability to restrain and stop your team and say, we have to stop this. We're not gonna win here. We need to pick our win somewhere else. That did not happen.
Well, Infuse does have the double Mountain Drake, but they can't use it. If IPT got the Mountain Drake, that turret would have been gone. But seeing how Infuse, they do have control, and the next Drake will be another Mountain Drake.
Oh dear. I think Infuse just got lucky, and that's the reason why the Baron actually took so long. It's because that Infuse was the one who had the Mountain Drake, and I think that's also the reason why they wanted to go in that Baron pit earlier.
And here's the scary part of having 2 Mountain Drakes and potentially 3 Mountain Drakes, because let's say Imperium Pro Team gets aced. That's bad news. You have 3 Mountain Drakes. Those turrets are going to be going down really quickly, and I don't think Imperium Pro Team's Death Timers are in their favor coming in this late to the game.
So that's right. That's the win condition for Infuse right now. That if they can start pushing these waves into optimal position before a fight. If they do that, they will be able to capitalize on the Death Timers. If they get that Mountain Drake, they will be able to burn through inhibitors. So that's what Infuse will have to do. We'll see if IPT has read into that. Let's see if they're prepared.
And I think the Baron buff will be surviving until the Mountain Drake. Let's see though. But the Mountain Drake will be live in less than 1 minute and 9 seconds. So let's see who will take the 3rd Mountain Drake into this game. Will be Infused if they pick this up.
And they get kills.
And they get kills.
Right.
And if Imperium Pro Team gets aced, those turrets are going to be nothing for Infused.
Yeah, so basically this is any man's game right now. And I think IPT is aware. They are starting to ward into that red side jungle to stop further aggression and possibility of a Mountain Drake for Infuse. So they just have to keep that up. They have to keep it warded and not give the Drake. That's their main mission right now.
But Infuse's main mission right now is to get that 3rd Mountain Drake and will help them win this game. Because seeing how Liar's positioning is very good. I gotta say, coming from entering the summer split, Liar's position is on point. Sachi's support being defensive is really helping out Liar dish out this damage. So if they get a Mountain Drake, that's gonna be huge because Liar will be taking down those turrets, and Pandar, seeing on a Jace, he has that burst of attack speed. Look what happened to the mountain. Look what happened to the turret. It just went down almost by half.
Ooh, and I think IPT is gonna take advantage of the split push on top.
Oh boy, here comes XCXE. Knocks away Liar, leaving Ivalis behind. Should I go for the Mountain Drake? I go for a lockdown. But the top side, Suzaku finishes off Pandar. And it'll be Imperium Pro Team securing their first Mountain Drake. Calculator is left alone. He gets exhausted. Gets the wild guns. Liar goes in. He is free to hit. No one is even touching him so far. Sachi's there for the assist. Hate gets binded by Liar, but it will be Hate going for a flash in. Liar gets stun locked, and there's the Feather Storm for the lockdown.
Ooh, Hate is already on a roll. He's able to get the items that he wants, and he's positioning exceptionally well. Everything falling left and right in IPT. Mid lane kills, there are Dragon Pit kills. Oh, they're going so close. They have lost the Mountain Drake already, and they should start getting recollecting their thoughts now, because IPT can now push.
And when they push, they take down turrets, and with 4 members actually taking down from that flash, we see Sanders just reviving in the fountain.
Yeah.
But I gotta say, this Mountain Drake is working so well for Imperial Pro Team. Now the first inhibitor is taken out, this could be the first inhibitor of the game. And Imperial Pro Team is seeing taken out by DC Calculator going in for Hate, but he immediately backs up, seeing how Light is just gnawing down Sachi and Pandar's butt in the top 6. Suzaku just loves the split push.
Yeah, because of that failed split push from Panthers, now that he, like you mentioned, he just revived, that's giving IPT so many avenues to push into bot, to push into mid, and now they can have possible Baron control if they want it.
Someone has to protect Liar. I have to say, for Infuse to win this game, protect Liar.
That's right. And we see that solo kill on top for Panthers. He was trying to split push, and I think he still had the teleport as well, but he just got smashed by Suzaku. There's nothing more to say this.
This AP scaling cannon is looking so good in this patch. Suzaku goes in for the finisher, but I have to say Suzaku really knows how to play that cannon plus AD, and AB understands the champion well-rounded. But for Pandars, he has to gauge that.
Yeah, if he wants to win these fights for Pandars, aside from, of course, being good at mechanics, he has to also know when to fight, when to back out. That's the downfall that Pandars has been showing right now.
Oh boy, the second Baron is up for grabs. Let's see if Infuse will be able to contest. I don't think so. Help. Thanks to the Mountain Drake, Imperial Pro Team secures the second Baron of the game.
Yeah.
The next Drake will be Elder.
Yeah, that's super easy in IPT side, because even though they do have just one Mountain Drake, because of the amount of damage that they already have, the percentage scaling of Mountain Drake is giving them so much in terms of objective control.
And I like how Ivalice is really being this front line, very tanky, defensive, beefy frontliner, and I don't think Infuse have enough firepower to slow him down, especially knowing that a Jarvan can go all in on a Caitlyn. So Liar really has his work cut out. He does have Sashi for the assist, but when it comes to pressure and split push, it's just too much. And Infuse is just crumbling under the pressure of Imperial Pro Team with the Baron.
Yeah, it's not just Ivalice as well. We also see Shadow flanking so well, so great. And
Suzaku with a damage going for a lockup. Glacial Fissure for the lockup. Pandars gets stunned by Suzaku. Here comes Light for the continuous damage, but Liar is still alive. Takes down Shadow.
Yeah, that's a sacrifice for Shadow. I mean, he did that because he wanted the inhibitor to be pushed in.
And pretty close though for Light. Without that shield, he will be taken out, but he will be taken down the members of Infuse. Now the Baron buff will be doing the work. Minions are taking out the turrets one by one. Imperial Pro Team, they don't want to go all in. Pretty risky.
Yeah, 3 lanes of super minions streaming into the base of Infuse. I'm not sure how long they can hold on. They do have good wave clear, but I think overall IPT has this mindset, that a team mindset, where we can make sacrifices this late in the game just to take down the inhibitor, just to get you off position, and that's why they're winning right now.
Look at how Liar plays on that Caitlyn. Very the one that stands out in Infuses.
Even though they're losing, right?
Even though they're pretty
right
much
now,
are disadvantaged
even
so
though,
far.
yeah, disadvantage.
They can still win it because Liar has great positioning, and Suzaku, look how much damage Liar is bringing into this team fight. They have to protect it. Here comes the flashing from Calculator, slowing down the members of the Imperial Pro Team. Hey, very low, fights back. Calculator gets bursted down. Sashi gets the full damage, but it'll be Pandars security kill. Liar with a crit shot onto Hay, and that is the damage that Liar is bringing in. The only hope for Infuse to winning this team fight. Look at that, a double kill by Liar. This might be his triple. The health does not even matter. That is a triple.
That's optimal positioning from Liar, and that was just one by one. First of all, IVT going flat on their faces, dying one by one, and Liar's positioning, like you mentioned, so optimal. But it's gonna be one push in the right direction, but they have a lot to do.
Ooh, just look at how Liar is doing those damages. The one and only savior of Infuse would be Liar entering this game. At this state, they still have a chance. They have 2 Mountain Drakes.
We'll see that Liar instant annihilation on that cannon. He's able to position really well. You just have to watch him on this. Of course, Calculated, he kind of died, and he took so much attention that it gave Liar, again, good positioning advantage. Even though...
Look at this.
The crit. This is the turnaround. This is a possible turnaround, and this is what Infuse needs to do.
And if Imperial Pro Team gets ace, note that Infuse has 2 Mountain Drakes. Those turrets are nothing.
Yeah, they can go through the backdoor bonus really easily because of the damage and because of how late we are already in the game.
But I don't think Imperial Pro Team, they're going to risk this. They are ready to take the Elder Drake uncontested. With 3 inhibitors down for Infuse, they have lost the map right now. They have lost control, no vision, and I think this might be the last clash. If Imperial Pro Team, they are willing to end this game in their favor.
They really should, because they don't want something like what happened earlier to recur, where they will get picked off one by one and everyone is just basically on the back foot going backwards. You want to be the team pushing forward if you have this advantage.
Okay, now members of Imperial Pro Team have the Elder Drake buff. They're going straight to the Nexus. Ivalis goes in for the dive. He immediately gets chunked down by Liar's damage. Ivalis slashes away, but Calculate is still sticking onto him. Here comes the flash in from Suzaku with a slashing Maelstrom lockdown. No members of Imperium Pro, they're going to follow up that. Suzaku gets taken down by Liar. And now with 3 members of the Imperium Pro team down, Infuse has a second chance in this game. Anyone's game right now. This could be a turnaround for Infuse.
Yeah, what is happening right now? Infuse was able to capitalize on positioning around the Nexus because of, again, this is from Liar's point of view, this is a shooting gallery. And that's what's causing, yeah, we'll see on this replay now. IPT very decisive, but XDXP with that very crucial hammer able to remove core members of IPT. And that's why IPT, they came in, they fizzled.
That's
and
what
they
happened.
Died.
Wow, great Keeper's Verdict by XDXP.
Oh my god, that was great. And he was able to split off 3 people who are the damage dealers.
Oh boy.
That gave Infuse so much breathing room. They're gonna be able to take a lot in the map right now.
Look at that juicy turret gets taken out with the Mountain Drake. I gotta say, Infuse, they still have a chance in this game. There's still hope in knowing that when you extend the game, let's say 15 minutes, the death timers are huge, right?
Yes.
Not having minions is no problem for Infuse. They have 2 Mountain Drakes. I don't think that's going to be a problem, and they can go for small steps, baby steps to victory. Whereas Imperium Pro Team, they have to really watch out for XDXP's Keeper's Verdict because their plan engages can just be outside, thrown out the window. Just what happened in the replay.
You know what I think the problem that's happening on IPT side is because a lot of the attention is going over to Calculated's dives. He's always usually the one to go in, and because of that, they're losing track of where Liar is. And that's where their saving grace, falling grace should be. They should look for Liar, they should shut it down, and they should just play it slow, like you said.
But when you go on to Liar, Sachi is there.
Yeah, excellent.
He will be there to polymorph, shield, and provide more defensive stats for Liar for him to survive. And now the Baron will be live in 10 seconds. This is a make or break. If Infuse takes his Baron and aces Imperium Pro Team, they can well end the game right now. But here comes XDS, gets singled out. Ivalis now has no Cataclysm. Liar has more leeway. He does not need to worry.
Whoa.
Oh my god!
Liar with the damage, and I think IPT is scared to go in right now.
Oh boy, with Liar being the main damage dealer, he's in the Brampton right now. Shattering Strike go in. Liar's being touched. The Glacier Fissure knocks out no one. Suzaku pops the Zonias, locking down the members of Infuse, but I don't think Liar is backing out yet. Ivan is still healthy. Here comes Slime with the Petrifying Case. Scares away Liar. Light's very low. Liar's still sticking in. Here comes the redemption. The heal is down. Ivalis cannot escape. Hate goes in for the Feather Storm. Here comes the triple kill from Hate. And I think this will be the finishing clash of Imperium Pro Team with Hate picking up that juicy pentakill.
That is a pentakill for Hate because of the positioning advantages they have. Because even though Light was super late in that game, he was able to do so much and give Hate the breathing room, that shooting gallery that he needs to do to clean this out. And I think this should be game.
This is game set. Great game played by both teams. And this is really an intense matchup and shows the potential of Infuse that they can still win game 2 if Imperium Pro Team does not actually. Imperium Pro Team actually performed really well. Not that well to the point that they did give a lot of chances to Infuse to come back from this game. But knowing how Liar positioned himself so well, that could be Infuse's winning chances going to game 2.
I mean, it was super rocky how in IPT it's not as clean as game, right? It's not super clean, but I think IPT, they did well in the later part of that. Once they realized that, hey, this is the weak point. This is where we need to push advantages. That's where they flourished. That's where Hate's hyper carry came in, and even to the end of that fight, they were super flashy.
And here are the endgame stats. I have to hand it to Liar for Infuse to side 12-3, the MVP of his team. But for Imperium Pro Team, well even out, and hands down to Hate for that positioning on Zaya to grant him that pentakill.
Yeah, really flashy pentakill there from Hate. He was able to capitalize great. You have to give props to Liar though, and the rest of Infuse. They kind of were on a roll there.
Oh my goodness! 50 is that 56,000 damage dealt by Liar. You see how the main damage dealer was Liar in this game, despite being the losing side. He tried his best, and I think Infuse still has a good chance going to game 2.
That's right. They have this composition in mind that they are able to execute, just not super early. Because I think if the early game went a bit better for Infuse, that would have been super clean. That could have been one-sided if they were able to scale that Akali into the mid-late game. Because we know that Liar has been known to scale as well. Sachi, great. He's been able to learn from his mistakes. He's able to position really well now, and he's taking into stride the lessons that he's getting from Liar.
And guys, there you have it. That concludes Game 1 with Imperium Pro Team coming out on top, winning the first game of the first match of the Bacchus Pro Gaming Series Summer Split 2017. We have been your Shoutcasters. I'm Vulcan, and with me is Rockhard. We'll be back after a short break for Game 2. Let's see if Infused will fight back and take away a clean sweep from Imperium Pro Team. And away goes up to Ivalus, flashes away from the Cataclysm, but Suzaku is there with a slicing maelstrom, and the zone is struck. A great engage by Suzaku, but he gets taken out by Liar over that wall. He's there for the finish from XTX, who cannot escape from Liar's petrifying engage. Liar's grounded, cannot move away. You see Lion stepped on the trap, and the crit will be enough to take down Liar. He slices away from Ivalus. He is still poking down the members of Imperium Pro Team. Only Liar remains. He has the warship set up. Liar is there. Does not have enough mana. The Baron's health is almost about half. Let's see if Infuse will steal this Baron. Lion goes in for the petrifying gate. XTX goes in, but Suzaku goes in for the slicing maelstrom. Liar still survives. Pain is going on to Liar. He's trying to get away, but I don't think he's going to survive. That's Suzaku approaches Sachi. He does one skill, and then slow, and a stun lockdown for Suzaku. Liar goes in. He is free to hit. No one is even touching him so far. Sachi's there for the assist. Pain gets banged by Liar, but it will be hit. Going for the flash in. Liar gets stun locked, and there's the Feather Storm for the lockup. Glacial Fissure for the lockup. Pandar gets stunned by Suzaku. Here comes Lion for the continuous damage, but Liar is still alive. Look how much damage Liar is bringing into this team fight. We have to protect him. Here comes the flashing from Calculated, slowing down the members of the Imperium Pro Team. Hey, very low, fights back. Calculated gets bursted down. Sachi gets the full damage, but it'll be Pandar secure the kill. Liar with a crit shot onto Hayes, and that is the damage that Liar is bringing in. The only hope for Infuse to winning this team fight. Look at that, a double kill by Liar. This might be his triple. The health does not even matter. That Elder Big Buff. They're going straight for the Nexus. Ivalus goes in for the dive. He immediately gets tucked down by Liar's damage. Ivalus slashes away, but Calculate is still sticking onto it. Here comes the flash here from Suzaku with the slicing maelstrom lockdown. No members of Imperium Pro Team gonna follow up that. Suzaku gets taken down by Liar, and now with 3 members of Imperium Pro Team down, Infuse has a second chance in this game. Anyone's game right now. This could be a turnaround for him. Sharon's trying to go in. Liar's being a touch. The Glacial Fissure knocks down no one. Suzaku pops the soldiers, locking down the members of Infuse, but I don't think Liar is backing out yet. Ivory is still healthy. Here comes Lion with the petrifying engage. Scares away Liar. Lights very low. Liar still sticking in. Here comes the redemption. The heal is down. Ivory cannot escape. Hay goes in for the Feather Storm. Here comes the triple kill from Hay, and I think this will be the finishing flash of Imperium Pro Team, with Hay picking up that juicy pentakill.
That is a pentakill for Hay.
Played by both teams, and this is really an intense matchup and shows the potential of Infuse that they can still win Game 2 if the Imperium Pro Team does not. In a way, it goes up to Ivalus, flashes away.
People waste a lot of time. Then they wish for more. They want more hours in their days, more days in their years, more years in their lives. As if they had all that extra time, they could fix any mistake. I don't need hours or days or years. I only need seconds. Here's the thing about time. If you can't make the most out of any given moment, then you don't deserve a single extra second.
Look within yourself. What do you see? Is your soul a fading light? Strengthened by fury, hardened by heat. Search deeper now. What do you see? Whatever you find, you must keep. You cannot fear what lies beneath. Look within yourself. What do you see?
Chaos conquers all. Darkness is coming. This world needs to burn. You cannot hide from me. There is no shame in choosing chaos.
Come into the light. I will light the sky with my blade. Give your soul to the light. A new light dawns above this world.
I have one simple rule when it comes to the law. Time operates under my jurisdiction. And if anyone tries to create a loophole, I'll close it. You're out of time. A little proactive preparation. Everybody runs. In my sights. Now who belongs in a museum?
separates men from lesser men? Predators from prey? Fear. Predators smell it. And walk away when they don't.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Bacchus Pro Gaming Series Summer Split 2017. We just got back from the intense, explosive first game between Infuse and Imperium Pro Team, and now we're going to see if Infuse can take back a win from IPT. We'll be your shoutcasters for that second game. I'm Atlas. With me is Rockhard. How was that last game, Rockhard?
That's right, and that last game was an absolute thrill to cast. We were giving so much discrepancies between the teams, but in the end, we saw that both teams really had the tools to take it. It could have gone either way. It was a coin flip.
Yeah, definitely. Just the first match we have for today in our schedule, already very, very explosive. We'll see what other matches we have for today. First match we're in right now, Infuse Esports versus Imperium Pro Team. After that will be JSK Esports versus the sister team of IPT, Team Manila Eagles. As for match 3, final match of the day to close it out, it's going to be MSK League of Legends versus TNC Pro Team. It's definitely going to be very exciting to see all of these matches, seeing as this is the last week of the group stages of the PGS. So definitely all the standings are going to matter a lot more. So if we look at the scores for each of our teams, it's definitely close for the top 4.
That's right, and Team Manila Eagles will stay on that top.
Yeah,
but right now, the battles that we're going to be facing here is between IPT securing that second seed spot, and of course we also want to look at how the teams from the bottom will pan out. We have TNC wanting to go for that playoff spots, and of course MSK heading off in that first spot.
Definitely MSK and AEX are really poised to take that 3rd and 4th seed, but of course TNC, they have a match later. They also have a match tomorrow, so that might actually change depending on MSK and AEX's performance.
That's right. The performances of both teams that are above TNC right now is going to matter so much, because if either of them gets 2-0 or 0-2, that's going to spell so much for the chances of TNC, wherein you have a game today and you also have a game tomorrow against AEX, that is. So AEX kind of has a bit of an upper hand here, but they are both very close, and we'll see how it pans out.
At the moment one of those teams falters, that's TNC's chance to just swoop down from the sky and then take away that playoff spot. But of course, we talked about the Guess That Pro promo earlier, and they're definitely getting the details for you. There will be shown details about a pro player and a silhouette as well. Basically, one summoner who gets that right, only one summoner, one lucky summoner who gets it right, will be getting the skin that pro player used last.
Right.
So if last time they used Pulse Fire Caitlyn, they'll be getting Pulse Fire Caitlyn.
Right.
If you get a 250 skin like Warring Kingdoms Jarvan, you will be getting Warring Kingdoms Jarvan. So of course, before we get into the drafting phase, let's look at that Guess That Pro we have for this game. Of course, it's going to be very exciting, you know.
I like that, because these teams are going to be a bit pressured because they know the promo is going on, and they're going to be like, my friends are probably pinging
show
me.
off.
My account is probably getting picked, saying, hey, pick this legendary pick the legendary skin right now.
Yeah.
And I don't know, I kind of like that, and that gives summoners a bit more of a concrete example of what they're going to win instead of the usual mystery gifts that we have. It's going to show you that this is actually what you're going to win. And you guys just tune in. You have to really know well what you're asking. And here we go.
So let's see. Guess That Pro. That's a silhouette if you know the hairstyle. It's actually pretty unique. There is this hairstyle. And the clue is known for his off-meta picks. 2, played 3 roles this split. Very versatile player. And 3, former PGS champion. Just go to the Google Forms link shown below the screen. Yeah, and fill out the form and then completely answer the question correctly, and you might get the chance to win the skin that this pro player last used.
That's right, a former PGS champion, clue number 3.
So that really narrows down everything.
How many teams?
And also off-meta picks.
That's right, and he's currently playing right now.
Yeah.
So he has to be playing right now, guys. So no former champions that are not playing today. So it's very
It really narrows it down. But the thing is, with Guess That Pro, it really encourages using some more powerful picks. Like, you know, in pro play, a lot more consistent, reliable picks are given out. Definitely. So we're going to see Infuse calculated. It really narrows it down. Former PGS champion, formerly AEX. played 3 roles this time. So we've always talked about how versatile Calculated is, and his off-meta picks, of course, coming from AEX, that is kind of a given. We saw last game, he picked up the Akali mid, which is not something you usually see in pro play.
Super off-meta, right? I mean, who picks Akali in competitive plays, even in international scenes? No one. So Calculated, one of the very first to pick this out, and he was able to make it work at some points. He was able to sustain the dives against Cassiopeia and the rest of IPT.
Yeah, surprisingly did well
Yes.
in the matchup, despite my expectations coming to the game.
Yes.
We'll be seeing if that is let through here in the second game. I think IPT will just be going for the usual reliable bans instead of banning out any weird picks that Calculated might have. So Ari and Grogos manned away. And of course, Infuse is going to be scared of that Jarvan and Caitlyn combination.
And I think Infuse, they kind of felt the power that Ivalice has on this Jarvan. They blocked it out off the gate.
It's a very good reactive ban from
Yeah,
last game.
exactly. Despite us saying that Ivalice might have not built tank right away, he was able to make it work. And he was able to get in the ganks. And speaking of ganks, though,
Oh dear.
this is something that should have been probably banned out in the first half. This is a Zac. If someone picks that out, especially in the hands of Ivalice, this is going to spell disaster for Infuse.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong about Infuse being reactive in their banning.
banning,
you know,
right.
like, okay, this absolutely wrecked us last game. Let's ban it in the second game. There's nothing wrong with that. But you have to be careful about letting the blue team, the team that is playing on blue side, pick something with priority. But of course, they might have expected them to go for the Zac because they are probably going to lock in this Poppy.
That's
if
right.
they lock in the Poppy top, that's a lot of power from the Zac taken away.
That's right. The power of Zac that you were talking about, getting into the lanes and being able to demolish the laner that you're ganking, that's going to be taken away because of Poppy. The amount of sustain that he can do on lane and the protection that he has, again, with the steadfast presence, it'll help so much in nullifying the ganks of Ivalice up top.
Yeah, definitely. And as well, coming into the skirmishes and team fights into the mid and late game, that means it's going to be much harder for Ivalice to get onto Lyre, especially if they lock in Janna as well. It's just, I think Infuse right now, they expect the Zac to be locked in. They also, it's very unexpected that Dr. Mundo got locked in actually. I was not expecting to see a Dr. Mundo at all this split.
Yeah, because we've been seeing that pro teams are opting into hard engaged champions.
Yeah.
If they do pick champions that will go top, if they want to go tanky top, they will pick hard engage like Nautilus or Poppy or these picks. But somehow, I think IPT has that some sort of composition wherein they want to make a very mobile composition. And of course, Mundo very mobile. If you compound
There's
that
no
with a
dash
Karma,
involved in that.
that's right. That's the problem. And I think Karma is going to help with that issue.
Yeah, just go straight in very, very fast. Looking at the composition,
Wow.
this is very strong coming from IPT, but Infused is no slouch as well. They have a lot of disengage tools with the Pandor's ultimate,
Right.
as well as the Monsoon coming from Sachi. If things go wrong, Calculated going for the Annie. Very unconventional,
That's
very
right.
simple champion, but very powerful if used correctly.
Again, Annie, we have not seen much in the pro play
Definitely not.
because of his the reliance on the meta, wherein he's not as bursty as he was a few patches before. So that's why teams are not picking into him. But you could expect Annie to be really good in the middle of the games where he can proc those ultimate stuns. And
Yeah, definitely.
yeah, and
AoE stun.
That's
and then
right.
Even when Calculated dies, that's still a Tibbers very, very angry
That's
running
right.
at you.
And
I
that's-
mean, to be fair, Annie can be used to climb the ladder.
Yeah.
I mean, we saw it.
We have seen it,
We have
yes.
seen it. There's also Annie bot who is high elo, one trick Annie. So we might be seeing Calculated have something very, very powerful in that mid lane. Of course, we'll be seeing how all this plays out once we get into the Rift. Alright, we are loaded onto Summoner's Rift. We're going to see if Infuse can take away a clean sweep from IPT, or will this be a 2-0 in this match between IPT, Imperium Pro Team, versus INF, Infuse Esports. Definitely going to be very exciting as Infuse has their backs to the wall. They definitely want to have a better seating in the bottom 4 there. So definitely something that they want to be able to take seriously.
That's right. And of course, IPT has that, again, this very mobile composition that is actually ideal for early level ones if they could have pulled that off. It was really great because you have the Karma for the speed boost, and you already have champions which are innately mobile in the form of Corki and Vayne. So it's overall, it's really good composition, and I think they want to get into this death ball situation wherein you have really strong poke from Corki and Vayne. Compound that, of course, Karma is a given.
Karma, yeah, definitely.
Poke.
And the cleavers are no slouch either.
Exactly. So that's what I think that's what IPT wants. This rolling composition. On the other side of the coin, now we have Infused, who wants more of a set-based and also safe lineup. Wherein, of course, if you combine the Poppy with the Janna, that's safe lanes altogether.
But the fact is, they can engage very, very hard as well with a burst coming from XDXP on that Graves and calculated as well. They can definitely go in and go ham. But if something goes wrong, they have that safety switch. Press that button, Monsoon,
That's right.
or the Poppy ultimate. Definitely get out of dodge.
That's right. My concern though for this composition of Infuse is the range.
Yeah,
the range that every lane has to deal with. They have the best that they can do is have the Ezreal poke out. But if they start getting into sieges, they will not be able to siege very well.
Yeah, it's very dangerous here because most of their waves there will come from the Graves and the Annie.
And they do that up close and personal.
It's very dangerous if Kate gets a few free hits and if Light's able to dodge their own form of poke and then retaliate with his Rocket Barrage.
Which has a very low cooldown.
Look at that. Light
Speaking of poke,
really trying to get onto Calculated. Make sure he doesn't have a good time there in the mid lane on that Annie.
yeah, I would expect Ivalice to start going bot lane as soon as possible because I expect Pandars to be relatively safe on that tower. Right now, XDXP opting to get
Nice
blue jungle
steal.
and start to top.
Nice steal, definitely. And there's no ward here for the top lane, so Suzaku might be in a little
Kinda
trouble.
risky.
Definitely has to flash over, dodges the end of the line very nicely, and flashes behind his minions too.
That's an easy burn from Ivalice. Not from XDXP. Not even using any skill
He has to
at
walk
all.
up there.
Yeah, he just
Drive
had
by
to walk
Graves,
in.
gang.
You just got gangstered by Graves. He should be using the gangster skin.
Yeah, the
But
Mafia skin might have been pretty good there. Full party though. Spending a lot of time at the river. So
Right.
very appropriate being able to just gank around these curling paths around the jungle.
Right.
Oh man, that's definitely very, very fast and calculated. Ignite onto Light, but here comes Ivalice. Smashes them together, but I don't think there's enough follow-up from that. Light is way too low to help him out. But is Light surviving? Burning 3 summoner spells.
That's right. That's not something you
Or
want to
Infuse,
do
yeah.
right now in the side of Infuse because you burn summoners for a non-sure kill. That's kind of risky. They could have had the rewards from it, but I think they're kind of aware that they need to scale faster than IPT if they want to win. That's why they are opting for these very risky
Very
plays.
scary because if they don't shut down the Dr. Mundo, the Corki, and the Vayne, it's going to be very difficult. And the thing here is, it's also very hard for Infuse spot lane. Because having Janna means you're forced into a more reactive position in the bot lane compared to Vayne, who in going for a lot of these trades here very, very aggressively. Might fight them in the back, however. Shadow trying to body block for his AD carry. He'll burn on the side of Kate, trying to escape from Liar, but in the end, picks up the kill. Definitely not what I was expecting, because Janna usually very, very passive, but there, Shadow and Hate were playing very, very forward.
I think they kind of heard what you said there, and Liar being really pumped up by that performance that he had previous game, opts to go in, no fear at all, and with the trust from Sachi, he will get that kill.
Definitely. Very impressive that knowing the limits of the champion, just dive in there. Their cooldowns are kind of burnt, so Liar just goes in there. Getting the Eye of the Storm AD value means that Hate definitely feels the pain.
That's right.
But of course, in any other situation, if they weren't able to exploit that weakness, otherwise it would have to be IPT doing the aggressive moves because they have the karma.
That's right. I think if you see a replay of that, actually, you will see that Hate was going into position because, of course, Vayne very dependent onto positioning.
Yes.
And it's just that Sachi was able to disrupt that, and that's what we're gonna see all game. Sachi, Hate trying to go for the kill, and just basically Sachi disrupting your positioning, and that's gonna throw you off balance.
Yeah, I really think Hate and Shadow, instead of trying to all in and onto Liar, get those really good trades out, because they have a really good opportunity every time to go for a successful trade.
Right.
I think they should be pushing Liar and Sachi in, because what wave clear does this bot lane have?
That's right, and that's the advantage.
Oh,
and
there's gonna be a
TP
teleport
here.
here for the mid lane. It's gonna be Ivalice, and like Ivalice gets stunned actually, but Pandas might be going for it. Good flash to avoid heroic charge.
Yeah, flash for flash there for Pandars and Ivalice. That's gonna stop
Teleport,
a lot,
though.
and that's a wasted teleport. That's a wasted flash, and that's position, and that left your bot lane a bit vulnerable as well as the top.
Big wave in the top lane. Of course, XP will catch this, but this is a lot of time that infused jungler is revealed. That's a lot of information for IPT.
Yeah, so far Infuse burning so much, but also gaining a lot in terms of global gold. You'll be surprised that they're already 700 gold above Infuse, and that's not even counting the amount of pressure that they're providing. Because at this point, you should give the early game to Light, right? Because he has the better range and in calculated, but right now he's just a tad below Annie. Somehow he's not getting the advantage that he should be having.
Yeah, definitely. Still has to ramp up onto the Triforce, and he did go for the call instead of going for a more offensive item. So definitely when the trades come, Calculated will wreck him, going for the double Dorans here for survivability and mana sustain.
Yeah.
So going for the long game here.
That's right.
Also
Also,
realizing their win conditions. Okay, let's chill in the early game.
Yeah.
And then later we can wreck face. We have 280 carries.
yeah, they kind of realize that they're not going to be able to pull off too many kills with the safety that Infused has. So I think they realized that they should default into CS mode, because you see that right now, catching up on CS, both the bot and the mid. So, and the top, everyone's catching up on CS right now, and they realize that's where their win is going to be.
This is definitely fine. This kind of slow gameplay comes from IPT. Definitely not something that they don't want, because they can just play the long game, very, very slow, the long war.
Right.
And Infuse will get antsy, because this is a very explosive composition that Infuse has.
Yeah, right now. That's why they're trying to go for plays like this.
Tibbers on the light. He has no mana. He has no flash as well. Will they go for the dive? Tibbers taking a lot of damage. But look at that. Tower aggro onto the summoner. So Calculated has to back off from that. Is that a signal for the bot lane? No, just a little bit of a signal for IPT to get a little more push in.
Yeah, that's why, like what we were talking about, that's why Infuse is trying to go into these plays, because they know that they need to take these advantages early on.
Definitely, and it seems to not be working out too much. Of course, they're pushing IPT into a reactive state now. This is good for them in the way that it prevents IPT from making a lot of proactive moves, but IPT doesn't seem to be wanting to go for these proactive maneuvers anyway.
That's right, because they kind of just want to... Every time that Infuse is going to go in, they're just going to pull back and reset. Yeah. And they have the ability to do that.
Regroup, recuperate, just have that light of the torch with them, guide them through the path. And of course, every time the XP wants to go for a gank, Ivalice is around the corner. Very good pathing on the side of this stack. Even though his blue buff did get stolen, his pathing still was able to match that of XP and get a lot of counter ganks up.
That's
so
right.
Very, very good on the side of Ivalice.
That's kind of what you need to do as a Zac anyway. Because, and that also shows why he should be back, right? Because even if he gets a bit below, he can catch up. Because of just the raw damage that he puts out. Oh, right now in the bot!
Shadow. There's no CC come from Infuse, however, but it might make up for it in sheer damage. Ooh. Collateral damage is not enough. Here comes a 3-man gang onto the top lane. Panthers, will he be able to escape with that ultimate?
So both teams trying to go for the respect. Oh, they're not done.
They're still going for it. Infuse goes for the signal to continue to dive. Liar might be in trouble here, but they have enough of the numbers advantage. Of course, this is a signal for Suzaku to go down to the bot lane. Seems like Infuse is not phased, however, still going for it. Red buff onto XP actually just expired, means that Calculated.
Someone went for a dive there.
Solo dive to the bot lane. Gets kill onto Hate, but rather, Calculated got killed first, and then there was a Tibber's Revenge that got Hate. I do think that in the end, it might have been more worth for IPT.
Yeah, we should see a replay of this. Again, that's the reason why IPT is trying to get into the game. They just need gold. And meanwhile, Infuse is playing for more of the pressure. And we'll see on that replay where
I think
Calculated...
this is going to be by the book here, how Calculated plays this.
Yeah.
Go straight for the flash play. Oh, very nice! Tumble coming from Hate.
Right, and because of that, just because of presence of mind of calculated, he was able to detect that, and he was able to foresee that he will be able to get the kill. That's calculated.
Definitely.
Ryan is name.
That's calculated. That's calculated.
Right. So yeah, again, IPT kind of getting the head there because they want that kill on the Vayne. They also want to scale him up faster than the Ezreal because we can expect the Ezreal to kind of just have that ability to play safe on the farm, but IPT kind of realizes that and they're going for it.
Yeah, definitely a quick shift of gears definitely allows them to take advantage of when Liar is alone. They try and go for it. But as soon as Sachi arrives, look at this. I love the Mundo pick. It's like they predicted that Fuse would predict that they would go for the Zac. So in response to the Poppy, they went for the went for the Blocker Mundo, which is a great pick actually, because if you think about it, yeah, because Mundo does not have a dash.
Yeah, that's right, and because Mundo can burn through that Poppy percent, the passive for Poppy, where he blocks 50% of burst. So if you have a Poppy on the enemy, you want someone who has sustained damage.
Yeah, definitely. And Mundo, with his own percent health damage, with his stickiness, and his sustainability against the Poppy, definitely a good tech pick. The mind game starting from the drafting phase themselves. Wow, this
high level, right? High level mindset.
High level. It was good for Infuse to predict the Zac. Okay, first pick the Zac. Let's respond with a Poppy. But then IPT pulls a fast one on them and picks the Mundo.
And we were actually a bit skeptical of the Mundo pick, but on hindsight, it's really working so well right now.
Yeah, and Pandors cannot fight back, no matter how many times he tries to fight Suzaku, because Suzaku deals a lot of mixed damage.
Right, and because of that, dude, CS. Yeah, 40 above for Mundo.
And the sustain as well. Both of them have grass, but Suzaku is going to build more health. And the fact that is, no matter how much armor Pandors builds, and Suzaku still deals a lot of magic damage on the side. Yeah, so it's definitely hard to itemize defensively against the Mundo.
I like that Suzaku knows when to pick up these Mundo picks, when to use them. Even though it is a really high pressure situation, he was able to pick it up even though it's not picked as often.
Yeah, look at that. Even with a Corrupting Potion, Pandors is going to get pushed in. Might be a fight here in the bot lane. No, just a little bit of trade. Liar cannot take that fight too much.
Ooh.
He has Sword already on Hate. Manamune completed on Liar, but still needs to charge that up.
Yeah, we'll see the bot lane maybe have more time to charge up. I expect that to happen maybe within the 19 or 20 minute mark. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, it's just an even fight. And I like that Light is able to catch up, and he's now ahead. And he kind of knows that his advantages also will lie once he gets that Triforce. Although, because of the amount of aggression that Calculated is giving out, he's now forced to build defensively in the form of a Hex Drinker.
Hex Drinker will help a little bit.
Yeah,
but I'm worried because Triforce is already a very expensive item.
Right, and you want to build it later.
Yeah. I have doubts about delaying the build, but he might even just opt to complete his other items first instead of going for the Triforce straight up. We'll be seeing once he's back. He does have a lot of goals. 2 more minions for the call.
Oh, he is going for that Triforce.
Yeah, he's going for the Triforce. A little bit delayed.
Right.
But he has been surviving for so long.
And once he gets these items, though, he's going to start getting ahead. I expect that.
I expect that.
Unless XDXP has something to say about it, that is.
Yeah, XDXP definitely needs to put a lot more pressure. It's very hard when you keep getting counter-ganked by Ivalice, and Suzaku will be teleporting as well. Both of these top laners do have teleport. Might be preparing for the Drake fight, of course. XDXP setting up, denying the Blast Cone. Definitely their game plan here, because this is definitely going to be a very good composition to have them on.
Right.
Very fast tower pushing.
And the ranges. That was that what I was talking. Sorry, that was what I was talking about earlier, where you have a composition which has good range. If they get the Mountain Drake, it's gonna be colossal. It's gonna result in Rift Herald going down in record time.
Yeah, going package here, but Hate might be in trouble because of that burst skill. He's still exhausted. Flashes over the Tornado. Liar now has to find another target. Flashes in, actually takes out Hate. But now it's going to be Suzaku. Might be getting a double kill here. Sachi no longer has any damage, but Calculated might be there to finish the job. Oh man, dodges the machete. It's going to be a double kill for Suzaku. It's going to be a 2v1 if no one arrives for this top laner of IPT. XDXP going to make it a 3v1. Gonna get some hot pursuit here onto this very tanky top laner, but I think with the Rift Herald being summoned, they have to rotate to another objective.
Wow, that was a great 2 for 2, and both teams were super dedicated into making that work. Somehow, even Liar, even though he was super out of position for most of that time, sorry, even if he was kind of getting into fights that he didn't want, oh god.
Though. Okay, does not get kidnapped, but I think Ivalice has to run away from that.
God. Like I said, Liar super in position. He's right now trying to fight off the Rift Herald play, and that's gonna be sure.
Might be in trouble though. He's gonna try Elastic Slingshot, not even. He's going for the plan. Pandas will try to go for a pursuit. Suzaku will be frontlining for his team. Just very clean. Get 2 towers, get out. And look at that. Even gets a little bit of chip damage onto the mid lane.
Shipping damage there. And that's macro mindset for IPT. They know that they don't need to take the fight. That's why they opted to disengage, and because of that, they are now in the lead. And that's what you want as well for this composition. You want that poke to hurt. You want, and you'll be able to do that, especially again. I want to emphasize this dragon is super important, and I really think that IPT should start moving down there really soon.
Yeah, IPT had to regroup after retreating. That was an opportunity for Infuse to get the mountain.
Somehow they did not.
I do not know why they did not go for it. Because Ivalice was on the retreat. He didn't have flash anymore. And I don't think he'd be willing to Elastic Slingshot for the Miracle Steal.
In fairness to IPT, I think they, in fairness to Infuse, I think the reason why they didn't do that is because they're kind of not on top of their ward game around the Dragon Pit. That's why they maybe kind of thought, hey, maybe we can wait until we get someone, we can make a pick before we go for it. That's the safer route to take. And although again, we kind of can say these things because we can see the fog through the fog, but they can't.
That's true.
So
but
that's
they
the
do
reason.
have a deep ward.
Yeah, that singular deep ward could have actually prompted them to. It could have been a signal to go for Dragon. It's just that the shot calling.
For it now, though.
Yeah, now they're gonna go for it.
Establish some control here with a spell grab and a bonus ward there just to be safe.
And that, of course, that's IPT also knowing that they need to secure this as well. That they know that they need this, right? And that just choking out Vision is giving so much on them in the side of red, because first of all, Infuse has a hard time getting those wards in. So isa na yun. Aside from that, they will also need to be careful because they can get engaged on by Zac at the moment. That's why they're super scared to get those wards in place. And IPT is capitalizing.
Yeah, definitely. We saw last season actually, how a lack of vision can be deadly against a Zac, and it seems like Infuse erred on the side of safety and wisdom. So still, delaying this Mountain Drake means that neither team gets that bonus. IPT, if they get that Mountain Drake, is going to be very scary with 280 carries and a Dr. Mundo, but if Infuse gets it, Triforce attacks onto
Ivalice.
But here comes going to be Ivalice, frontlining for his team, just kidnaps Zachi. He's going to disengage for Infuse, so let's bring him to us.
The kidnap over the wall for the main disengager.
Let's
bounce over the wall. I like that, and that's exactly what IPT needs to do. So instead of Infuse going for the pick, IPT takes it, and they can have more chance to get into that Dragon Pit, although they are now opting to go topside.
They might dive onto Pandars. Pandars has to know that something is up, but he's still sticking around. Maybe Calculated is enough to scare IPT off, but this is just going to set up a very good siege from IPT, though they do not have their AD carry. Their mid lane is there, and it has the Triforce ready.
Ooh, minions flying.
Minions flying.
Now
Still has the cannon minions, but it does scare away the siege.
That's right. So that's basically gonna waste the time
of free
4 laners. And yeah, free push or hate, although that will take so much resource to set up again, I don't think IPT will start that anytime soon.
Yeah, definitely. But a lot of free time for hate there in the bot lane. He catches up a little bit on the CS and might get a lot of damage here. Calculated, gonna rotate down to the bot lane. It doesn't seem like IPT will be too greedy. See, as soon as Calculated goes down the river, they catch it out. It seems like Hate, though, still sticking around just in case Calculated does not continue the rotation.
That's right. So both top laners, both top laners building super defensively, and that's exactly what they need to do. With Mundo just eking out a small lead, but he does have that Spirit Visage that is definitely a core item. He will be able to start engages if he chooses to, and they both have teleport.
Oh man, the greediness from Hate actually, and the patience
Oh,
from
there you go.
Calculated. But the teleport coming from Suzaku might actually deter this gank. Good response from Suzaku, scares that little girl away.
Wow, if that was Poppy instead of Suzaku, if that was Pandars instead of Suzaku, that would have spelled differently. But Pandars chose not to respond. They will have to fight it under the tower.
This will be a very good siege, but as of this moment, Infuse has still very decent wave clear. They have to be in shorter range, but it's actually puts IPT in a position to try and make this not a break. Taking it very, very quickly, actually. With 8, dealing that percent health damage with the Silver Balls. We'll see if Suzaku actually keeps going forward. Suzaku activates his ultimate here, going straight forward. Here comes the package. Light has to move away, but here comes Ivolus and the rest of IPT. He's alone now, does not get a kidnap onto anyone. But seems like the fight will just reset. Pandars cancels his ultimate.
Yeah, that's great. So Infuse knows that IPT had a plan. They kind of made their own call towards it. So they called everyone to back off, and that nullified so much of IPT's aggression.
This might be a turret trade, which is still in favor of IPT, and this is very much faster than any push that Pandars can have alone. And so this is 4 members.
Yeah, that's right. 4 members. Definitely, that's going to be a turret. And we see that Pandars is trying to do something, make something work on top, and he knows that he's kind of safe because he sees 4 members of IPT on the bot. But let's see, what will IPT do after this, knowing that their Corki is on top?
And the Wubop will be stolen away.
Ooh,
Actually,
so
it will
much.
be smited by XDXP. Very good, but it is denied from Calculated. Now look at that, all that time invested by Pandars in the top lane still did not get a turret. Because Poppy, yes, she has very good wave clear with a Sunfire Cape as well. But when it comes to the actual turret, she just plops.
That's right, and we also have Light there, who is very much open to counter you. So you're not going to be able to do anything much. So that was kind of wasted effort.
Yeah,
although
the fact is, Pandars cannot really dual Light because he's building all armor.
Yeah, that's
and
right.
what does Light have? Half magic, actually more magic than physical. He might
Oh,
have
speaking of Light,
a
though.
little bit of danger here with Calculated in the fray. Means that Light, it's not a duel, it's a 1v2.
Great response
Yeah,
there
great
from the
response.
former champion. Calculated, he was able to just walk in, and that's because of Light. He was not in a position to do anything, and they did not have vision to pull off anything, so I'm not sure why they were opting for that.
Definitely, a little bit of a overconfidence there, and IPT, they are ahead in the power spike as well, but they have to remind themselves.
Ivolus, though.
Is a slow in city's killer, so are these 2 tanks, but look at the speed that they take out this Annie.
Wow, that is a revenge there from IPT. They kind of pulled off exactly what Calculated did there, and that's
Revenge
exactly
2v1.
mid for mid.
That's some dramatic irony here in the top lane. This Force Shadow has 2, but defends mid lane against 3 or 2. And the fact is, yeah, IPT, that is one of the few mistakes that Infuse can take advantage of to try and eke out these advantages and get Liar and XP ahead.
Yeah, I like
Calculated as well.
I like that Liar is kind of being really proactive in these games.
Very proactive.
And he's super fired up. He's not done with his streak from the past game. Even though they did end up giving the win over to IPT, they still gave us such a great fight. And I think that's going to also carry over to this game.
Momentum, even though they didn't get the win last game, it's that morale that you have. You're fired up. It wasn't a terrible game. Game 1 was not a terrible game.
Right.
It was very good for Infuse, but in the end, IPT got it. But here, Infuse is bringing that morale here to the second game, which is a great mindset to have for a pro team.
That's right. And that's exactly what happened last game, wherein that wasn't a stomp. It wasn't a one-sided at all. I mean, Liar, they were in a position to ace everyone and start shoving in the mid. It's just that Hate is in his hyper carry mode, and I think he also wants to start that on the Vayne. It's just that's why he's over on the bot pretty much all game.
Really power farming.
Yeah, power farming. It's been so you haven't seen Light anywhere near the top or the mid. It's because he knows that he's Vayne. He wants to get the proccing and the scaling properly because he knows he can. He becomes this kind of assassin, Vayne, where in the late game, right?
Crits just hurt.
Yeah.
Plus, he is very sustainable as well with a Vampire Scepter. But something that IPT has to remember, is that overconfidence is a slow and insidious killer.
Right.
The thing here is the fact that Light was going for Pandars means that they have that bit of confidence in them that
Despite
okay,
not
we don't have
having
vision,
vision,
we can still take on Pandars, and then Calculated shows up and then wrecks him. So that's something that they have to really keep in mind, is that don't get too cocky and put down a lot of vision here. You're seeing that the vision from the side of IPT isn't very stellar, actually. They have very good river vision, but at this point, there's not a lot of objectives to get there on that side of the map.
Yeah, both teams definitely not in position to make Baron plays at all right now, but they could be maybe in the next 4 to 5 minutes. We'll see.
I like how Infuse's warding is all pretty defensive on their top side. Vision wards all over. And this actually means that IPT cannot make the same aggressive plays that they've been making top lane and mid lane.
That's right.
And
they have learned their lesson.
They have learned their lesson, which is great.
And that gold lead, I expect it to slim down anytime soon because of the split push tower that IPT has and Infuse is countering.
Pandars cannot fight Suzaku at all. The sadism and masochism coming from this Dr. Mundo means that even if he's building full tank, he deals a lot of damage in duels.
That's right. And he can be that front line that you can rely on, even though he does not have like really super hard CC. Again, we know that IPT has this win condition where they want to go into death ball mode.
Yeah, death ball mode.
And we have the Mundo that is very capable of doing that.
Just being able to get a really solid push into and charge in with the inspiring shield coming from Shadow. That's just going to be a very scary sight for Infuse, having a flagellant Dr. Mundo.
Right.
Going forward, masochism and sadism activated. Very scary, and behind all that, it's going to be Light and Hate dealing so much damage. Shadow giving the utility, and Ivalice being a frontline disruptor as well. While Infuse, they still have... this is very scary because they can scale up very well.
That's
right. Carries, but IPT has the same thing. Plus, they have a really divey composition here. They do have a lot of tools, though.
That's right, and we see that Hate is very well equipped to do this. And now they want to go for something.
I don't think Ivalice has enough targets to actually get that slam from the stretching strikes. He's still looking. Suzaku as well, right around the corner.
And they're just going for the dragon play here.
This is going to be huge value in the objective game for IPT. Look at how quickly they get it. And how fast they get this Mountain Drake will be even faster once they get to a turret or even Baron.
Yeah, this is IPT knowing their win conditions, knowing the strengths of their composition. They got the second Drake, and that's gonna just multiply the damage that they're already doing into these objectives even further.
Yeah,
and now they're very much capable of going Baron if they're able to get the vision.
And Light just freely using the pack.
Ooh.
Ooh, Hate. As I said,
Hate,
overconfidence is a slow and insidious killer, and Infuse is able to find an opening in IPT's defense. Able to perfect kill onto Hate. Now he's 1-4-2. Definitely has been very good at power farming.
Yeah, on the side of Infuse though, that's exactly what you need to do. You need to make the picks that your composition is made of. You have the Annie to do that, and they were able to execute.
Taking advantage of Hate being dead now means that Infuse might have few more tools to play around with. They might go for the Baron play.
Yeah.
There is no package available for Light. He did use it top lane.
Yeah, red carpet is not in play. But now I think they still want to go Baron regardless.
There's no one to respond to this except Suzaku, and he can't do much by himself. Shadow might go for something. Look at how much damage he's dealing. Calculated. He does not have flash to escape. That Monsoon might actually save them just in time for the Baron. Suzaku might still go for something. Baron is destroyed, taken down. Here comes Ivalice, still going for it. Lots of damage. Kidnapped. That jungler. Here comes Hate for the cleanup. Gets exhausted almost immediately. Light as well, going to deal a lot of damage. Actually leaves his team behind. Pandars gets a kill onto Shadow. But this is going to be Sachi alone and cold while Hate cleans up the rest of Infuse. Wow.
Oh, Infuse there with the Baron, but at what cost? You only have the buff on the 2 members, and they're not even the ones that you need the buff on. Your waves are not optimally positioned to do so as well, because you already have IPT knocking on your front door.
And Suzaku played a huge part there. Even though he wasn't stealing the Baron, the fact that he was
so
dealing
much
so much
pressure.
damage and pressure on the Calculated means that Calculated is absolutely useless in the following fight. And because they were so distracted keeping Carl alive and trying to take the Baron despite Shadow being around and Ivalice as well, that left enough time for Hate to just clean up house. And now he's 3-4-2, actually getting back strong into this mid-game.
Yeah, I kind of have to give props to Panthers. He was kind of on the Zac duty, you will see right here. But right now, Ivalice is kind of left alone, but they will rely on Hate, the positioning on that Hate. Even though he is exhausted, he's still able to get into a lot of members. And Light, of course, with that range, is going to be able to do the cleanup really easily.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, right there. The snipe there. Amazing play there from IPT, knowing their limits and not losing too many members.
Yeah,
that's what you
losing
need.
Heart as well.
Yes,
Even though they were wiped out, almost wiped out, they come back with a vengeance in the Baron bit. Very, very hotly served vengeance, actually. Just very quickly. Suzaku might be in trouble, but he is a Dr. Mundo. Look at him just ignoring all of that. He's enjoying the pain he's experiencing right now.
Getting whittled down really easily. And once that Warmog kicks in, look at the HP.
Oh,
oh dear.
That is balanced. Riot, please.
Riot,
but it is very balanced, considering that there is a lot of counterplay to how much health Suzaku is regenerating. You can see the Mortal Reminder built onto Liar, Mortal Nomicon built onto Carl. So there's a lot of ways you can prevent that absurd healing from happening.
That's right. And of course, we do have the rest of...
Yeah, they are going for it. Look at the damage onto Suzaku, half health, but he activates his ultimate right
there
here.
you go again. Yeah. It goes back on. It's not
it's
the Warmogs. You have to look at the cooldown of the Warmogs. When that goes in, as long as you have 3,000 or more health, it's going to put you on full within 3 to 5 seconds.
Yeah, Calculated might be in trouble here. The Inspire Shield will boost up the speed, but I don't think it's enough. Calculated actually a very, very fast Annie here. Calculated still looking for something.
That's right. IPT showing that they have control. They are enforcing their lead all throughout the map.
Yeah.
And Fuse is just having a hard time.
Seems like Ivalice is a little bit of a few love taps between the Annie and the Zac. And the fact is, even though at this point of the game, 32 minutes, 4,000 gold lead is definitely small if you think about it.
Of course. At this point in the game,
divide it up between all the main carries, all the non-supports, it's very small at this point. It's like 1,000 each. But at this point, a lot of them have built their epic items. But it's the fact that 2 mountain breaks plus the map control, 5 turrets to 1 on Infuse means that the control IPT can exert across the map is definitely more steadfast.
That's right. And then the difficulty that Infuse is facing as well is because of the super tanky front lines of Suzaku and Ivalice.
Yeah.
I mean, it's super hard to get past them, and you can't just ignore them because they have super
They have damage as well, and disruption.
Disruption
the
all
damage
over.
coming from the Mundo. Look at this. He's just ignoring everything Infuse throws at him, still going for it. And now with no steadfast presence, it's going to be Ivalice going for it. But retreats a little bit. Just cool. Be cool. Be cool. There's Mountain Drake going to be spawning very, very soon. But they don't want to give that up. Give opportunity for Infuse to get back into the game with the objectives.
Yeah, Riot is giving us so much Mountain Drakes this series, and I don't know. The Infernals are not making their appearance at all.
Infernal would be very helpful for Infuse.
That's right.
But if IPT got it, it will be very scary.
Yeah, these objectives definitely playing in the favor of IPT, and we see a jump there.
It's going to be a 2-man gang on the Calculated. There's a lot of damage coming from Light. Ivalice gets stunned down, but Shadow just there for a little bit of insurance. Very angry Tibber is going to try and take out the one who killed his prom queen, but gets taken down. Might be Suzaku paying the price, however. This is a Mundo that's undefatigable, but he's very fast. He can just get out of dodge very, very quickly. On all that time,
Level 3.
IPT got 3 mounted breaks.
Oh,
that's 30%.
Dear. I kind of like, 30% damage objectives. I kind of like
damage.
True damage, exactly. And you kind of had to give props to Calculated. He was trying to buy time so that the rest of Infuse can maybe make a pick onto Suzaku, but they did not at all do damage. And because of that, IPT 3 mountain breaks. That's level 3 again, guys.
And look at how quickly this falls.
Boom.
Look at that. This is a demolition job here for
Yeah.
IPT.
Oh dear.
Right now, the base of Infuse will become squalid and definitely in ruins after IPT is done with them. We'll see if Infuse can go for a last defense here, because it's going to be very hard for them, because they're going to lose a team fight in this stage of the game. They're going to lose the sieges, so they have to make a play. It's very coming.
That's right. And so far, the gates are shutting in front of Infuse right now. And they're just fighting to stop the poke from IPT, because every hit counts. in this game.
Might be
Oh, dear.
some fight here, but right now IPT is choking the life out of Infuse. They're not even taking the fight. Here comes Ivalice though, gets stopped by the Steadfast Presence.
Oh, a bit too far though.
Yeah, IPT is going to use this to get the inhibitor. Now Suzaku's in the middle of everyone. Look at that grievous wounds, but look at him regenerating so much health. The shield as well is keeping him alive. Ivalice, sliver of health, actually gets taken out. Now it's going to be Light against XDXP. Flashes over the wall to safety. Now I think it's going to be time for IPT to continue this, but it seems like they will be cool.
Yeah, they already got the inhibitor.
They got what they wanted.
Yeah. And wow, Infuse, they're playing against the dance that IPT wants. They want to dance to and from, and they want to whittle down IPT, but it's just that Suzaku's regeneration, even though the grievous wounds are already applied, they're not doing damage at all.
The shields from Shadow as well, and
That's
the redemption heal, all of that just means Suzaku is so hard to kill. And of course, Ivalice survived for so long before dying there, allowing Kate and Light to just deal a lot of damage. Of course, Light almost died there.
Yeah, that was a sacrifice call for IPT. Hey, go dive in, and we'll take the inhibitor. You can die.
Yeah.
But that definitely nets better results.
Put a lot of pressure in the bot lane.
Right.
And because Baron is up, that is a bot lane pressure that's a lot more valuable for IPT. Now they have the tempo here. They can dictate the tune here in this Baron dance. They can dictate where both of these teams step in this Baron dance that they'll be having. And IPT is at an advantage here in terms of control.
Right. So Infuse definitely needs to pull off some miracle steal if they really want to make it still stay in this game.
Even after that, what are they going to do with the Baron?
Because, again, it's going to be very difficult for them because the waves are definitely against them. They do not have good wave control right now. Even if they get Baron, they will not be able to push in too much. But again, this is still any man's game. I think Infuse still has a chance to, if they make a pick, if they make a pick into essential members of IPT.
But at this point, IPT is not isolating themselves. They're grouping up as
the death ball.
And look at how hard and fast they take this.
That was, wow, that was 5-7 seconds.
Not even a chance.
I can't believe it.
I mean, the win condition for Infuse is to kite away.
That's
Have a good disengage with the Poppy ultimate, with the Monsoon, but the fact is IPT can just come back.
Yeah,
they have the Inspire Shields, they have all the gap closers, they have all the speed boosts.
Yeah, that's the issue with the composition that they drafted. It's super disengaged, but you're kind of forgetting, how do we start the games after Annie has already used Tibbers? So that's kind of something that was left out of the planning, I think. And IPT is taking full advantage.
They're just ignoring the turret here. Suzaku is face tanking that. Look at how long he tanked that.
Everything. Oh dear.
He tanked that 100 to 0. And of course now he's at half health, but he's going to regenerate this once he gets out of combat.
Yeah, props to Shadow. Props to Calculated trying to pick off Shadow. It's just that it's too tanky, man. The composition is so much.
Let's see if Infuse can actually will him down. And if Liar gets a few free hits onto Suzaku, look at the redemption just to top him back off.
Full regeneration. Because of the amplifying effects of Mundo's health, even the regeneration from redemption heals so much.
And Liar definitely can deal a lot of damage, but the problem is actualizing that damage. Because Calculated can get one volley of stuns and then he's over.
Yeah.
And XDXP cannot deal any kind of CC. None of these are actually good healers except for Vanguard. So now I think it's going to be IPT just slowly going for these turrets. Look at Ivalice. Suzaku half health, but he's still going for the XDXP. He gets kidnapped into the middle of IPT. Seems like Hate will just go for a straight up cleanup here. Pandar's trying to run away. But here comes Ivalice and Suzaku unrelenting in their pursuit. They'll still go for it.
That's two
Suzaku almost dying, however. This might be the time when he falls. He's still alive after all of that. And Suzaku is just going to keep regenerating that health. Look at that very, very quickly. The time for IPT to retreat has come.
Man.
Inhibitors down for the mid lane.
They worked so hard to will Suzaku down, and he's going to go 0 to 100 real quick.
He lives to die another day. He lives to
fight another day.
I don't think he's going to die anytime too.
Yeah, that must be hitting your morale if you're infused right now. Suzaku is back in full right after you spent so much resources.
And that's going to be Elder Drake.
Definitely.
It's going to be very scary.
Suzaku does have teleport. It's safe to split push. And this is gonna give Infuse such a hard time.
Of course, they are positioning themselves, try and contest it. They don't want to give this up without a fight. They will die standing, sword in hand.
The last stand, ladies and gentlemen.
Both teleports are burned, but it might be Panners having to cancel that. Will be too dangerous. Signal for IPT to just go straight for it. Look at how fast
They are
this.
just giving it away. They know that they cannot contest. And now IPT, knock, knock, knock.
Knocking on death's door here. Infused has to make a play happen. It's going to be very difficult with IPT just going straight for the objectives with this hyper boosted 3 mountain break. And the Baron buff as
I
well
want to
is
see
available.
the HP of this inhibitor in Nexus turret.
Look at that. Ival is just going to get look at the damage come from Hank now that we've reached late game. Not even the stun gun from the Timbers will be enough. It seems like they will just ignore the bot lane inhibitor, just go straight for the kills. Let's bounce. Ival is go straight for it, but with
Suzaku here, look at
Suzaku tanking the fountain. 4 shots from the fountain. Enough for him to still be alive. And it's going to be IPT still cleaning up the turrets here.
The disrespect from Suzaku.
They're just trapping Infuse inside their own summoning platform. And look at that, they're not even dealing damage.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's just IPT securing and cementing the lead against Infuse. That is going to be game right now.
Futile last defense from Infuse seals the deal. The last nail onto their forsaken coffin here. IPT with a 2-0.
That's right. So wow, IPT
Impressive.
playing to their advantages. They made this composition, and like I said, they pulled it off. The death ball with 2 bouncers left and right with Mundo and Zac. It was really hard to get in, and Infuse was just choked out in the end.
Yeah. I think the really good pick there was the Dr. Mundo. You don't expect it. That's the last thing you expect top lane.
Pocket pick, man.
But I think they intentionally left the Zac open.
They did. They baited it out.
Actually, they didn't ban out Zac.
Right.
And of course, because of the threat from the earlier game,
and they
it seemed like Infused, okay, we'll leave Zac open, then we'll pull out the Poppy. But I think like the layers of mind games, IPT predict, okay, they're going to go for Poppy because we're going for Zac. Let's go Mundo.
Yeah, they were pretty sure that the first pick, Zac, was going to get countered. And they were able to create the draft.
Counter to counter.
Yeah. And the damage, though, again, I want to highlight Liar. He's really pushing in the team. Both games, he's been top damage. But
he's the biggest contributor to Suzaku almost died.
Yes. The whole game.
Almost died.
Yeah. Almost. So close.
And look at that. The damage Suzaku actually dealt more than both Hate and Light. So definitely the power of that Dr. Mundo pick. I don't think it's ban worthy. It's a very specific pick, but I think it's going to let other teams be more wary of these very easy. They're gonna pick the priority pick, we counter it, because those counters have counters, and IPT has shown us that today. It's very impressive.
But so again, that was a very impressive win. But we will have an interview here with IPT. Take it away, Vulcan.
Hello guys, I'm with the mid laner of Imperium Pro team for the post-game interview. Welcome to the interview line. I'm Vulcan. Nice to meet you.
Hi.
So, what do you want to say to the viewers out there? How did you feel entering the summer split?
Well, entering the summer split, syempre, ina-expect namin as always, every time na maglalaro kami ng PGS, syempre mag-number 1. But syempre, yung surprise ng TME nga, sobrang lakas nila ngayon. Well, second place naman kami, so yun,
How does
okay
it feel
naman.
being second seed? Not good.
Well, actually, not so good, pero not so bad, syempre. Since TME naman yung nasa first place, so it's all good naman.
Okay. So, one question for you. Remember the roster changes. How does it feel playing with Shadow, one of your oldest comrade again?
Syempre, nung nalaman ko na magkakampi na ulit kami ni Shadow, syempre medyo mas okay na napanatag na ako kasi medyo captain siya nung TME last split or all the previous splits eh. So, syempre mag-share na kami ng burden, ganun. Kaya parang medyo mas makafocus na ako sa laro ko.
How about for your Suzaku? Because JSK has been switched out also. How does it feel playing with a top laner like Suzaku?
Well, actually, it's super different kasi si JLC more of a team-oriented top laner. And Suzaku is more of a lane dominant split pusher yung playstyle niya. So, syempre, natutuwa ako syempre kasi parang two different top laners, parehong top tier players pa yung nakakampi ko.
What's your favorite so far? Do you like a dominant top laner or a team-oriented top laner?
Well, actually, I want a mix of both.
Mix of both.
Yeah.
Ooh, so guys, there you have it. The mid laner of the Imperium Pro Team Light showing us a message entering the playoffs as the second seed. Before we close off, Light, do you have anything you want to say to our viewers?
Yes, thank you po sa lahat ng sumusuporta sa IPT, sa TME, and the PGS as a whole. And shoutout nga pala sa mga taga Malabon, sa girlfriend ko, and kay boss, tita, tito. Ayun lang po.
Okay. Those were the closing statements from the mid laner, Imperium Pro Team's Light. Thank you very much to our viewers out there for watching the first match. Don't go away just yet. We have our second match catching up shortly between JSK Esports against TME, Team Eagles, with a 100% win streak. Let's see if JSK will break it off after a short break.
His healing is calculated. He does not have flash to escape. That Monsoon might actually save them. Just in time for the Baron. Suzaku might still go for something. The Baron is destroyed, taken down. Here comes Ivan, is still going for it. Lots of damage. Kidnapped. That jungler. Here comes Game for the cleanup. Gets exhausted almost immediately. Light as well, gonna deal a lot of damage. XXX actually leaves his team behind. Panners gets a kill on the Shadow. But this is going to be Sachi alone and cold, while Hate cleans up the rest of it too. Gets kidnapped into the middle of IPT. Seems like Hate will just go for a straight up cleanup here. Panther's trying to run away, but here comes Ivalis and Suzaku unrelenting in their pursuit. They'll still go for it.
That's two
Suzaku almost dying, however. This might be the time when he falls. He's still alive after all of that. And Suzaku is just gonna keep regenerating that health. Look at that very, very quickly. It's time for IPT to retreat past top. Look at that. Ivalis just gonna finish. Look at the damage come from Hate now that we've reached late game. Not even the stun gun from the Timbers will be enough. It seems like he will just ignore the bot lane ever, just go straight for the kills. Let's bounce. Ivalis go straight for it, but with
Suzaku here,
Suzaku tanking the fountain. 4 shots from the fountain. Enough for him to still be alive. And it's going to be IPT still cleaning up the turrets here.
The disrespect of Suzaku.
They're just trapping Infuse inside their own summoning platform. And look at that, they're not even dealing damage.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's just IPT securing and cementing the lead against Infuse. That is going to be game right now.
Futile last defense from Infuse. Seals the deal. The last nail onto their forsaken coffin here.
People waste a lot of time. Then they wish for more. They want more hours in their days, more days in their years, more years in their lives. Because if they had all that extra time, they can fix any mistake. I don't need hours or days or years. I only need seconds. Here's the thing about time. If you can't make the most out of any given moment, then you don't deserve a single extra second.
Look within yourself. What do you see? Is your soul a fading light? Strengthened by fury, hardened by heat. Search deeper now. What do you see? Look within yourself. What do you see?
Chaos conquers all. Darkness is coming. This world needs to burn. You cannot hide from me. choosing chaos.
Come into the light. I will light the sky with my blade. Give your soul to the light. A new light dawns above this world.
I have one simple rule when it comes to the law. Time operates under my jurisdiction. And if anyone tries to create a loophole, I'll close it. You're out of time. A little proactive preparation. Everybody runs. In my sights. Now who belongs in a museum?
What separates men from lesser men? Predators from prey? fear. Predators smell it. And walk away when they don't.
Good evening, everyone, and we welcome you back to another match of the Bacchus Pro Gaming Series 2017 Summer Split. I'll be your shoutcaster for the second match. I am Vulcan, and with me is my co-caster Atlas, coming in from that match 1.
Definitely a dominating match coming from IPT. That second match was definitely one of the cleanest games I've seen in the past few weeks of the PGS, and Suzaku was just unkillable. But of course, we're moving on to another match now. As we look into our schedule, this is going to be a new match between two teams. We're going to see how all that fares in our schedule. We'll also be having a third match after 2 games of this one. Everything is gonna be very exciting. This is the last week of the group stages of the PGS, so this is gonna be where the lock-in for the playoff spots will be decided.
Well, we've been seeing the performance of our teams in the first week itself already dictated how it's going to turn out in the succeeding week, as we've seen with Team Manila Eagles already securing the first seed. But let's go to the schedule to see what's coming up next. Of course, it would be the second match, which is JSK Esports against Team Manila Eagles, one of the teams who have 100% win rate so far.
And definitely, if TME can continue their streak all the way out to playoffs, that means they're one of the they'll be the first team to get to playoffs without a single loss in the group stages of the split. So it's going to be very impressive. But I also have to give kudos to JSK, because we talked about how each team performed the first weeks of PGS, but they have definitely shown a lot of growth, and that actually manifests in, if we look at the standings, they aren't as low as they were at the beginning of the split. They're actually showing a lot of growth in their macro play. Of course, now they are tied with Infuse right now for 6th place, but still there's a lot of growth that came from JSK Esports, actually from each of these teams coming into the PGS Summer Split.
So when it comes to seeing the standings, already we have the secure for the first and the second seed. What's up for grabs between the third and fourth seed, which is a tiebreaker between Mineski and Exclaim Empire X, that we'll see after in match 3, where Mineski breaks the tiebreaker. But for TNC, they still have a chance to make it to the playoffs, knowing that they still have one more match tomorrow, the day 2 of the last week of the PGS.
They can take away that spot from Mineski or AEX, depending on the performances of these teams. So definitely intense. The last stretch of the group stages, all of these players have their backs to the wall. They're bringing out the best in them. The beast inside will be unleashed. So it's definitely going to be very exciting to see how all of it plays out.
And to the viewers out there who are following the PGS Digital Fan Art Contest, rejoice, because it will be extended until July 15th. For more details, visit our website at esports.garena.ph/PGS. Check the article tab and you'll be seeing the mechanics there for more information.
Basically, you pick 8 pros from each, one player from each pro team, and then you draw them. And then actually, on the topic of these pro players, we're also having our Guess That Pro in every game here and today in the PGS.
Yes, and we'll be having it pretty shortly for the Guess That Pro. I'm pretty sure it's from the previous game. Let us see. This is the Guess That Pro. Follow that link. Copy that link to your tab so that you can answer the question. So here are the clues. Played for TME last split. One of the best carries in the PGS. Known for his Fiora.
This Fiora play, very impressive. This player, definitely very outstanding in the PGS, in the history of PGS. I think he's one of the top players right now. So it's definitely going to be interesting. Definitely, let's look at the hairstyle. Some summers might actually guess already who it is, but the clues are actually the biggest thing you have to take note of. Who is this pro? Whoever wins this has a skin that he last used.
And the answer is IPT Suzaku. So the skin used last game was El Machamundo. So congratulations to whoever answered that question correctly.
Whoever answered that question correctly, you'll be bringing that unkillable Mundo to the Rift.
Or you could try be like him.
Try be like him and then feed your butt off.
So to the viewers out there, know that the Guess That Pro will be revealing the answer really quickly. So you also have to be quick enough to copy that link and answer. We'll give you adequate time, but there you have it. That was the Guess That Pro. Follow for the next game if you haven't been lucky. So On to the pick and bans of Jenksky on the blue side against TME on the red side.
This is going to be very scary for Jenksky. They are facing up against what is unarguably, definitely, without question, the best team in PGS right now coming into the Summer Split 2017, and already very mindfully banning out the Zaya. A lot of teams that have faced TME did not ban out the Zaya, so Jenksky do not want to face that. Very smart of them.
And TME, they're also very smart because they know Spear's potential. Already banning out that Nidalee, one of his pocket picks, so this gives Spear a harder time. We've seen majority of the teams banning out Spears' pull, which is very damaging towards Jenksky's lineup.
Yeah, because Spear really puts out a lot of pressure here, but coming into the first phase of the game, it seems like Zach will be the first pick, a very high priority pick, a very good disruptor and tank. And because Gragas and Sejuani are locked away from TME, that leaves TME with less choices for who their tank will be in the jungle.
And they slipped that Zac for Jenksky to pick it up for Spear, whereas JLC will be prioritizing his Shen and Coops on that Thresh. TME knows their game. They can just let that Zac pass by because we've seen rocks on that Thresh to deny the engages that Spear wants and give him a harder time.
We'll see if Jenksky plays the same way that IPT did there, where, okay, they're going to pick a counter pick against our Zac. Let's pick something else that will counter that counter. But it doesn't seem like they'll be picking up something here. Just the very aggressive this time. Blaze and Ace style, Varus and Blitzcrank. Gonna be very aggressive down there in the bot lane. We'll see how TME responds to this.
And already TME is responding it with a Jarvan Hover. Will this be a pick? Let's see. But for Jenksky's side, a Blitzcrank against a Thresh.
It's going to be Hook City down there in the bot lane.
How does it play out?
But of course, it's very hard because Thresh is more versatile. So whether he's behind or ahead, the Thresh will be very, very useful. On the other hand, Blitzcrank, if he gets behind, plus he has Ignite too, so if he really gets behind, loses all of that kill pressure, it's very difficult for him to catch back up, especially since Ace style will be on the Varus. So Coops will have a much easier time getting those ganks into the Cataclysm because Ace style does not have a way of exiting the Cataclysm without using his flash.
But now we're seeing bans.
Twitch here after the banning phase. They don't want to deal. Okay, very good ban to keep the Shen alive is the Renekton, but of course, new Trundle. The changes of Trundle really help boost him up here in 7.13. So yeah,
that split pushing strategy. He can now chomp those turrets.
Yeah, once again,
very fun.
Like they removed this ability to chomp the turrets, and now they're bringing it back. So the split pushing will definitely be more terrifying on the side of Jenksky. Blaze, or rather Fade, picking up the Zed. We'll see how TME responds to this. Trevor's champion will be the last pickup for them. Ari and Talia are banned away. Ooh, is this the mid Lucian?
Yes, this will be the mid Lucian that Trevor has been known for against a Zed. Maybe not.
Might be a Jace. So it will be a Jace. Definitely more consistent. It's definitely scary to play an AD carry mid lane against an assassin like Zed. But Jace definitely can hold his own a lot more in the early game and after level 6 than a Lucian. So definitely a good pickup for TME.
Let's see how this turns out. This is going to be very interesting because what TME is fighting for right now is to make their slate super clean.
Yeah.
Entering the Rampage stage, the final match with a 100% win rate, that is actually a record in the PGS. Whereas Jenksky, they want to fight for seedings when it comes to promotions and relegations. It is actually disheartening that Asian Arena will be auto-relegated due to their standings.
Just after entering, they get kicked out almost immediately.
But it'll be Jenksky fighting for their seedings.
So definitely, the higher you are in the seedings of the bottom 4, theoretically, your promotions and relegations should be easier. But of course, it is quite jumpy. Some teams, by some amount of misplay, some amount of misfortune, also get seeded into different. So it's very jumpy, but it's also, theoretically, it is supposed to be easier. But of course, let's look at this matchup here.
The featured matchup of today's match would be Spear against Coops. Looking at the KDA, wow.
Seems like Coops really is ahead. Seems to be very safe. Able to really get a lot of KDA. The GPM and CS per minute not too different. But Spear, because he's more aggressive, able to get a lot. I think his kill participation is actually higher than Kup's, being able to aggressively accost the enemies of Jenski, meaning that his KDA, even though he gets a lot of kills, he dies also a lot more considering his champion pool. So that's actually the logic behind this matchup here.
I'm really excited to see how the new Trundle will fare in today's patch and matchup between JLC and On the Shen. He has been known to be one of the most aggressive top laners in the PGS. Something that you expect a champion to be defensive ends up being offensive for some reason when JLC picks it up. We've seen JLC rush a Tiamat on a Shen and then a Titanic Hydra. He deals so much damage.
The thing is, it's like JLC brings out an inner bloodlust in these tanks, and even when he's playing a tank like Shen, he can definitely bring out the damage. I'm interested to see how he's going to take out or defend against Whistle there in the top lane. But of course, looking at the jungle, it's all about the pressure they bring onto the other lane. So we'll see how all that plays out once we load into Summer's Rift.
Now we are live on the Rift with Jenski on the blue side against Team Manila Eagles on the red side. This is match 2 of the last week of the Bacchus Pro Gaming Series Summer Split 2017. Already we're seeing a bloodlust on the Riverside GLC.
Oh man.
Here comes Whistle, gets death sentenced by Rocks. Flash burned by Coops. We're seeing JLC still sticking there. Now force out this flash. There's flashes in from all sides. Wave wanted to get a first blood of JLC. Uses that ignite. No first blood yet, but a lot of resources expended in that clash.
Actually, yeah, on the side of TME, they only burned 2 flashes. But Jenski, they burned a lot of summer spells. Basically, half of their entire roster summer spells have been burned. Oh, that is going to hurt Spear so much. Having to start Elastic Slingshot, plus starting at half health. That's going to be rough for this jungler.
Trevor is just not giving him rest just yet.
He's not letting them back.
Yeah, he's abusing the fact that Spear is half health. Wants to keep it that way. He's not going to be returning to the fountain, so he will be starting the jungle with almost half health.
He is a Zac though, which has a little bit of sustain to keep him up in terms of the cell division. So that he has that going for him, but not being able to continue the jungle clear at full health is definitely hurting his ganking potential. Because even though he does have the sustain, he's going to end his clear a little bit less healthy.
So what happens to that is other lanes will be overpushed, so this is actually bad news for Jenski because they rely on Spear to get a good start.
And because Spear is going to be a little bit delayed. Of course, he's still matching the speed on terms against Kup.
Oh, goes directly towards the Wolves instead of the Raptors.
The Raptors hurt. And because he was at half health starting his jungle, I don't think going for the Raptors is very wise.
It's very smart of Spear to do that. He can outmatch the rotations coming from Coops. He is on a Jarvan, but I love how Rock is positioning himself.
Level 2.
The death sentence will not connect. Blaze is open for a rocket grab. Misses.
Misses by a mile actually. But in the end, that is like one of the better outcomes for an early level 2 against Marky, and that they didn't get automatically destroyed there in the bot lane because the threat of the rocket grab is still very, very real. We're going to see seems like junglers might face each other in the top lane with Cubs with the initiative.
Whistle does not have a flash. This is bad news. Easy first blood.
This is definitely going to be first blood. There's no way that Spear can help him out.
Oh, but here comes Spear. Here it
Never
comes!
mind.
Spear on the scene, slams both of them together. Coops is very low. This will force them to disengage. Cell division is still up. Let's see. Will Whistle come back? No! Spear uses himself.
Easy first blood, but not in the way we expected. It was the top laner in exchange for the jungler's life, and I think that actually hurts Jenski more, because that means Spear is going to be even more behind than Coops, and that's less pressure. That relieves a lot of the pressure onto TME, and look at this, they're taking advantage of it by pushing this bot lane in.
Knowing how that's a Twitch, we can expect the TME will be going for the long game compared to how they usually play. When they have a good lead, they instantly rotate to the top, shut it down. But this is not the case anymore. There's that Marquee is on a Twitch, and the first blood was spent, and JLC got an assist from that. That's 200 gold, whereas Coops got 400. This will boost his
scary,
speed.
but Blaze is looking for something.
Oh, Blaze. This is that rocket grab. He's a heading right.
It's a good trade in favor of TME there, and that's right. With Coops being a little bit in the lead, that actually put in. He's going for a repeat gank, knowing that Whistle still doesn't have flash for a few seconds. Cancels it.
Cancels with the Ice Pillar. Whistle. Miami got a lot of side steps the taunt, but he's very low. Going for a Dragon Strike, but in the mid side, we're seeing Trevor get slammed to his own minion for a knockoff.
Very well played there by Whistle. Sidestepping all of the important skills and canceling the flag and drag. Definitely great. It saves him. It saves his life actually. The reaction time on this top laner on point there.
Yeah, I just love how from the early clash we saw, a lot of flashes were wasted there. That just opened up more opportunities for Coops and Spear to capitalize. And I love how the second match of the first game is playing out. See how Coops already rotated inside. Fate sidestep got very low. I think it would be a trade-off. Maybe not.
Ignite is burned.
Yeah, he did use the Ignite, but Spear might go for Trevor. So Kamei through it. Flashes in. Spear gets an easy kill while Coops might chunk it down little by little. Cell Division is not yet up yet. Spear is actually surviving pretty well.
There's a region from the Cell Division, but in the end, this Coops taking out a kill. 2 for 1 in favor of TME. Going for a really great start here. 3 kills on the Coops.
That is great news for TME, especially at Jarvan. He might as well rush a Tiamat or the Warriors Enchantment if he is going for the Bruiser path.
Going through the Bruiser path definitely adds a lot of damage to TME, who already has a lot of kill potential across the board on the Twitch, on the Jace as well. Even JLC building into the Tiamat very, very soon.
A great start for TME. I gotta say for Coops, he's pretty much happy with that. Going 3-0-0 at 6 minutes mark. This is great news for Jonathan. See, he instantly got that Tiamat and a Ruby Crystal. This is a Titanic Hydra in the making, which will boost TME's pressure even more. Seeing how a Jarvan has really superior clear when he has a Tiamat.
Like, imagine the combination of team fights as well. The AoE damage that will come. Okay, it's the split push potential of JLC, and once he teleports, is going to be all that AoE damage from Coops and JLC with their Tiamats and their Titanic Hydras. The damage will be colossal, and they cannot be ignored even though they are tanks.
Ooh,
almost
pretty much close call. That was a close call for Marquee. Blaze
barely dodged that. That was a pixel away from death for Marquee, because Blaze had his Ignite up.
And when level 6 spikes do happen, I gotta say for TME's bot lane, Rock is doing a really good job going out. Looking at that. Here it comes. JLC will be joining in. Goes in for the taunt. He gets taunted. A-Style gets taken out by Marquee.
Aggressive use of the Stand United there. Usually you see it when the AD carry is in trouble, but they cost the other AD carry to be in trouble. Now Spear, because his bot lane is under offense.
That's what happens when a Jarvan is on a lead that much. And now we're seeing 3 members trying to converge.
Here comes Blaze, however, Flash.
Oh, the rocket grab misses.
It's gonna be Rocks now with his revenge hook.
Let's see what happens. And that's that. Still connects on to Fade. There's the death mark on to Coops. He will not be taken out, but still a fight does break out. Fade gets taken out by Trevor. Thanks to the red bomb. Here comes Marquee. Stealth mode. He does have the Spade. But not enough time.
Yeah, he's not gonna flash into that, but look at those hooks from
Rocks.
Rocks.
Oh my god. Extended team fight in favor of JSK. There's a trade up there. Here comes the teleport in. Whistle makes it in. Rocks flashes out. Marquee. Reload on mana. Whistle flashes over the wall. Uses the sub-brigade. Rocks gets taken out. Marquee still having his flash. Backs away.
Marquee didn't have mana there for the Contaminate. So in the end, it's actually JSK getting a few kills there, but TME getting a few of their own. And most importantly, 2 kills onto Marquee. Another kill onto Marquee and 1 to Trevor is pretty good. But still, Trevor is still behind in terms of the CS compared to Fade, which is not something you'd expect in this kind of matchup.
And going 0-2-1 on a Zed, it's not too bad knowing that Trevor is also 1-2-2. He did pick up the Fear of the Goddess and then the Serrated Turn.
It's not too behind in terms of combat stats.
In terms of combat stats, yeah.
So it is going to be a reset. I think these two teams are going to chill for a minute or two after that.
I don't think so. Seeing how Rox is rotating towards the
man,
mid
never
lane.
mind.
Seeing Faye does not see it. There's the play.
3-man.
A double knockoff. Trevor just takes on Faye very easy.
Never mind. Knowing JSK and TME, they are not the type to chill out. These are two very aggressive teams. It seems like TME in the tempo, in the zone here, getting that 3-man gank. Very good rotation coming from Rox. Moby Beats definitely helping him out there.
Seeing how Rox is playing, I have to say, it really complements how TME plays. Knowing how we've seen Rox go on more of a defensive support, but the way he plays on Thresh, very rewarding.
Definitely. The roams are super good. And because Marky can sustain himself up with the Cutlass, he can survive in lane even without Rox around.
The recurve bow will also provide, you know, more damage and really helping sustain in the lane. But still, there is the danger of that Blitzcrank.
Definitely. So they have to pay attention to where Blizzard. But of course, with Marky's mechanics, he does have the potential to dodge a lot of the Rox. Rotating so aggressively here.
Play in. Lantern is there, but the death sentence will not connect.
But this does reveal the information that Coops is around the corner.
Wow, he already picks up the Bamboo Cinder instead. Might go for the Cinder Hulk. Here comes
dangerous.
All in from TME. The box is in place. A-Style gets taken out by Marky. He's on a killing spree under the turret. They might go for Blaze. There it is, the Cataclysm. Coops is on a rampage.
Get dunked. Blaze has no chance of escape there, but it's going to be the revenge from TME.
3-man gank to the top lane. JLC gets subjugated. He cannot go away. Death Mark is onto him.
Oh,
he will
survive?
be surviving. Maybe not.
Never mind.
Ignite! And the Death Mark Spear gets the last hit.
The damage coming from Faye definitely seals the deal there. Gets a kill on the JLC.
But the first turn will be going to TME.
3-man gank at the top lane. Steals Dyrus, man.
Never mind.
They actually got the top lane turret.
Just beat TME to it, so let's weigh it out.
Understandable considering that is a new trundle. I think the new chop being able to get the hit onto a turret definitely mattered there.
That was pretty fast.
That was very, very fast considering the frozen domain plus Fade's naturally high AD. Plus, of course, the AD kind of gets boosted from the
Submarine! JLC lands a taunt onto Haystyle. Haystyle very low. Kill corruption will not happen. Trevor picks up an easy kill with a shock, but he goes into the sky towards Blaze, knocks him back. That will be an easy double kill and an ocean drink for TNE.
Man, TME just all over the map, taking whatever they can. Top lane is a little bit forlorn right now. But I think JSK can actually take out this second tier turret. Look at how fast they take it. Frozen domain plus
Oh, wow. That's going to give him bonus AD, more attack speed. And that is the inner top lane turret taken out by TME, answering JSK by returning the favor.
This is a little bit slower. 2 against 4, and the 2 is slower, and the 2 is faster. Definitely impressive coming from JSK. But this is in the end still in favor of TME. They got what they wanted bot lane. They got 2 kills. They got Ocean Drake. They got the trade-off for the towers. So in the end, this is still in favor of them. Cubs in trouble.
Trying to get away. He does get the subjugate onto Cubs. Whistle. One more chop made to the trick. He flashes in for the shutdown. Ooh, Ice Pillar for the smoke. So
let's break down what happened there in the bot lane. Because they definitely did not see Marky coming here. The invisibility plus stand united, they were not expecting it. This is true ninja gameplay coming from JLC. Aggressively using his ultimate. This is not a tank that will just stay and peel for your AD carry. This is someone that will dive into you and set up kills for his team.
Oh, A-Style gets hooked down. A lockdown. Will be giving a kill to Marky. Really scaling so well into the match. Look at the time, 12 minutes in, 44 seconds. Look at A-Style, 0-5-1. That is a huge setback for the ADC of JSK Esports.
To be fair to JSK though, is that the growth that they've had throughout the split really is manifesting. They're not letting TME take resources away from them without something in return. With all of those ganks onto A-Style, like on a side note, Rox really is pulling through in this game.
I really
His
love
hooks really really on point here, like a 90% accuracy.
And this is just 30 minutes into the game.
Yeah.
6-12 kill
18
score.
18 kills, so much. And they're going for the Rift Herald
They're
already.
so fast.
Yeah, but I don't think JSK is going to let them trade for this very freely. But I don't think they have the opportunity to actually take anything else. So it's very tragic for JSK that they cannot trade for the Rift Herald here unless they go straight for it. But Rox is right around the corner to just establish more control over that area.
Always guarantee something. Don't let chance or that 1% get in the way. We think Whistle though, doing really well. He did pick up the Iceport Gauntlet. He might go for Triforce for more damage, but he opts to go for a more defensive item, seeing how TME loves to rotate.
It's definitely going to help him against the amount of physical damage that TME has. So that little bit of armor will help. Here comes TME with a siege there in the top lane.
The Rift Arrow is in the hands of TME. Cooks has it. They can go for it.
I don't think they'll summon it just yet. Maximize the empowered recall on a Jarvan.
What a shot down to the bot lane of JSK 0-5. What I have to say, TME knows how to shut down a lane, and now there is the lane swap. Whistle trying to get away from Trevor.
Trevor will be able to chase him down. Look at all that damage.
There's still the Ice Pillar to deny his to the skies.
Really holding it so far.
There it is. He's back.
He goes for it.
Whistle. Something is up there. He's the come for Eddie David. And Trevor instantly regrets his decision. Calls in JLC for the hell. Let's see. Flash. Nope, not available yet. Taunt will not connect onto Whistle. He's trying to get away. The Frozen Domain is there. Ice Pillar should be up for cooldown. There it is for the disengage.
Denies them. Trevor really bit off more than he could chew there.
Do not underestimate the chomp from the Trundle.
Charge in.
Spear catches that off. Comes there. Death Sentence on the troops. Ignite is there. Death Sentence now there. Fade secures the kill on the troops. And a Whistle goes for the Ice Pillar. Slows down Marky. But the box is there for a more powerful slow. Spear gets denied by the Flame. But we can see
They're still very fast.
Still gonna be chasing down. Marky is camouflaged, will back away. Just watch Rox die, but Marky's fighting back. He gets Ice Spinner. Marky goes in for the flash, takes down Fade. Marky's still healthy. This might be a reverse cleanup. Spear is very low. He is ditched by his own members. A double for Marky.
Holy guacamole! A triple kill. Very great turn coming from TME there. How long did Marky survive that? Being able to survive for that long against 4 members, the resilience, the speed, the evasive maneuvers allowed the rest of TME to catch up and then leaves Trevor with so much time there in bot lane, enough to take out the inhibitor turret.
Come on, TME, you already have secured the first seed. This is just TME showing, displaying their power, and the practice they've invested is now showing in this game. 16 minutes in. The inhibitor turret is taken out. And
more turrets going down.
More turrets taken out, and they still have that with Herald. I don't think
no, they used it earlier. But still, a lot of objectives. That was very worth it there. Marky might be in trouble.
Might have to kiss the minion. Instead, kisses JLC. JLC is there for the but Whistle ignores it. Goes in for the flashing chop. Subjugated onto Marky. He will not be taken out. Rox is still surviving. Spear slams it together. Whistle trying to chase down Rox, but Marky is praying and praying, but he still gets shot down. Rox joins in for a double kill for Faye, and JLC gets taken out by Ace down.
Very well played by JSK there. As soon as they saw an opening on in TME's defense, they go straight for it. They get 3 kills for 0. And TME really quite overstayed their welcome there in the top lane. They did get a very big objective there in terms of the second tier turret, but costing them 3 kills, one of which is a shutdown, might be too much of a cost. Still, they are very ahead. Not just in terms of gold, they are 4,000 gold ahead, but of course objectives are going to be coming up very, very soon.
What can JSK come back from this? They do have a chance, especially they have Whistle on Trundle. They can utilize the split pushing tower, but it's difficult. And here's the replay of what happened.
Look at how powerful stretching strikes is. The range of that is absurd. And this actually sets everything up. If Marky and Rox were not pulled into each other, this entire thing would not have happened. This very good stretching strikes value coming from Spear. Spear definitely pulling a lot of work, even though he got pretty behind in the early game. The disruption that a Zac can bring is definitely not something you can ignore.
And this Flashed away, but Flash breaks down on the river. Trevor is very low, back away from the team fight, and we see Spear bringing in JLC, trying to control the team fight. Spear goes in yet again. There's the air knock from to Marky. Another knockup at Spear, but there is no follow-up. Oops, really? That was such easy kill for him. Blaze is
not going for it.
And Trevor will be taken out by Fade. The death mark is just too much. Fade is on the killing spree. Might be a comeback.
But it is still going to be a win in terms of TME here, getting 3 kills there.
Look at Marky, 8-1-5.
8-1-5, and this all started from how good Rox has been hitting his death sentences, plus the peel that his plays have been giving value to TME. This is just Marky popping off because Rox has been so good there in the bot lane. The roams as well, setting up Trevor too.
Especially,
Rox, I think, is the MVP for this one.
Yeah, looking at his skill participation, 0-13, hands down. He has the highest skill participation in this game.
Definitely.
Well,
Rox, very scary.
Well, Marky and Rox have the same kill participation because they're together.
Yeah, they've almost always been together. The only time Marky gets left alone is when Rox roams, and even then, Marky is getting some value on his own solo pushing. So it's very impressive coming from TME that they've been playing very, very cleanly aside from that big mistake in the top lane.
Very hungry. Spear is there, but cannot do much. He just walks back. You see JLC flashes over the wall. Fade joins in. There's the death mark. JLC gets taken down. Fade is on a rampage. This might be Jenski's moment to come back to this game.
Very slowly.
Very slowly but surely. Spear is live. Spear does have the smite. Micro Burst steal. Fails miserably now. Forced to flash away.
The thing is though, every kill that Fade gets Jenski closer to that singularity where they can one-shot Marky. They can one-shot Trevor. So it's very hard for TME, even though they are very ahead. They can easily take so many fights. But if Fade gets even stronger, gets more roams, isolates his targets correctly, then it's going to be very hard because Marky's the bulk of the damage coming from TME. But of course, even if Marky is gone, the rest of TME is no slouch in terms of the pain that they can dish out.
I bet that the one... Okay, let's see what happens there.
Of course, look at the damage on some plays here, but it's kind of messy. JLC has to flash over here, but because JLC pulled aggro from everyone, he flashed away from his team, meaning that the rest of Jenski had an easy decision. We retreat from the main forces, and we get a kill on the side. It's an easy decision for them. So it's quite a little misplay in terms of where JLC flashed, but it's like in the heat of the moment, he was almost dead there. Still though, if he had flashed to his team, that could have been a chance for TME to just dominate that team fight once again, with Marky just dishing out so much damage. It was a very decisive Baron play here. I don't think
get spotted. There is that one ward, and that is the teleport.
Pull away.
Backing away. They're still waiting for Whistle. He cancels that teleport.
That is a little time frame where Jenski does not have teleport, while JLC still has both his ultimate Stand United and his Summer Spell teleport.
Well, he did get the refund, cooldown 100 seconds on that, but still, as you said, no teleport, no pressure. Especially when you're a split pushing champion like Chunto.
Really want to be able to get that split push value. And because he can't have that right now, it seems like TME will still continue taking advantage of that absence of the Summer Spell.
Oh, let's see what's going to happen. The Baron is now live.
They're still dancing around it.
The TME, they're really eyeing that Baron. Whistle under that turret soaked up so much damage, but there is the King's Tribute for the regeneration. But on the blue side, Spear.
Oh dear.
Tries to back away, but instead gets poked by Rox. Trevor gets an easy pick off.
No jungler.
No jungler. No teleport for Jenski. JLC still standing strong and firm under his turret. Might commit. Subjugates onto JLC, but he is not backing down. Whistle's very low, and he's trying to back away. Here's the Frozen Domain. Ice Pillar for the slow. JLC will be forced to back away.
Wow, and Marky assassinates A-Style on the side as well. The Spirit's Refuge. Oh, that's painful. The Spirit's Refuge definitely helped JLC win that trade there, pushing Whistle away. And because he's low and has to recall, this signal for TME. Let's get this Baron.
Baron.
Very easy. There's no spear. He has to walk a long way, and it's not going to be enough considering that Blade the Ruin King on Marky, a Fed Trevor, Coops as well, dealing so much damage. It's definitely an easy Baron for TME.
And a Ruined Hurricane and a Static Shift, that is a huge bonus when it comes to the scaling of a Twitch. He does stack up easy damage.
Just all that contamination damage means that he can just lay down the AoE. Look at all this AoE from the Cataclysm, the Flag and Drag, the two Hydras that we've seen, Trevor Shock Blast into the skies. All of this combines into one huge AoE composition that just wrecks Jenski. And even Rox has the Zeeks. So it's definitely so painful if they get into a full-on 5v5. But if Jenski can get pickoffs, this is a composition with Blitzcrank, with Zed. If they can find an isolated target like before, it might be an easy comeback for them. Look at the damage that JLC brings, scares off his nemesis. Two ninjas facing it off. It seems like Shen is the victor for this trade.
Whistle trying to back away. He does have the bonus defensive stats from the Subjugate, but that won't be enough against 3 members of TME. As you said, Atlas, Jenski has to pick off. But it's TME doing the pickoffs for them to excel, and now the inhibitor exposed. TME has to back off.
Very, very fast pushing here. Look at how fast Marky takes these down, even without a Mountain Drake.
Very easy. They have 2 Ocean Drakes.
And it's funny too, because Twitch is usually one of those AD carries who is not good at pushing the turrets themselves. And look at how fast he's taking this because of his massive lead, 9-1 and 6. Unforgiving of any of Jenski's mistakes. They're going for it.
Oh, Spear cannot back away from that. He's forced to go back, but the shutdown goes to Blaze. He does manage to hook Marky, and now Coops rooted onto the turret, forced to flash away.
They still have... Oh, wow,
JLC goes in for flash and taunt, just bursted out A-style. Huge damage. There's the death mark on the JLC, but Fade cannot survive under the damage.
This is actually going to be game here because Coops has the attack speed buff here with the Demolition Standard. Trevor is a secondary AD carry at this point in the game. Will Whistle be able to defend this? This is a huge Baroned up wave coming with more on the way.
Oh boy.
Whistle and Blaze do not have enough wave clear, and I think it's going to be TME, Team Manila Eagles, taking one win from Jenski, continuing their win streak for this second match of the last week of PGS group stages. Definitely so clean.
No mercy.
No mercy. Definitely unforgiving. Clean play come from TME as is expected. But Jenski, they've shown a lot of growth. We've talked about this in the previous weeks, how Jenski has been growing. I think in the past, Jenski would have given up a lot of those resources in bot lane for almost free. But here, they go for the aggressive trades, get the top lane turret trades. And even though it's not in their favor, the fact that they're able to make that decision is definitely telling of their growth and development.
And it's all about growth and development entering the PGS. The best teams all over the Philippines come together to fight for the single slot of GPL. This is the result of it. TME, they set their goals high. And because of this, they still remain.
They're steamrolling.
They're still steamrolling. 100% win rate so far. Looking at the end game stats, total damage dealt, TME just out-damaged Jenski by much. But still, it all comes down to growth. And let's see, will Jenski fight back and secure one victory at least against TME and break their winning streak? We'll see after a short break entering game 2. We have been the Shoutcasters, I'm Vulcan, and with me is Atlas. You just watched the Bacchus Pro Gaming Series Summer Split 2017. Drive your energy and we'll be back after a short break. 7 on the troops, Ignite is there. Left hand is down there, Blade secures the kill on the troops. Now Whistle goes for the Ice Pillar, slows that Marky, but the box is there for a more powerful slow. It's here, gets denied by the way. The Valenium instead pisses JLC. JLC is there for the Whistle, ignores it, goes in for the flashing chop. Subjugate on the Marky, he will not be taken out. Rock is still surviving. Spear slams it together, Whistle trying to seize that Rock, but Marky is praying and praying, but he still gets shot down. Rock joins in for a double kill for Faye, and JLC gets taken out by A-Style.
Very well played by JLC there.
Trying to control the team fight. Spear goes in yet again. There's the airborne launch to Marky. Another Naga but Spear, but there is no follow-up. Really? That was such easy kill from Spear. Great job for it. Trevor will be taken out by Faye. The death point is
Fight.
very hungry. Spear is there, but cannot do much. He just walks back. JLC flashes over the wall. Faye joins in. There's the death part. JLC gets taken down. Fade is on a rampage.
They're going for it.
Spear cannot back away from that. He's forced to go back, but the shutdown goes to place. He does manage to hook Marky, and now Cook rooted onto the turret. Forced to back away.
Still have. Oh, wow,
JLC goes in the flash. Icon just bursted out A-Style. Huge damage. There's the death on JLC, but Fade cannot survive on the damage.
This is actually going to be game because Cubs has the attack speed buff here with the Gnostic standard. Trevor is a secondary AD carry at this point in the game. Will Whistle be able to defend this? This is a huge Baron wave coming with more on the way. Whistle and Blaze do not have enough wave clear, and I think it's going to be TNC Manila Eagles taking one win from JSK, continuing their win streak for this second match of the last week.
People waste a lot of time. Then they wish for more. They want more hours in their days, more days in their years, more years in their lives. As if they had all that extra time, they could fix any mistake. I don't need hours or days or years. I only need seconds. Here's the thing about time. If you can't make the most out of any given moment, then You don't deserve a single extra second.
Look within yourself. What do you see? Is your soul a fading light? Strengthened by fury, hardened by heat. Search deeper now. What do you see? Whatever you find, you must keep. You cannot fear what lies beneath. Look within yourself. What do you see?
Chaos conquers all. Darkness is coming. This world needs to burn. You cannot hide from me. There is no shame in choosing chaos.
Come into the light. I will light the sky with my blade. Give your soul to the light. A new light dawns above this world.
I have one simple rule when it comes to the law. Time operates under my jurisdiction. And if anyone tries to create a loophole, I'll close it. You're out of time. A little pro proactive preparation. Everybody runs. In my sights. Now who belongs in a museum?
What separates men from lesser men? Predators from prey? Fear. Predators smell it. And walk away when they don't.
Where are the people that accuse me? The ones who beat me down and bruise me. They hide just out of sight, can't face me in the light. They'll return, but I'll be stronger. God, I want to dream again. Take me where I've never been. I wanna go there. This time I'm not scared. I'm unbreakable. It's unmistakable. No one can touch me. Nothing can stop me.
Good evening, Summoners, and we welcome you back to the Bacchus Pro Gaming Series Summer Split 2017. I am Vulcan, and with me is Rockhard, my co-caster, and we'll be casting the second game of Match 2.
That's right, and wow, what a dominating performance there by TME. Precision slicing every step of the way. And especially Rocks. I mean, I was like flabbergasted by the amount of confidence that he has going into fights and making those plays.
He really was the playmaker when it comes to clashes that dictated how the flow would go into TME's favor. Kudos to Rocks, in my opinion, really set that clash for Marky to scale up and for Trevor to actually capitalize on the mistakes of JSK Esports. But on to the schedule to see what's coming up next. It would be the second game of Match 2. It's a 2-game series, so JSK versus TME. Followed by, coming up next, would be Match 3, another 2-game series between MSK and TNC.
That's right, definitely gonna be the last game for JSK, and also important announcement as well. We've also received word that Fade will also be playing today on his last game.
This is his retirement game, so let's hope Fade has a good one. But on to the standings to see where they stand would be on the 7th place, whereas TME still on the throne of first seed will be waiting either Imperium Pro Team, MSK, AEX, or TNC at the stage of Rampage 2017 on July 30.
That's right, this is kind of a critical for TME because you want to exit this whole split with clean slates. So that's going to be a 14-0 if they pull this off. And that's super good to the feeling if that happens, and that could carry over into further tournaments like Rampage.
And for the grand stage of Rampage, which is the finals of the Bacchus Pro Gaming Series, but as we've said before, this will be JSK's mid laner Fade's retirement game. So I hope that Fade has a good one. He did have a good run from the spring split, entering the PGS as a new team, made it to playoff, a great achievement as a beginning team, a new team entering the spring split. But onto the summer split, they fumbled because the competitiveness of the PGS has just raised the bar when it coming into summer split 2017.
I mean, every team is taking every practice seriously, sessions are extending, and everyone is studying the meta unlike ever before. So, of course, Fade still, they're able to up to that level, they're able to just secure it. It's just that the efforts were almost, it's just that the team, man, the teams on the top of the ladder are amazing, and it's gonna be a very exciting playoffs. But of course, Fade he's gonna want to go out with a bang.
So before we get into the pick and ban phase, we have our promo, Guess That Pro. So let's get straight to it. Here is the link, and here are the clues. Known for his Syndra plays,
He
has
has
one of the highest KDAs this split, featured in Player Spotlight Week 1. So those are actually good clues. We hope you search it up. Be quick to copy that link. We will be revealing the answer pretty soon, so speed is of the essence.
That's right. You won't be able to just search for that player spotlight because you're going to have to buffer up a YouTube video. That is going to take a while, and someone is going to get it. So better rattle your brains and really think, who is one of the best Syndra plays of the PGS right now, and who has the highest KDA?
Let's wait for the answer and wait for our viewers.
Ooh,
But
there he is.
the answer is revealed. TME Trevor. Last skin used was Full Metal Jace. So, whoever answered the question correctly, you win yourself a Full Metal Jace thanks to the mid laner of TME, Trevor.
And he was also one of the key players on that game. He was able to rack up most damage on his team. Despite having a sort of a rocky start, he was able to pull off a lot of plays, and that resulted in, again, a really clean TME victory.
Let's see if they will channel that momentum entering Game 2. Let's see if they will win, but leave it to TME. They are still willing to keep their winning streak, but let's see how JSK will fight it out in this game.
So we start the draft here, already banned out a Nidalee, a Caitlyn, and a Rengar on the side of Vanilla Eagles. Meanwhile, that very much coveted Zac already taken out by JSK, and of course, they don't want to give Marky the Saya, and that's going to leave the Saya on a 100% win rate.
And for TME. But for the bans for JSK Esports, we're seeing a ban on the Nidalee and a Rengar.
That's right. And of course, the fresh from Rocks. That amazing fresh from Rocks last game. Definitely not something that JSK wants to see. And now picks are going to start getting in. Lee Sin for Spear. And of course, that Lulu can be flexed for Fade and also for Hype. Most likely to support.
Now we're entering the last pick for TME. They're already securing Sejuani Jungle. And
Ooh.
Trevor's mid lane Lucian, we may not know. Let's see. But normally, Lucian does come out last. And on to the second banning phase. Seeing a ban on Trevor's Ari on the Zed. And a Rakan from Rocks. So, understandable bans. But JSK already picked up some really good picks, which would be the Lulu support and a Twitch ADC.
And they went for pretty much all-in compositions here. For the Twitch, of course, they want to mirror the Twitch that Marky did play earlier. Very clean and great positioning. And Trevor's Lucian, this could be Trevor's Lucian or Marky's Lucian, both known to be very proficient. Oh, no, Oh, you guessed it. I guess this might definitely be an AD carry, a mid Lucian for Trevor.
And Marky on an Ashe with Rocks on a Braum. Those look very tasty, especially the...
Someone went a bit more on that tankier side here with that Tom Kench. Let's see, come on, lock in. And if they do lock this in, it's... Oh, okay, there you go. Still, this is the composition. They have 2 AD carries and 3 bouncers this game. Wow. That's a great composition to play, although, again, when you do compositions like these where you kind of isolate the power towards two specific points, it becomes a bit easier for your enemy to snipe it out and to sneak it out under your foot.
And now we're seeing a hover on a Corki. This will be the mid lane Corki we've seen with the Beer Bro team, but on the TME, getting a really good start. An Ashe and a Braum combo. Let's see how that plays out in the bot lane with A-Style on a Twitch while Hype is on that Lulu.
Yeah, I kind of like that, the way that JSK is playing this. Of course, Fade gonna be the last game on that Corki, and definitely AP Corki really greatly buffed in this patch. It's more shifted towards that damage output from the AP, so definitely a great pick. And mostly we'll see how far Fade is willing to go on this Lucian, because Lucian definitely a bit of a knife edge matchup, because it can go either way, right? So yeah, right now all the picks are locked in, and we should load up really soon.
Now and on to the final lockdown. TME on the blue side against JSK Esports. on the red side. We like to point out that this is Fade's retirement game, so Fade had a really good run in PGS, entering a spring split, but let's see how he will do onto the Rift.
And we are now loaded onto the Rift. This is Game 2, Team Manila Eagles versus JSK Esports.
Of Match 2 of the Bacchus Pro Gaming Series Summer Split 2017. Let's see how it turns out. Will TME still have that 100% win rate, or will JSK at least break it off?
That's right, and of course we want to see TME have that clean slate. Again, this will help a lot with morale, but of course this will also, you kind of want to also sort of pump it up for JSK, because of course this is Fade's last match. You want him to go out in style at least. Yeah.
So let's see how it plays out. Both junglers are in place. We're seeing Spear on a Lee Sin.
And yeah, Lee Sin, of course, a great matchup for Sejuani. Sejuani has his own playstyle on which he will fight Lee Sin. However, this will differ mostly in terms of gank potential. The amount of gank potential that early game Lee Sin and against an early Sejuani, and I'm guessing most of the focus would be towards the bot lane of TME though.
We're seeing two champions recently buffed up in the patch 7.13. Corki and a Cannon. Cannon is more rewarding as
AP,
let's
right?
say a full AP
Yeah.
Cannon.
And the same with Fade again. These combined damage champions are getting more onto the AP side, and I think JSK wants to experiment with something here. It's really great if you can get it rolling, if you can get the ball rolling on an AD cannon and an AP cannon, and as well as Fade, you can make some really bursty plays.
But let's see first. This might be an AD Cannon. We won't know just yet. But onto the mid lane matchup. Fade already a bit behind in terms of trade-offs against Illusion.
Yeah.
Understandable because Corki's spike comes to the mid game. Fade chugging down that potion.
Yeah.
Trevor trying to really poke him down. He is on an Ignite Fade because he wants more kill pressure. Trevor, knowing this, he picks up, I guess he didn't know that, but knowing this matchup, he picked up the heal for more added survivability.
That's right, and as well as the very aggressive fervor in Lucian. So that's contrary to what you would usually see against a mid lane, where especially in this mid lane, where you will get poked out a lot. So that might play into his advantage or not. We'll see.
Spear in the mid lane, spots out Trevor, wants to go for a gank, but I think Fade overpushed instead. Goes for a bit of a counter jungle, but Koops is there on the riverside.
Oh, no.
Fade does not see it coming. He goes over the wall, but also Koops goes over the wall. Spear is there for the response. This is his Sonic Strike. Both of them are very low. We're seeing responders from the bot lane.
Oh.
It'll be a first blood secured by Koops and a kill for Trevor.
That was really
That is
scary.
huge goal.
Yeah, and that was a 2-0 for TME. Their positioning on that fight and their ability to know that they could take that was actually really impressive.
Oh, that frostbite just missed. If Rocks landed that would be a stun lock onto Hype. So that was a really close call for JSK. But what happened in the mid lane? Trevor got an assist from the first blood. That's 200. He got a kill. That's 300. 500 gold head start for Lucian is huge, especially for Koops. He got the 400 and an assist.
Especially since you mentioned already the advantage that Lucian will have in the mid lane against Corki pre-6. So it's good if you keep cementing that and you keep adding that up. It's not just gonna add up. It's gonna blow up exponentially. So we'll see a lot more action in this mid lane very soon. Although Trevor, he does have his flash again. He can make another risky play. Also the double buff.
Oh, Trevor gets the double buff. I really feel for Fade because I've seen this before. And now Trevor will have a hard time because he has a double buff and he got a lot of gold from that clash because the jungler almost really risked it.
Yeah, the ability of Delusion to apply the red buff is really scary in this especially early game where every bit of damage counts. Even just the slow and the ticking from the red buff is gonna do a lot of damage to Corki, and that's gonna stop a lot of farm.
Mana sustain plus health regeneration from the red buff. That is a huge bonus for Trevor, especially Illusion, who has really high mana consumption and likes to go all in.
Oh,
but right
speaking
now,
of all in,
style, it gets third sack. He does land the stun, but Marky cannot commit. He is very low. Rox is shielding for his ADC, but that was a really close call for TME.
Yeah, Marky, they're playing real conservatively and sticking to not use the heal. He could have actually gotten in a bit more deeper if he wanted to, but I think they're really wary because they're not sure of the warding on the jungle river, and that might cause a bit of fear in the bot lane. And I think Jenksi is gonna capitalize on the lack of a sightstone early on.
So right now, Spear spawn in the mid lane. Trevor sees this, goes back. This is going to be Spear revealing his location. This is difficult because a sidestone, as you said, will be very beneficial for both teams. But when it comes to the bot lane clash, look at that. Coops was already there. Spear was in the mid lane, investing so much time there to give Fade a good start. Leaves the bot lane to scale off in TME's favor.
Yeah, that left bot lane super vulnerable to a gank by Coops, and that got them into a really bad position. Now, basically, this is Jenski playing catch up, and Whistle trying to go for all in.
Trying to go on a JLC. Barely made it out. Coops goes onto the turret, stuns Ace style. Here comes Spear, a bit too late. Marky picks up the kill onto Ace style. Spear's a bit too late to the party. Rock is very low. He catches that, but there is the heal that Marky saved up for Rox.
Yeah, the permalock there that is allowed by Rox is doing so much. They're able to play around even just under the turret, and we will see a bit of replay there where Coops is all going all in, and A-Style is kind of left hanging and wondering, where am I gonna position? This is super difficult right now, and this is just gonna keep becoming more difficult as the game progresses.
Oh, Whistle's very low on health. JLC does have the flash. He might go all in, but still, he was a bit low on health. Ooh, does not want to risk anything.
Everyone is actually really low on health on the side of Jenski. Mid lane and top lane most likely going to be pushed down, and that's going to deny a lot of waves on the top, which you desperately need if you are Kennen on this game.
When it comes to CS, he does not have a huge deficit. Catching up slowly, he did start with the call, but when it comes to gold, limited Trevor, he has 1 kill and an assist. That assist is a first blood assist, so that's a huge bonus. He picks up the boost of speed and the Vampiric Scepter.
He should have a lot.
He is having a lot of damage dishing out, but I think Fade will be catching up. He already picked up the Shin a bit too late, knowing that he is behind, and CS to 71 to 48. Trevor trying to deny Spears is engaged, goes in for the burst, but JLC baited him in. Here comes top end Spear. Gives the red buff to JLC.
Oh, they're not done.
Safe for the engage. There's the ignite onto Trevor, but there is the Glacial Prison for the save, but Jenski Fade will still get the kill.
That was super great teamwork there from JLC. He was able to just do the clutch save on the Trevor. It's just that Trevor did not have enough to sustain that from Fade, but Fade also was able to burn off a lot of resources for that kill.
Over the wall, Coops is very aggressive, but under the bot lane turret, Glacial Prison for the knockup. A-Style does have the wild growth. Marky is the focus of everything, but Rox is doing such a good job blocking the projectiles from Jenski, but kudos to Hyde, really on point with that wild growth.
That's right, Rox also blocking the damage from the range minions, and that helps so much in keeping Marky super healthy. And now,
oh boy.
On the bottom lane, they're gonna get ganked there by Whistle. He wants to make something happen.
The flash and slashing Master Market gets stun locked. Whistle picks up an easy kill. Whistle is pretty proud with that, and Spear a bit too mad there. Wants to get something back from TME.
Wow, amazing. I like that, and they were able to do the secure on those 2 kills, and that's exactly what they need. The breath of fresh air that Jenski does need in this game, and they're gonna start to ramp it up. This Twitch, even though they are super behind, they can make a lot of things happen.
Looking at the timer, it's 9 minutes and 40 seconds into the game. Kill score 5-3. Could be anyone's game. TME, though, They do have the first blood, and really putting Trevor on a fast track to scale up into the mid to late game. But leave it to Jensky on a Corki. He will scale up pretty slowly, but steady. Let's see how it turns out.
On the other side of the rift, though, I expect TME to start warding and pushing up into the Dragon Pit very, very soon. Because, wow, we are getting raining Mountain Drakes in this series. I like that, and we should see some of that go into play very, very soon. And Jensky they're just looking for ways to claw back into this game.
And knowing that the first drink will be the Mountain Drake, both teams are taking their time, but A-Style to go for that submarine tactic.
Alright, and this is what you want to see. If Jensky can pull this off, this is going to be huge.
Oh, Spear is still there in the brush side, waiting for the right time to strike.
Oh
Goops is there, just in case things are really good.
Yeah,
Spear
they're
gets
spotted.
Out. He gets stunned, and another stun. A triple stun onto Spear. He's not going away, but still Dragon Rage is there for a 3-man lock on Marky because of the easy kill. A-Style gets permafrosted. Marky pops the heal. He survives. He gets a double, making a triple for Marky.
That is basically CC layering, not as perfect as I predicted, but they pulled it off really well. I mean, it was almost an insta-kill, and Lulu had to use everything. Meanwhile, on the top lane, Whistle is going ham on JLC, and it's not gonna work out for him. I think he's gonna have to pull out of there.
Whistle backs away from JLC, so we see the aggression coming from both top laners.
Yeah, and that's gonna be a tower though from the bot lane. And that is a huge gold influx on the side of TME. They are pushing and pulling out all the stops.
Yes, and we see how the lead that TME has, the kill score of 8-3, just 11 minutes into the game, they have a huge gold lead, 5k gold lead. Trevor has the first
Oh, Spear here!
But Spear is doing his best to shut down any lane he seizes.
Yeah, they should really start pushing off into the Herald vision, because that is something that you don't want to give TME as well.
And also, what happened in the bot side, I thought Jensky was able to make it out there alive. But the fact that the CC that Rox gives, the free stun, Marky on a stun, and again a Glacial Prison, that is the potential lockdown that Team Manila Eagles can bring into a team fight. Whereas Jensky, they do have the responsiveness of the cannon and Spear on the Lee Sin. They have to really predict where's
they're really going on the Whistle here.
Yeah, look at that. The mark of the stun onto Whistle, a very easy pickup for Coops.
And I like that this is basically a Freljord themed trio and all the CC that they're providing, it is off the charts. They're able to lock down even the most mobile of champions in the form of Lee Sin, where usually you can't really pick up a Lee Sin once he has that ward hop and that flash, but they're basically burning everything off.
Oh, Trevor dodges the Glacial Prison before his feet, but we see JLC with a Stack United connects the engage for Team Manila Eagles. Jensky Esports still struggling to catch up the macro that TME is bringing.
TME showing really surgical gameplay, and that's showing in their playstyle. They know that they can take advantages, and they're not afraid. They are one cohesive team whenever they pull off these stunts, and it is working out for them so far.
The macro play that Team Manila Eagles is bringing into this match 2 of game 2 is just superior. This is what you expect from a team from week 1 already established their dominance and carrying into the last week of the group stages.
Yeah, not to mention our possible our definite first seed, and it should show. It should show the caliber that Filipino League of Legends has, and they're gonna keep going and going until there is nothing left to take on the Rift.
And now Jensky will be giving away the Rift Herald to TME. 40-minute mark has just reached, and the kill score is just impressive. TME 11-3 thanks to the responsiveness of their team, but Jensky likes to go all in with those teleport plays. They will be trading, however, with that Mountain Drake, with the Rift Herald, with the Mountain Drake.
I'm a bit surprised though. I'm pretty sure TME should have had a ward there
boy.
somewhere, but it was just whacked out. Oh!
Jensky they still managed to get the Mountain Drake, but I don't think they're going to make it out alive. Ace very low. Marky's on a rampage. Over the wall flash by JLC. There is the Frostbite from Rox, thanks to the draw. And look at that. Just an easy stun. Spear gets stunned. And there's the taunt. A CC lockdown, giving Marky that unstoppable killing.
Yeah, this is TME just burning flashes over the wall because they know that they can just get a kill and that they will survive. They don't even need those flashes to survive. They just needed to take a kill, and that's gonna elevate and accelerate this game to levels that you will not believe. Now another turret, most likely on the favor of TME.
Okay, now the Rift Herald has been summoned by TME. Let's see how they play it out with... Oh, the Rift Herald is still healthy. And we're seeing...
Another one.
Another one bites the dust. Look at that. Inhibitor turret taking it out slowly.
Whoa.
DLC goes in for the dive. There's a stun lockdown on the whistle. Slicing Master, giant board of the members. A-Style getting some free hits off rocks, but Marky is there. He does get exhausted by hype, but that's not gonna help too much. Coops is there for the easy permafrost, but instead focuses onto A-Style. There'll be a one-on-one. A-Style flashes away. Trevor is there. The inhibitor is exposed. Spear is very low, chugging down that health pot.
It was really looking so well for Jenksi. A-Styles just not having enough damage to pull off the free hit. And now, Spear just getting caught out of position. And that's going to leave you, again, an open inhibitor on the side of Jenski.
And what great play with the Rift Herald for TME. Jenski still having a hard time catching up, but let's see the replay.
Yeah, on this replay for the Drake, JLC goes in hard, and he's able to just keep Marky safe with great positioning. The rest of the team, they're not afraid to burn their flashing. They'll just go all in, and that's going to be locking in everyone, because this is so much, again, from the play of Rox, locking everyone in with that Frost, and that's game most likely. But I think we still have Jenski. They have this power in A-Style that they can pull out. As long as they have enough damage, and if they can stall this out, they might be able to secure something.
But the deficit is nearing 10,000 gold lead. Very huge. Jenski with the mid lane exposed. No turrets there. Team Manila Eagles will be seizing the opportunity to have more control of the map.
And this is JLC also making that split push. 4 members of Jenksi are going for JLC for some reason. I think that's going to be really dangerous. They just want to focus on this one, and JLC just tries to
escape, but that will not be enough. 4 members of Jenksi picks up JLC, but we see
at what cost?
3 members, at what cost? At the cost of the inhibitor turret.
Oh my god, that is really scary, and that was a bit of a miscommunication. I think too many people.
Trevor tries to get away from the slicing maelstrom. He does get locked down. 3 members still in the top side. A-Style camouflage, trying to look for an opportunity to go in. Phage not getting enough damage. Gets the stun. Gets the glacial fissure and a stun again from the Braum. Marky's not giving up. He's dominating this game. There's the Stand United. JLC is there. 4 members of TME in the face of Jenski Esports. There's the collapse onto Spear, trying to get away. Marky will not give in. There's the permafrost. The lockdown that TME is bringing into this game is just too much for Jenski to fight back.
Yeah, that's just TME padding the KDA, making sure that they have a very healthy morale coming out of this match. And this is looking very grim for Jenski. This might be game.
This is going to be game set, probably for TME. The death timers are too big for Jenski to fight back. The minions are just too much. And congratulations to Team Manila Eagles with a still 100% win rate entering the Summer Split 2017.
That is amazing. Again, this is TME showcasing their precision, cutting of people left and right. And Marky, again, flawless positioning from that. And oh, this is amazing play. This is very aggressive, but still they were able to pull it off.
Congratulations to TME for concluding their match 2 with a clean sweep. So I gotta say, TME still in the first seed, obviously. I'm excited to see how they will fare in the Rampage stage this coming July 30, the final stage of the Bacchus Pro Gaming Series.
We will have to look out for that one. And this is, again, this is the position that you would expect from a top team, and you will see that again in the standings with Marky 9-1-5 on that Ash, and of course the rest of TME making sure that they have the KDA to back it up.
We're looking at the endgame stats. Marky with the precision of Rox's Frostbite really enabled him to scale really well to the game. But let's see the total damage dealt onto Marky. Majority of the damage thanks to his positioning and the opportunity that Rox gave.
That's right. Of course, we have to give Rox props he procced those concussive blows non-stop this game, and that was able to give the whole team of Manila Eagles ability to lock down champions as slippery as Lee Sin.
And guys, I think there you have it. That concludes match 2 with Team Manila Eagles securing that game for a clean sweep 2-0, giving them another 3 points. And thank you so much, JSK Fade, the mid laner, for participating in the PGS. This is his retirement game, and I hope we see him succeed in all other aspects of life. But guys, there you have it. That concludes match 2. But before we go on to the short break, let's hear it from TME themselves.
Good evening, Summoners. We just finished that intense match between JSK and TME, and it ended in a glorious fashion for TME. I'm Atlas. With me right now is the mid laner for Team Manila Eagles, TME Trevor. Good evening.
Hello.
Yeah. So that game was actually faster than AEX's Rift Herald game. This was 18 minutes and 40 seconds, while AEX's game was above 19. And what a way to finish the group stages. Trevor, ano yung feeling na yung team mo, yung pinakauna sa PGS na magkaroon ng undefeated streak hanggang playoffs?
Sobrang saya kasi kami nga yung first. Tapos, di namin aakalain na ganito yung mararating namin. Tsaka sa sobrang tagal ko na naglalaro, ngayon lang ako nakaranas ng ganito, undefeated.
So, sobrang tagal mo na rin sa PGS, ano? Sa pro play ng Pilipinas for League of Legends. Ano yung feeling na nandito ka na sa pinaka-peak ng career mo bilang isang pro player? This is your best split as a pro player.
Sa tingin ko kulang pa yung mga laro ko, kaya magpa-practice pa ako, kaya gagalingan ko pa.
Definitely. Sa sobrang galing ng performance ng Team Manila Eagles, ano sa tingin mo yung pinakamalaking factor na sa success ng team mo?
Yung communication namin sobrang ganda, tas yung synergy, kaya ganun yung laro namin, sobrang smooth.
Synergy as well. Everything just comes down together to great team play coming from TME. Of course, that's the thoughts of TME Trevor. We'll be seeing them in Rampage as the first seed for the playoffs into the finals as well. That game was shoutcasted by Rockhart and Vulcan. I've been interviewing Trevor for this past minute. I'm Atlas, and we'll be seeing you for the next match we have for today, the last match actually, after a short break.
Ganked there by Whistle. He wants to make something happen.
Flash and slash master market gets stun locked. Whistle picks up an easy kill. Whistle is pretty proud with that. It's here. A bit too there. Wants to get something back.
Wow, amazing. I like that. And
a triple stun on the spear. He's not going away, but still Dragon Rage is there for a 3-man knock. Marky picks up the easy kill. A-Style gets permafrosted. Marky pops the heal. He survives. He gets a double. Make it a triple for Marky.
That is basic.
But I don't think they're going to make it out alive. A-Style's very low. Marky's on a rampage. Over the wall flash by JLC. There is the frostbite from Rocks into the draw. And look at that. There's an easy start. Spear gets stunned. And there's a con. A CC lockdown. Hitting Marky slowly. JLC goes in for the dive. There's a stun lockdown on the Whistle. Slashing master. Giant board of the members. A-Style doing some free hits off Rocks. But Marky's there. He does get exhausted by but that's not going to help too much. Scoops is there for the easy permafrost, but still focusing on A-Style. It'll be a one-on-one. A-Style flashes away. Trevor is there. The inhibitor is exposed. Stop killing Gold Fissure and a stun again from the From. Marky's not giving up. He's dominating this game. There's the Stand United. JLC is there. 4 members of TME in the face of JSK Esports. There's the collapse. Here, trying to get away. Marky will not give in. There's the permafrost. The lockdown that TME is bringing into this game is just too much for JSK. Fight back.
Yeah, that's just TME padding the KDA, making sure that they have a very healthy morale coming out of this match. And this is looking very grim for JSK. This might be game.
This is going to be game set. Probably for TME. The death timers are too big for JSK to fight back. The minions are just too much. And congratulations to Team Manila Eagles with a still 100% win rate entering the summer.
People waste a lot of time. Then they wish for more. They want more hours in their days, more days in their years, more years in their lives. Because if they had all that extra time, they could fix any mistake. I don't need hours or days or years. I only need seconds. Here's the thing about time. If you can't make the most out of any given moment, then you don't deserve a single extra second.
Look within yourself. What do you see? Is your soul a fading light? Strengthened by fury, hardened by heat. Search deeper now. What do you see? Whatever you find, you must keep. You cannot fear what lies beneath. Look within yourself. What do you see?
Chaos conquers all. Darkness is coming. This world needs to burn. You cannot hide from me. There is no shame in choosing chaos.
Come into the light. I will light the sky with my blade. Give your soul to the light. A new light dawns above this world. I have one simple rule when it comes to the law. Time operates under my jurisdiction. And if anyone tries to create a loophole, I'll close it. You're out of time. A little proactive preparation. Everybody runs. In my sights. Now who belongs in a museum?
separates men from lesser men? Predators from prey? Fear. Predators smell it. And walk away when they don't.
just got back from Team Manila Eagles' last match we have for the group stage, and they finish it with a 100% success rate. Amazing. Right. That's a record for the PGS. That's the first time a team has done that. But of course, we're moving on to the next match we have for today, and we'll be your shoutcasters for the first game of that match. I'm Atlas. With me is Rockhard.
That's right. And not just the 100% win rate, because you can kind of paint a different picture when you just say, hey, this team got 100% win rate. It's also the way that they did it.
Definitely.
Really clean, and those were some of the fastest games that we have seen in the PGS. That is professional play ending before 20 minutes.
Definitely. It's even faster than AEX's victory with the Rift Herald and all. It's at 18 minutes and 40 seconds. That's impressive, definitely. And coming up against a team was shown so much development over the split, that's an achievement. But of course, we're moving on to our next match we have for today. As we look at our schedule, we finished match 1 and 2. Both ended in 2 win streaks. Sweeps for the teams at once can be IPT and TME. We'll be seeing which one of these teams, MSK versus TNC, League of Legends, will be taking away that 2-win streak, or will it be a 1-1? Of course, looking at our standings, this is definitely an important match for TNC.
That's right. Again, this is one of the matches which will decide. TNC, if they want that playoff spot, they cannot drop a match, and they need the free points today and the points that they'll need tomorrow as well if they want to go up above MSK and AEX.
It's going to be a tough call, because tomorrow they're gonna have to face AEX, and then today they're facing up against MSK. So having to beat the 2 teams that are above you in the standings to get even a chance at playoffs is definitely something very challenging, and that's really what motivates a lot of these pro players, is that challenge, you know. And that's why there's also a challenge for these artistic summoners out there. We are holding our PGS Digital Fan Art Contest. You will get a chance to, there's a 6K RP prize pool, so that's a huge prize pool for all these digital arts. For more details, just check out esports.garena.ph/PGS. You'll be seeing the details for that contest, as well as convenient references, photos of our pro players, and that more details will be on that side. Of course, we'll also, on the topic of pro players, we'll also be having our guest, the pro.
That's right. And this guest, the pro, these are the clues that you will need to do. Aside from the silhouette, which of course you will be very familiar with how they look like, you'll also have these facts. He's known for his Nidalee.
Wow.
And he has, this is just his second split in the PGS, and he has already one of the highest kill participations. Okay,
just go to that Google link, that's a Google Forms link, fill it out completely with the correct answer of who this pro is. This is definitely a pro that's very respectable for his Nidalee. It's even drawn respect bans against him and matches against his team. So definitely this is not a pro that you can just ignore.
Yeah. And no matter what skin he uses, that's what you're gonna win if you get this. And again, the answer is Spear from JSK Esports.
Definitely. He's been showing so much power on his junglers, especially the pressure that he pulls and puts on his lanes is definitely something that's super impressive. And seeing him play just in his second split and already highest kill participation, which I think is one of the most important stats in League of Legends pro scene, KP is something that's super important.
Yeah, it shows you how proactive a person is when he moves around the rift, and the amount of pressure that he's able to provide. And that percentage, the higher the percentage of that kill participation, the more that you know that he is making an impact in team fights. And that's what League of Legends is, a very team-oriented game. And if you have high KP, you pretty much have it locked down in the team game.
So whoever won that, you will be getting the Muay Thai Lee Sin skin, which I think is actually the skin that a lot of good Lee Sin players use.
That's right.
Compared to Godfist or Dragon Fist.
You know, the reasoning for that is because of the animation. It has really clean animation.
They look smoother.
Yeah,
so you can animation cancel a lot better with your auto attack.
Yeah, and the thing about this skin as well is not just because of the looks. It's because how it feels like when you use it. Me, personally, being a Lee Sin player, I like the smoothness of the kicks.
Definitely.
And yeah, you're going to have a chance to win that if you answer very correctly.
Definitely. As we move on to the match we have, the final match we have for today, TNC versus MSK. As we said earlier, we're just waiting for the drafting phase, but discussing the matchup, as I said, is very difficult for TNC.
That's right.
They have to do two zeros in a row.
This is going to be an uphill battle for TNC. It's like basically having two bouncers left and right and saying, you shall not pass. But TNC will need the Ring of Power and get to the top of the playoffs, and he needs to fight off against 2 Titans in order to do that.
Definitely, and with the Celestial coming into the roster of Mineski, that's a huge burst in power from their previous games. It's definitely impressive how Celestial, on that AD carry role, has really led Mineski to a lot of their wins recently.
That's
As
right.
for TNC, still going with that same roster. Of course, Endless Ace now going to the top lane. For now, look at the pick and bans. A lot of these respect bans against Hayes. Look, 3 mid lane bans against Hayes. Very generic, just run-of-the-mill, very important bans. While inside of TNC, across the board, support, AD carry, and jungler.
That's right. You're kind of wondering as well why they're opting for this, because we've seen Exos and on those Syndras, especially last week, where he's able to do solo kills left and right faster than the usual Syndra would, and he's kind of you can see the focus of Mineski is again in this mid lane. They want to see how far Hayes can push in this in the mid with the champion pool thinning out.
Definitely, in the second ban phase, those champ pools are just going to get even thinner. Seems like top lane and mid lane will be the focus of TNC. Same for Mineski, Orianna, and Cassiopeia banned out. As for the top lane, it's going to be Fiora and Kled, unavailable for this game.
And I like that both top mid laners are leaving their picks basically for last. They really want to center this fight on that mid lane. But of course, we will see a lot of action as well if they lock in that. If once they start locking in the picks, because I also like the bot. Ooh,
look at that
control in the form of Talia from EXO. This is gonna
lots
be
of terrain manipulation here for Mineski. I think it's not just the mid lane. I think it's
Right.
a lot of focus on the bot lane as well, because Twitch needs a lot of attention.
Yeah, they want to be able to enable Twitch to get into
Celestial,
positions. Yes,
definitely. And the thing is, the roams, the ganks coming from the Jarvan, the roams come from the Talia, the teleport plays from Kaigu, as well as the support, just general support of TG here definitely helps Celestial in that regard. Inside of TNC, look at that. 2 ninjas on their team is going to be the Shen and the Zed, tankiness and assassination. Plus, they have good initiation coming from the really amazing Hecarim. Unexpected, actually.
Yeah.
Hecarim pickup here.
So on the side of TNC, they want that sustained team fight. The ability of them to initiate and sustain the battle. Meanwhile, on the Mineski side, though, they want to make that terrain available to enable Celestial to make
Just
the play.
spray and
so,
pray.
yeah, it's locked down for Mineski, and it's basically snowballing, rolling off for on the side of TNC.
Looking at James and Burst here, KDA, it's a very close fight here in terms of the GPM and CS per minute. The KDA a little bit higher on the side of James, but this might just be a little discrepancy because of how their play styles are.
Right.
Might
again,
be that Burst is more aggressive. We have seen that Burst, wow, lives up to his name.
Yeah. He likes that. He likes to go bursty. Meanwhile, James likes those junglers that participate. That's most likely one of the reasons why his KDA is also a bit higher up than Burst.
I'm pretty sure his kill participation is also pretty relatively high compared to his teammates as well as the rest of PGS. But of course, Spear still has one of the highest. But here, James is definitely up there as well.
That's right. So picks are locked in now for Mineski and TNC. This is game 1, and this should be a slobber knocker of a fight.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see the Sivir composition here. Karma, Sivir, and Hecarim. So much move speed.
Super mobile.
And while they're doing that high-power, sustained team fight, the Zed can just find an opening here that TG and Kaigu have ignored or neglected, and then they can take him out. Because Celestial, most of their damage here will come from Celestial.
That's right. Also on the side of TNC, though, they're thinking of protecting the Sivir as well. It's going to be a bit difficult, but they will have to do that and have Hayes make that hole in the chink of armor of Mineski in order to make that. And when I say armor, I'm talking about Twitch. They have to be able to find an opening to enable the assassination on the Twitch, and if they do that, they just might come up with a win.
They do have a lot of tools, however. If you look at this Mineski, really, just being able to lock down the terrain. If Hayes goes in, well, there's Cataclysm and Weaver's Wall on the map.
That is no escape at all.
Yeah, that is no escape, and that just means Hayes might be isolated from the rest of his team. If you look at it, the only members of the TNC Pro team here that can actually go through the wall here is Burst if the target is near enough for his charge,
Right.
and Endless Ace with a Shadow Dash, which is very inefficient use of the taunt.
Also, Haze, of course, he has the Shadow that we'll have to look forward to. He will have to utilize that, and this is TNC again, fighting the uphill battle and fighting to get into the playoffs.
Definitely
And
their backs to
Mineski
the
is one of the bouncers again that they will have to fight, and this is one heck of a fight to go forward.
It's going to be memorable because TNC has their backs to the wall, so we'll be seeing how all of that plays out as TNC fights for their life in the playoffs. Let's get on with it. For our last match we have for today, the first game, Mineski League of Legends versus TNC Pro Team. Will TNC bash through the gates of playoffs, or will Mineski defend that spot with their lives?
Yeah, we have seen Mineski go all out on their compositions, and TNC might be coming into this with a bit of a shake in their system, but we'll see. The marker of a great professional team is the ability to cope under pressure and to be able to give results once you're in that situation. And I think TNC has what it takes. They just need to execute it.
Definitely, as Tarek says, from coals to diamonds, pressure is what turns coals into diamonds. We'll be seeing if TNC can realize their potential, because this is, as I said, a very tough game. It's going to be a very tough 2 matches from today to tomorrow. They'll have to beat 2 teams who are above them in the standings, so definitely something that they have to watch out for, something that they should have prepared for very deeply and very much.
Yeah, and they've had time. They've had weeks to prepare for this because they knew where their standing was in the ladder matches, and I'm pretty sure TNC, from my interview with previous weeks, they have shown that they have said that they do have the potential to do it, and they will carry. They will show a better TNC. And this is their chance to prove it.
This is definitely interesting to see the Sivir composition here along with the Hecarim. So, of course, there's the natural synergy of the Sivir, the Karma, the move speed, plus the passive of the Hecarim, but also just the general utility of having a super fast composition that can slug it out for longer periods of time.
That's right. What you're talking about is the ability of Burst to have increased damage that scales with his move speed. So you have a team that also increases your move speed. That's going to help increase your damage even further and turn you into a Burst monster.
Yeah, as well as your initiation will also be more unexpected, because this is a high horsepower Hecarim running at you at full speed. It's definitely going to be very surprising, and the reaction time from TG and Kaigu will have to be very, very on point for it to prevent any sort of harm from coming onto Celestial, because, as I said, main source of damage is this Twitch. Exocet can bring out his sustained damage as well with the Thread Volley, but it's not the same that if you compare it to
like a Syndra.
the Syndra or any other mid laner, and you comparing it to the composition that TNC has too, which is high damage.
That's right. Not just the speed, also the ability of Haze to get into the backlines along with Shen. If he can do that with protection and have Shen land a taunt before Celestial can respond, that's going to spell disaster for Mineski. And I'm pretty sure Mineski is aware. That's why they're going all in right
Endless
now.
Ace actually dodges the body slam and the flag and drag. Very clean come from Endless Ace.
Yeah, they know that they have to just not rely on Twitch. Maybe they can pull a pressure onto James. Maybe he can build a bit more offensive just to help with Celestial and also with Exocet. So I think that's what they're going for, and they want to do this early dives. But right now, both junglers are going to find each other, and it's going to make it a bit harder for the rest of the teams to become secure.
Yeah, and Burst actually was at half health at that time, so has to back off from James, who had a very substantial leash there in the bot lane compared to Burst. Burst does have a little bit weaker of a first clear, but after that, his dueling potential in jungle is much more powerful than James's because of the sustained damage he possesses.
Yeah, actually, I think James will have a bit of a lag on the clear, if we're talking about clear, because he doesn't really have much innate AoE compared to Hecarim, which does
Sustain.
we might see James go for like a Hydra first, if he wants to go offensive on and faster on clear. But I don't think he does. I think he just wants to just reach 6, build a bit more tankier, and maybe help Celestial as well. Because again, we can't emphasize this enough. A lot of Mineski's pressure, basically 70% of it, is on Celestial if he can make late game plays.
Definitely. It looks like Ham is going for the faster clear here. 2 long swords does signal a build path onto the Tiamat. But of course, that might just be a core item for him just to have a faster clear. Just,
right.
you know, because the thing is, Jarvan only has burst in his clear. After that, it's kind of slow sailing. But if he gets the Tiamat,
attacks, right?
even with the normal attacks, the auto attacks, he'll be able to clear very, very quickly.
So we'll have to see which jungler makes it faster. I kind of like that Burst also has that Ghost. He can make a better ganks pre-6. I expect the Hecarim, although he will not have the damage output that you would expect from a jungler, he will definitely be able to make pressure. He will be able to rotate better and make his presence felt.
Definitely. At the start of the game, while Hecarim does have high dueling potential, he still needs items when it comes to 1v2s, 2v2s, and all those other multi-champion skirmishes. When it comes to one-on-one, he's very great, but when it comes to these multiple champion skirmishes,
he falls off.
He kind of falls off early, but once he gets his items, able to get the Cinder Hulk and the Triforce, then the damage he will do cannot be ignored.
That's right. So everything we're talking about is, of course, in the later part of the game. Right now, though, in the mid lane, Exocen just making sure that he can... Oh!
Actually, Haze taking a lot of damage come from Exocen. Threaded volley, almost all hitting onto Haze. A full hit, I think, would have been a kill. Seems like Haze still going to stay in lane. Pops 1 charge of his refillable potion just to stay. And despite the matchup being very difficult, because earlier we saw Haze having a lot of difficulty CSing because of the melee range matchup. But now he's actually quite equal, just 1 wave behind.
Yeah, leave it to Exocen though to keep you on your toes with the kill pressure constantly revolving around the mid lane, and especially both junglers again rotating really close to that.
Oh man, seems like Burst cannot catch a break here. Hama is trying to steal his camps, but of course they have to be careful. Haze is now level 6. So the kill pressure is more on TNC's side than it is on Mineski's side, because Weaver's Wall does not have really direct kill pressure.
Yeah, they're not going to be able to execute right away because of the health of Haze, but they could make something out of this.
Just a little bit of a top lane sponge fight here in the top. So not really a lot of damage exchange, just them pushing out each other. But of course, Kaigu has more natural wave clear.
Kaigu is kind of pushed in right now, and that leaves him open for Burst. I think he's
Burst
moving
is
up
coming,
now.
But I think he got spotted out there.
By
Actually, I think it was just gut feeling.
That was just great
Mineski.
Gut feeling, yeah.
Because
he
if you
knew
look
that
at it,
he kind of felt that Burst was rotating around the middle, and he didn't see him cross the river, so he had that feeling that he might be really close by.
But of course, this might mean, because Burst was spotted out there in the top lane, means James can go for an easy blue steal here. And I don't think TNC has enough information beforehand to actually get the opposing blue on the mirror side.
Yeah, that could have been a steal actually for Orphos.
Just a trade.
Yeah.
But seems like Kaigu will just guard that blue buff for now.
Yeah, and I think they just want to be able to scale up right now. They don't want to go too much harder on the engage. We've seen Haze hold on to that ultimate. He's just waiting for that perfect time, as an assassin should, and he's gonna let everything go once that comes.
Because it's very dangerous to all in with that death mark, because the junglers are always around, and it's very hard to actually get an assassination when you have the Dragon Strike knocking you up, and then Exocen being able to just DPS you down. It's very hard, because if you're in melee, that's basically a free full threaded volley for him.
Not to mention Exocen's kit this early on. He has the health, he has the armor from the arm guard, and that's gonna stop a lot of burst from Haze this early on.
Definitely, but I think this is okay for TNC to do this, because the fact is, Burst also needs to scale up. Same with the rest of TNC squad, but that's scary, because if they continue at this slow pace, Celestial will also enjoy not having a lot of pressure on him. If you look at this bot lane, it's just smooth sailing for actually both of these bot lanes. TNC kind of getting pushed in a little, but not suffering too much in terms of the CS loss differential. So far, This is a totally different game from what we had earlier today.
Yeah,
Lots of
totally.
action-packed games before in the previous 2 matches. Now, it's a lot more controlled.
Yeah, and these are teams that know their win conditions and they're playing for it. It just so happens that both teams' win conditions kind of rely on scaling. That's why the game is slowing down right now. But right now, Weaver's Wall,
Actually,
though,
wait, what? Okay, that's going to be the
Just-
ultimate
yeah.
just to escape from the wall there. But I don't think was it necessary, because I do think he could have just ran up over. So
speaking
now
of
Burst is
necessary-
going to get bursted down indeed by James, but of course there's the Stand United. Gonna help him out. Plus the shields coming from Orthros will help him survive. The shield, rather the ultimate coming from the Shen, will be disabled by Kaigu. So there's that, but it does prevent Burst from being killed there.
Yeah, that could have been really something if either Exosen had his Weaver's Wall to lock down Burst, or if Burst had his charge in order to get out of there. That could have been really something there for TNC.
But yeah, still a lot of restraint from both of these teams. Definitely not a lot of action just yet, but a lot of preparation for what's to come, because these two teams, as you said, quite slow paced. They know their win conditions. Right now, they're kind of slow, but they're playing very mid-range.
That's right.
Once they reach their power spike, that's when you can expect this to just completely explode.
Yeah, both teams playing really vanilla, and they're just staying on their lanes. They're not pushing out too far off into their sides of the river, and they want this to come out. And we will expect a lot of action, most likely in the 15-minute mark, where they will have some items completed, or because right now you see that Twitch, he has not bought anything. Same with Sivir.
Yeah,
So
they've just been staying around.
there's
And
just-
as I said, because there's no pressure in the bot lane for neither of these teams.
yeah,
it
they're
means-
just stacking up the gold in the bank. And
Right now, they're just hoarding money here in the bot lane.
This is a sort of a mind trick as well, because you don't know what they're building towards. Either one of these AD carries, they don't know what they're gonna build towards, so they could be misled on the items that you build. Right now on top lane though, Endless Ace skirmishing really hard
it's
with
just going to be a
Kaigu.
little bit explosive. Cax is burnt, not just yet. So it's going to be Kaigu trying to go for a kill onto Endless Ace. Also, James will be trying to go for the party, but seems like a little bit too late.
Yeah.
Already Endless Ace is near his turret. But
That
that does
grasp
push
of-
him out.
Yeah.
Does push him out.
That Grasp of the Undying from Kaigu, that's gonna leave that Gragas super healthy along with those wine barrels, I would assume. Meanwhile, Burst wants
man.
to make something happen on the
Yeah,
Exosen.
Burst and Haze might look for trouble here, but a little bit too dangerous. Haze around half health, even with the ultimate and the ignite. Not really worth it to just go all out there at once.
Yeah, although they're playing quite conservatively, I like that TNC still has the deep wards on the red side of Mineski, and that could prompt for a dragon really soon. And that's an Ocean Drake. That's going to help so much if you really plan to sustain into the laning phase and extend it into even further.
That teensy bit of regeneration could tip the balance in these really even lanes.
That's right.
And on the other hand, Mineski has some pretty good vision on the top side of TNC, so if ever, they know exactly where Burst will be clearing his Raptors. On the other hand, because they have a little bit vision on the red side, TNC can know James when he's doing his Raptors as well.
Yeah.
Look at this.
Mineski super spotted here by TNC, and from there they can formulate plans. They can think, maybe we can go Rift Herald, or maybe we can try to stall them down here and maybe just push it out of their hands
Burst
if
is
they
pretty
go for
low, however.
it. Yeah,
Even
that's gonna happen most likely after once everyone gets back into the reloaded phase where all the cooldowns are up, and basically this is just gonna be survivability. Ooh, instant ruin king there for Twitch. Insta-buy and instant essence reverse receiver. That's
Okay.
very staple for their AD carries.
Very, very standard, not really off the board just yet. And looking at how everyone's been itemizing it is very standard so far. But the thing is, even with how even these lanes are, the mid lane turret of Haze has been pushed down so far in, and it's almost dead, right? It's almost destroyed. Just one auto attack
Right.
from anyone could actually take it down.
So how do you think the mentality of TNC is so far into the game? Do you think they kind of know that they're playing into their strengths, Or do you think they're getting a bit strangled here?
Right now, I do think they are getting a little bit strangled. It is part of their team game plan to just play it out very slow at the start. If they find an opportunity to gank, they will do so. But here, Mineski's had the initiative on them in terms of the objective, and because TG has been roaming around, same with James being able to be present throughout the map, I'm kind of feeling Mineski's win conditions more than TNC, because even with the slow pace of both of these teams, which is good for both of them,
yes,
Mineski is really benefiting more. It's just a 1k gold lead for now, though.
Yeah, and you have your power strength on the bot side very visible.
Man, they might be going for something here, but it's just going to block them off. Again, still, Mineski is the one roaming around. That is one of the strengths of their composition. Always looking for something. James going for the Rift Herald solo. He can't do it.
Wow, that's great that he has the ability to do that. That just shows you how far along James already is.
Yeah,
and after this, top lane though.
It's going to be Kaigu and Endless Ace. Just a little bit of a skirmish. I don't think they will exchange blows enough for either of them to die. But this is distracting Endless Ace from checking the Rift Herald. And this actually gives it off to James.
Yes, that was Kaigu going in, even though it was not optimal. You saw that he was super low at the end of that. He knew that it was not optimal, but he wanted to distract Endless Ace from going into checking into the Herald, and thus allowing a really clean Herald.
So far, Mineski still in the lead, very, very small. But when you consider that both of them are playing very slow and controlled, Mineski already got the lead here, and they have the tempo because they can summon the Rift Herald at any point in time that they wish to be when it's like optimal.
Right.
So having that option is definitely great for them, which means that their options are much faster, much wider than TNC's. While TNC's, they haven't really been rotating around. Orthros has not really been felt around the map in his roaming compared to TG, who has been putting down a lot of vision across the map.
And you know what I like about the composition of Mineski as well is for TNC they need the death ball. They need the 5-man death ball in order to make this work. Meanwhile, on Mineski, they can kind of segment the power spikes where they need to. We have Exosen who can create fields, and as well as Celestial. Even just the two of them with the support of PG, they can make play on two people, and that's gonna spell the difference between these two teams.
Definitely.
I mean, the ability of just self-sufficiency in these clashes.
Having their own zones of control, definitely something that they can do. And going through the death ball that TNC has, that's their power. They just roll into you. On the other hand, Mineski has more of a pyramid structure where Celestial is the top of their pyramid, and the foundation here is his front line, James and Kaigu, and the middle of the pyramid is TG and Exosen, giving him a lot of support and supportive DPS as well. Yeah. Here, James gets another objective on top of Burst. Uncontested as well. Celestial is going for high here. I think he will actually get the kill, waiting for the spell shield to expire before he contaminates. First blood going to Celestial. This is going to be hard for TNC because first blood going to one of the strong players of Mineski, the new import. Definitely putting out work here. Solo kill.
Yeah, basically, there was no chance for High there to survive. They had backup on the side of the top part of that jungle with PG, and that just spelled disaster. Even that spell shield couldn't save him.
Just waiting it out before he contaminates, just in putting a lot more damage as well with auto attacks just to be safe. TNC, it seems like how equal they were before this, just because both teams...
That's a flash.
Oh man, that's going to be the Weaver's Wall here, so stunned out with the explosive cast. That's going to be the threaded volley to actually finish him off. Kill onto Exosen. 2 carries with 1 kill each. Seems like Mineski is starting to explode, as I said. Seems like the circumstances earlier were the reason for TNC being even. It wasn't because they were both playing very slow. It seems like Mineski got
They were just waiting for their chance, right?
While TNC, they kind of floundered around, not really doing much in terms of the rotations, just really laning. Just complete laning. Not a lot of rotational, not a lot of rotational plays. Not even dominating.
No, I mean they're focusing on that opportunity where they can dominate.
Yeah,
that is.
But Mineski has been making other plays where instead of going for a one-time, big-time dominating play, they go for these small objectives, which actually give them the advantage here. Will Hayes go for the 2v3? Actually, no, it's going to be the Rift Herald leaving them behind. Exosen might be in trouble. He does not have any mana but it seems like they will just be able to survive this onslaught.
Yeah, that was kind of risky. They TNC there saw that Exosen was really super low on mana and that they could capitalize, but it's just that they did not have enough damage to follow up at all. They were just basically tanking everything. Meanwhile, I think they should see each other on the jungle side, and this mid lane is super open. The top lane is now going to be a free fest.
Oh man, look at Celestial. I think that Burst will have to give up something here if Celestial pushes the assault, but TNC with their backup. Still, the pressure here is that Mineski is now more proactive now that they have the power to be so.
Yeah, the difficulty or the advantage of pushing up the top lane is that you'll be able to distract the rest of TNC with plays from the top. If the minions are on top, and your eyes are going to be on top, they're going to leave the Baron the Dragon super open.
That's definitely something that they have to watch out for. Now that Kaigu has transitioned to split pushing at the bot side, and now that Exosen has transitioned to the top side, they can both just easily respond to a fight or skirmish in a mid lane. Weaver's Wall or Teleport both work, which means that the pressure is now more multilateral on Mineski's side, which means that TNC will feel it much more across the board, while meanwhile TNC only has one way of pressuring from across the map, and that's Endless Ace with the Teleport or Stand United. So the tools are much less, and if they are evenly matched in terms of how they play, Mineski has more options. Mineski has more outlets.
Yeah, this is what I was talking about earlier, where the ability of TNC to eliminate opponents is based on how many people are in there. If they have just like 2 or 3, they are not going to have enough, because they will rely on cohesiveness if they want to pull this off.
Seems like Mineski really pulling it off here. So far, TNC just receiving the punishment.
Whoa.
Oh man, that's actually a bad blast cone. Arthros lives with a sliver of health, burning down the health with a red buff, debuff there.
Yeah, that blast cone, that basically spelled the end for Burst. That
unlucky.
That fizzled out.
Does physics work like that?
Yeah, it kind of has. That's actually true. Physics, if you go up and you don't have momentum, that you're just gonna stay there, and that's exactly what's happening.
And the angle as well. Even though the force from the blast cone would have been at maximum,
that's
the
right.
angle was
too high.
Yeah, too high.
Yeah,
and that spelled his doom there.
If you play like shooters, where angle is very important, you'll know what we're talking about.
Definitely. So now, Mineski still in the lead, and even with a 3-0 score, because of the farm they've accumulated over their lane counterparts, the 3 kills, 7,000, and an Ocean Drake. But of course, there's going to be action here. Zed, Hayes trying to go for something. PG almost dying here. James as well, a little bit of trouble. 2 kills for TNC, puts them a little bit back on the kill map, but still 7k behind, and look at what the cost was. Another turret there in the bot lane. I think that was worth it for Mineski.
Yeah, it's control. It's basically giving up a kill for control over the rest of the map, and that's not something you want to do as TNC, because you know that objectives are gonna be available soon. You might as well have invested that time into warding, into the Dragon, or maybe the Baron, because that is a big possibility for Mineski.
The pressure really is being felt on the side of TNC here. They're having a lot of trouble resisting Mineski's, all of their traps and deceptions. They go for one thing, Mineski picks something from out of their nose. And they're just, and Mineski right now, the way they're killing TNC, the way they're hiding from their offensive is just hiding above their eyelashes.
That's right.
Because they are so close. They were taking a huge objective, second tier turret, but because they were focused so much on looking at in front of them, at the threat of the push on top, they ignored the bot lane.
Yeah, there's a term for that, tunnel vision.
Yeah, definitely just tunnel vision. So TNC giving up more objectives to Mineski, which is how they've accumulated this gold lead and this pressure lead.
Yeah, over and over again. They have been giving up control of the map in favor of just playing defensive. They are going on the reactive, and that's not something you want to do as TNC. They had that glimpse of hope earlier where they were able to burst out 2 members of Mineski. They just had to keep doing that and just stop relying on Mineski to do the engages.
Definitely, because this is a team that wants to be the one engaging, but because they are really behind in gold and objectives, the pressure on the map is also not on their side. Even their own jungle can be stolen in the blink of an eye, so it's really playing against the circumstances of the game are against their win conditions. So they have to do something to reverse that, something proactive instead of waiting for Mineski to do something. And if you've been paying attention, oh man, it's going to be a polymorph Arthros, going to be taken down. Another kill onto Celestial. That might actually signal for a Baron.
Speaking of things that you should not do, that is one of them. Aside from being just reactive,
yeah, warding
is
alone.
warding way alone, out of safety.
Can Burst may go for a Miracle Steal here. They are equal in terms of the level, so the Smite does equal damage. Weaver's Wall has been put down, so there's no more to block Burst. Will he go for it? Kaigo actually goes over. The Onslaught of Shadows to go in. The Smite still goes onto the blue team. James Mineski gets it. Seems like Endless Ace will try escaping, but Exocet and James and Celestial are hot in pursuit. This is the first action we've seen in this game. Haze gets taken down.
And quite possibly last, because that was really great. They have the optimum positioning for the creep wave, and they could utilize that to win the game. That was a 50-50 though. That was a bit of a delay on stopping Burst, but definitely worked out quite well in the end for Mineski.
Yeah.
They should be able to push this out really soon.
A 10,000 gold lead, a Fed 80 carry, pushing this down with Baron buff, definitely 25 minutes. And really, that was the first big burst of action we saw in this game. Because if you've been paying attention, the amount of times where one of these casters has been spewing words quickly in a play-by-play manner has been like once or twice.
Right.
That was one of those times. And because Mineski has been playing this so methodically into their win conditions.
And it's also kind of great, Vulcan, that even after that, Atlas, it's great that this could be the last. I mean, this could be one of the last, like second to last. And we'll see on the replay. It's a great 50-50 attempt from Burst, but he was just super underwhelmed, and he was under-leveled as well. From the cleanup, this is going to be basically cleanup here for Mineski. He's able to, they're able to just keep it safe. Even Haze could not assassinate someone, even though everyone's cooldowns are already on point.
Because Mineski, because of how they played it more methodically, they reached their important power spike before TNC. And because TNC wants to go for that power spike and then snowball off of that, they weren't able to do it. An item, Hecarim that's behind is hard to survive. It's hard to keep alive.
Yes.
And Haze being not snowballing means that it's very hard for him to one-shot Celestial.
Yeah.
And High as well is not dealing enough damage even with his 2 crit items.
Because you have already a great support in the form of TG. You already know that as a Zed, you are very much incapacitated in your ability to assassinate.
Definitely, because the wild growth just shuts you down completely.
Yeah, and TNC is not creating that environment where Haze can not just rely on the assassination, but on the sustained damage. And that's why Mineski pushing their advantage.
Look at that. It might be Kaigo a little bit of trouble. How is Mineski going to trade for this? Seems like TNC learns their lesson, does not tunnel vision onto the top laner. But still, this is... Look at that Weaver's Wall to block out almost everyone at the side of TNC. This is a free turret on their side. The inhibitor will be next. Look at how long that Weaver's Wall is and has blocked them out. It's going to be Burst now, the target of TNC. Takes them out in a clean fashion. Now Kaigo is going onto Haze. Actually almost take him down. Actually, Exocet will finish him off, along with a triple kill on the sidelines with Celestial just cleaning them up. And in a blink of an eye, Mineski wins their first game in their match against TNC, snuffing out their chances of getting into playoffs.
And that is TNC falling off and Mineski securing their berth as the top 3 and 4 seeds of the playoffs. And wow, that was just surgical precision from Mineski in the end right there.
Definitely. Just instead of going at it, hacking and slashing, they just pinpoint where TNC needs to be shut down. They they make an incision there with their scalpel and then carve it out with objectives, with their macro play and specific skirmishes where they know they can trade favorably in their side.
That's right, and that does show in the end game stats where we see that the rest of kills for for Celestial super clean, 702 on that Twitch, and followed suit. But of course, Exocet not so much kills this game, but definitely good on the kill participation.
Definitely, and you saw how valuable the Weaver's Wall is. Just being able to lock out an objective from the side of TNC. They cannot dash over that. Only 2 members can dash over, and they do not want to be isolated from the rest of the team.
Yes.
Because there's only 2 of them that can do it. They might as well not do it, which leaves just Mineski alone to do it
Yeah, and that
completely
is
without contest.
that's MSK creating zones, knowing their win conditions in order to secure that victory. So
Man, that was impressive. That was definitely just, as you said, surgical precision.
Surgical precision there
Coming from MSK there, of course. We'll be seeing if MSK just continues their calm, collected streak here, or if TNC can just break out of that slump and then get at least one win before the group stages end.
And that is gonna come really soon. So stay tuned, Summoners. We still have Game 2. We still have the great fight. And this is gonna be TNC showing off their prowess. Definitely lost their berth for playoffs, but definitely still possible good game for us.
Yeah, possible to give us still more good games, show us how much they've grown since the start of the split. Of course, we've been your shoutcasters for that first game. I'm Atlas. With me was Rockhard. We'll be seeing you after the break. Who actually goes over the onslaught of shadows to go in. The smite still goes onto the blue team. James MSK gets it. Seems like Endless Ace will try escaping, but Exosin and James and Celestial are hot in pursuit. This is the first action we've seen in this game. Hayes gets taken down. Now it's going to be burst. Now the target of TNC takes them out in a clean fashion. Now Kaigu is going onto Hayes. Actually almost taken down. Actually Exosin will finish him off. Their first win in their match against TNC, snuffing out their chances of getting into playoffs.
And that is TNC falling off and MSK securing their berth.
People waste a lot of time. Then they wish for more. They want more hours in their days, more days in their years, more years in their lives. As if they had all that extra time, they could fix any mistake. I don't need hours or days or years. I only need seconds. Here's the thing about time. If you can't make the most out of any given moment, you don't deserve a single extra second.
Look within yourself. What do you see? Is your soul a fading light? Strengthened by fury, hardened by heat. Search deeper now. What do you see? Whatever you find, you must keep. We cannot fear what lies beneath. Look within yourself. What do you see?
Chaos conquers all. Darkness is coming. This world needs to burn. You cannot hide from me. There is no shame in choosing chaos.
Come into the light. I will light the sky with my blade. Give your soul to the light. A new light dawns above this world.
I have one simple rule when it comes to the law. Time operates under my jurisdiction. And if anyone tries to create a loophole, I'll close it. You're out of time. A little proactive preparation. Everybody runs. In my sights. Now who belongs in a museum?
What separates men from lesser men? Predators from prey? Fear. Predators smell it. And walk away when they don't.
Where are the people that accuse me? The ones who beat me down and bruise me. They hide just out of sight, can't face me in the light. They'll return, but I'll be stronger. Gotta want to dream again. Take me where I've never been. I wanna go there. This time I'm not scared. I'm unbreakable. It's unmistakable. No one can touch me. Nothing can stop me.
Good evening, summoners, and we welcome you to the last game of the last week, actually, of the PGS, the Bacchus Pro Gaming Series Summer Split 2017. I am Vulcan, and joining with me is Atlas. Will be a caster for the first day of the last week.
Definitely the last game we have for tonight. Definitely we saw how clean and precise Mineski cut down TNC. We'll be seeing if they continue that kind of calm and collected play in their second game. Of course, looking at our schedule and the standings for the PGS so far for today, yeah, this is going to be our last match, Mineski versus TNC. Right now, Mineski in the lead. Actually, I do think this snuffs out any chance of TNC getting to the playoffs because as we discussed earlier, TNC needed the two 2-0s to actually get to playoffs, but now Mineski is ahead, and I think AEX, they have no chance of actually taking over AEX in terms of the standings.
And looking at the scoreboard, we're seeing that JSK Esports will be now sitting on the 6th place, followed by Infuse will be 7, and sadly Asian Arena on the 8th place, which will be auto-relegated, while TNC Pro Team, JSK Esports, and Infuse will be in the promotions and relegations.
Coming into next split, of course, but considering this is still a chance for TNC to prove that they are no slouch, that they can actually match with the top 4, because they were so close. They were kind of close to making it to playoffs. They just needed to overcome such huge obstacles that proved too much for them. But they still have a lot of room to grow, and this is one of their avenues to do so. So, of course, coming into this, everyone's been so hyped up for the playoffs, for everything else. Let's get into the drafting phase.
And now on to the drafting phase of TNC on the blue side, of Mineski on the red side. But before we go to that, Atlas, I see that you're excited. But to our viewers out there, I think they're more excited to know that we still have Guess That Pro. So let's get straight to it. Guess That Pro of the last game. So as we always say, you will have to follow the link, and you have to be quick on the draw and following questions. So, to the Guess That Pro, played ADC last split, one of the few Iron players in the PGS, considered one of the best junglers in the PGS. And here is the link. Follow that link, copy it, and you have to answer it as fast as you can.
Yeah, a few Ivern players, because before then, Ivern was pick or ban, and most likely it was always banned because people wouldn't risk going at it, letting the blue side get it. And after he was nerfed, very few people picked him up, but this player actually was able to play him throughout the split a few times and actually performed pretty well. and he is considered one of the best junglers in the PGS because of his performance, his participation with the team, his ability to synergize and snowball his lane. So it's definitely a very respectable pro. I'm definitely excited to see what skin he was using, and definitely which one will actually win the Guest the Pro.
I hope so. I mean, this is actually very fun in my opinion because I get to guess someone, and whatever champion that pro played, I get the skin of that. That's pretty exciting.
Yeah,
So-
and because these are pros, their picks will usually be viable in ranked games. Because the thing is, yeah, you get the skin, you want to use it right. If you want to use it in a ranked game and you're proficient in that champion, you can use it because usually these picks aren't like bad. But of
Okay.
course, the Mineski James last skin used, Warring Kingdoms Jarvan
Oh,
the
wow.
Fourth. Actually, one of his best skins. This is the skin that is modeled after Lu Bu of Dynasty Warriors, or actually also Chinese history.
The
Lu Bu,
Red Cliff
yeah.
Wars. Dynasty Warriors is a fictional game, Atlas.
Yeah, but there's also the historical character named Lu Bu,
Yes.
who is the inspiration for this skin as well. He also had that red horse in the splash art, which was canonically in the Romance of the Three Kingdoms. Better read it. It's a classic. But coming from that, it's a very good skin.
Yeah.
It's one of the first Warring Kingdom skins released.
But to wrap it up, I think congratulations to whoever won that Warring Kingdom skin, a brief history from Atlas. I hope you guys read it up. It's actually good literature. But we're in the PGS. Let's get
Yeah, let's
straight.
get straight to the drafting phase for Mineski versus TNC. This is one of the last games we have for tonight. The last game we have for tonight, and this will wrap up the first day of the last week of the Pro Gaming Series group stages.
That's right. This is one of the first day of the last week of the PGS. TNC will have another match tomorrow, but if Mineski actually sweeps them, and I don't think, judging from the scores,
Yeah, even if TNC wins this, they can force a tiebreaker on the seedings for the bottom four, but they cannot make it to playoffs. So they are still fighting for something, for seedings to theoretically make their promos and relegations a little bit easier. Coming to the pick and bans here, very consistent in the bans here, very diverse. Thresh, Caitlyn, and now Jarvan banned out against Mineski. As for Mineski, still going for a very diverse set of bans here. That's going to be the Elise and Vladimir. We're going to see another ban there in a little bit. But TNC picking up the Zaya. Lots of power there in that bot lane.
and now Mineski picking on the red side prioritizes the Gragas and Celestial's Ashe, which is Ashe is one of the champions who will have the highest utility in my opinion when it comes to being an ADC. So let's see how it's going to turn out for TNC. Locking in hovering actually on the Shaco and Lulu.
I don't think the Shaco will be locked in. I will be surprised if it is, because it is kind of a trick that you can pull out now that there's really not a lot of heavy pressure on them. They can't put, and the changes actually, I think it's just going to be the Rek'Sai. She has been rising in power after it. It's actually the Shaco.
You seem surprised, Atlas.
Yeah, because it's definitely more of an AD champion now after the changes.
AP?
AD. Because Shiv is actually Poison Shiv is actually now physical damage, has more bonus AD scaling, so you're more incentivized to build AD.
And more crit chance
And
for
more
the
crit chance
backstab.
as well. So Burst here on that Shaco, I'll be very interested to see how he's able to pull that off in this game against Mineski. As for Mineski, just going for straight run-of-the-mill, very consistent champions here with a Braum, Ashe, and a Gragas.
And surgical procedures by Mineski for securing the first game. If I ever come down with a sickness, I will go to a hospital, and I hope the surgeons are one of the Mineski's players, because with precision and step-by-step procedure, they have already locked in the win conditions, and that is how you play in the pro scene.
Yeah, it's like I didn't even get a chance to like play a lot of the fights there because they were either very standard, just little skirmishes that didn't mean much, or they were methodical trades where the actual action was happening in another objective across the map. So it's definitely impressive how Mineski played that.
And now we'll be seeing a Corki in the mid lane, recently buffed during the patch 7.13. Better scaling, not that much to make a huge impact, but at least Corki has been tweaked a bit in a way that it's a buff. But now on the TNC side, we are seeing a Galio.
Definitely Galio top here. For the mid lane is probably going to be that Lucian. For the bot lane duo of the very effective Zaya and Lulu.
And we were seeing a hover on a Yasuo.
This might be actually...
Ilawi.
Yasuo is actually a good choice here because the package has some... okay, no, it's not going to be a Yasuo. It is going to be the Akali here. Top lane. Pairing against the Galio. This is not a matchup you see often because, well, Akali is not picked at all.
But I've seen Akali's
yes.
go for a Sunfire Rush, going for more of a tanky defensive route. It really works well. When you're chipping down the HP of a champion, you want to be there for the sustained fight. You get huge regeneration.
That's true. Because your marks actually deal that a lot of damage as well when you proc them. And being able to burst them down, rather chip them down, as a is similar to how Tank Fizz works, but with a lot more stickiness and a lot more and a little bit of different slipperiness because she goes invisible while Fizz just completely untargetable. So there is some counterplay that can happen here, but she's also quite slippery in the way that she can just hide around the map in this shroud.
And now here is the final rundown of Mineski's lineup. Same for TNC Pro Team. This is the last game of today's match. So this is pretty much exciting because Mineski, I think if they sweep this, they will be secured in their third seed.
Definitely, because I'm pretty sure that after that AEX will have to fight a lot harder. Looking at these two compositions, it's very interesting. I want to see how the mid Lucian and the Shaco will work, how the Akali will play out, but of course we're going to see how all of that plays as we load into Summer's Rift. Alright, let's get into it. Mineski versus TNC. The last game we have for tonight to wrap up this day of PGS. We're going to see if Mineski can continue their sweep here of TNC, or if TNC can actually get at least one win against this Titan.
This is going to be a deciding match if Mineski will be making it towards the third seed, which is highly likely because looking at the standings so far. But it's more of that feeling that you've beaten one of the Titans in the PGS.
Definitely being able to just scale up the Colossus, take them down bit by bit is something that is an achievement for a team like TNC.
Here it comes, a face check.
Look at that. Hai doesn't have a lot of support on his side there. Will be very dangerous if he gets CC'd.
Oh boy. It starts.
Has to flash
oh,
here.
Has to flash away. He has to do that. Otherwise, giving a first blood to either James or Celestial is a huge setback.
That means James is going to have a good time there going for repeat ganks.
And now, TNC securing vision on the red side of their own jungle. Mineski already established some deep wards in a way that they can see the pathing of Burst. He is on a Shaco. Very tricky, very slippery, sort of like a champion that you don't expect to pop off every corner.
Definitely very slippery, as you said. Invisibility is something that most don't expect, especially at this level of pro scene. But of course, TNC putting down their own vision as well. The
counterplay.
Yeah, since they focused everything on the bot lane, go for the red buff of the opposing side as well. The side of TNC, very good counterplay there.
Let's see how things play out in the mid lane. Exo is on that Corki against Hayes with a blue shit.
Endless Ace maybe going for some cheese here.
Let's
there
see.
is smite on James. Oh, he does not get the steal.
Sayang!
Yeah, that was definitely what one could say, Sayang. But of course, we'll see if this actually puts Endless Ace behind. He will miss some minions here. I think Kaigu is on his way to block off Endless Ace a little bit.
If Endless Ace actually stole that red buff, I would have gone bonkers.
Yeah, that would have been crazy because that puts James so behind in terms of the pathing, which means that Burst will just be able to invade him very, very quickly.
Although, in the mid lane, I think Hayes and Exo are having a trade-off in fists. But when it comes to trade-offs, I think Hayes might come out on top. He is on that Corrupting Potion.
Definitely. While Exo-Sen, while he's just sitting idle in lane CSing, he will get a lot of regeneration over time. He is playing that Corki with a Doran Shield. Plus, I believe that is actually the Warlord's Bloodlust on him.
Oh, here comes Burst.
He is under a ward though, so this should be expected from Exosen.
The Shiv, yeah. Standard reactions coming from Exo. I mean, but they'll have.
Will they meet each other here? I think they will.
Burst
though
though
dangerous.
doesn't know where to go. He gets stun locked, bursted out. He goes envy, but still gets spot. Exo has no mana. He pops his heal. Here comes TG for a response. And
here comes Orthros as well.
Orthros as well. Flash in. Oh, Burst in big trouble. This might be first blood. Goes to Bineski. TG picks it up.
Not as slippery as one would like at these low levels.
Yeah, he did spend his envy trying to get Exo, so it was on cooldown. That left Burst very vulnerable.
Definitely. And that just means that it was free for them to actually take the kill. Unfortunately for Mineski, it was TG that got the kill, but James still got a lot of first blood gold from that. And the experience as well, the momentum, and now TG has double buffs.
And TG will be really trying his best to play offensively, and he did pick up the first blood, so he will opt to rush more. Side Storm Rush would be very beneficial for his laning phase, but right now on the top side, we see Endless Ace pushing Kaigo under his turret, knowing that the junglers were spotted in the bot side river.
Yeah, plus this is a natural, almost, just a little bit there. Survives with a sliver of health. And yeah, that is the natural occurrence of this matchup, because Kaigo, Akali specifically, needs a lot of time to rev up his wave clear, and he doesn't have enough stats to buff up his lifesteal and his spell vamp. So the sustain is definitely in favor of Endless Ace here.
I like how both teams are teasing each other with very slither of health. That red buff that Endless Ace almost stole, and the almost kill onto Kaigo with the Winds of War of Endless Ace was such a close call.
One tick away.
Always
actually,
one tick away.
It might have been the difference here, because in 7.13, the damage over time of the Winds of War, the actual Whirlwind, has been reduced, the base damage. So at this point in the game, it might have made a difference between life and death for Kaigo.
And now, things are looking pretty spicy in the mid lane. We see that James is doing a really good job pressuring the mid lane. Does not want Haze to scale up, but Ty
that might be dangerous.
Eats one Frostbite. Here comes Burst for the assist. Goes on to Celestial. He gets ignited, trying to get away. Trying to take down Hyde, but fails. Burst ended his life.
Overconfidence is a slow and insidious killer. TG with a double buff seemed to... Oh, man.
Oh, same goes for Haze. He forced to flash away. His heal is on cooldown, so it was pretty much clutch. Exo, though, soaking up some turret hits.
But there is no Shaco around to actually take him out. But they are still pressuring this mid lane. And yeah, in that bot lane, a little bit too antsy there. Thought that the double buffs would actually carry them through. But that's the power of the Shaco. You deceive them into thinking that they're ahead. And once they've actually overcommitted, you just go and backstab them.
When I see Haze getting near James, it makes me really clench my chair, because one body slap, he's down.
Oh man, Exo
but from the bottom side, here comes the calling. James soaks it up. Exo flushes away. One more basic attack of Arthro. Not enough. He still lives, but here comes Haze with a relentless pursuit. We'll be giving him his kill.
Exosen lives again with another little teasy bit of health, but James dies for it. It was really quite weird how James was staying for so long there. Really no excuse for that, because they should have expected, okay, someone's probably going to go for us. And seeing as Orthros was leaving bot lane, they should have expected that Orthros to be there at around the 10-second mark where they went for that all in.
Let's see the score so far, 2-1. The mid laner, Haze of TNC, got a kill. The jungler first got a kill, so this is going to be very beneficial for TNC. They like to gank early, especially when you're using a shackle. But for Minaski's side, first blood was secured by TJ, instantly rushes that side storm, will really deny the pressure that Burst wants to bring. So this is going to be more control in the bot lane.
Definitely. A lot, but still, the CS is still in the lead of Celestial, so they have that going for them. The defense of PG.
Exo, very low on health. Burst.
And here comes Burst.
With the Jack in the Box instead.
Just gets that a little bit. Just to push out the wave, so...
He already got his Tiamat, so this is going to be extra clear time for Burst in the jungle.
Definitely.
Faster clear time, so this means more ganks.
More ganks, and when he does gank, he had more gold to spend as well as more experience in his belt. So the abilities are also higher level, his stats are higher as well. So definitely efficient use here. Burst
He also has the Ignite, so he can go for a very cheesy kill.
Might go for that. But right now, the only thing he's found really is that kill earlier in the bot lane.
And he should not overcommit again because he will pay the price again with his one death, giving a lead a first blood to TG and a double buff. So the bot lane has been pressured just a bit in favor of Mineski, but Celestial did die from a gank by Burst to one of the clutches gank.
But at this point, Celestial and TG cannot fight the TNC bot lane because look at the itemization. High went for the BF sword while Celestial is going for the long game, waiting for the time where the Galio top will actually fall off and the Shaco will fall off as well with a Cull, going for more sustain in lane as well as just that bonus gold, putting it in the bank. Being able to get that will be very good for Mineski's win conditions, which is really to wait for the power spikes and for the long game of these two AD carries.
But TNC will be catching up because when you put all your money in the bank and don't circulate it, the economy suffers. And I think Mineski will have to try and match the pace of TNC trying to bring it in because Burst, he has Ignite.
Definitely.
That's
so
a
that
message.
kill pressure early.
That's the message already.
But TNC has to be faster in pace of these kills because the longer the game goes where TNC is still very even with Mineski in kills, that's a lot of time they're not snowballing, while Mineski is still slowly building up their power spike.
But I think when it comes to the bot lane matchup, High is really having a hard time. CSA, look at that, 81 to 58. That just goes to show what Burst tried to establish.
It's like this, yeah. All of his auto attacks to CS kind of blocked by the Unbreakable.
Yeah, it's really hard.
Possibility.
Complete counter. That will throw anyone off in their game. So I hope that High catches up because this is going to be the last game of today's match. And High will really have to try and step up. But now in the mid side, we see Burst. Might go for a Gan, but I don't think that's going to happen.
Possibility, but there is the Valkyrie available for Exos. And
comes first, he does have the red buff. All in by Hayes, so the call is slow. There's the calling. Exos very low. Taking by the Ignite.
Oh man.
It's so
Dodges
close. Wow.
Not only that, but the dodge against the explosive cast using the hallucination. Oh wow, that was too close to Exos and it would have killed him.
The timing of Burst's hallucination was on point.
Oh man, they're still going for it. Now it's going to be Hayes
Oh,
under
that's a
duress.
powerful slow zone, but Endless Ace makes it to the mid lane. TG gets knocked off. Hayes and Burst melting down TG's health, but a teleport will be cancelled. Actually, a teleport did channel through. Kaigo is there. Might go for a repeat gank, but instead goes back to the top lane.
He has to go back to the top lane there just to continue farming up.
So close to what happened in mid lane.
Yeah, what happened there was... Yeah, he was able to Valkyrie away James, the threat of James being near. Burst didn't find him.
If he found Exo, that would have been an easy kill. He has the red buff. And Exo does not have mana, but he does have the heal and flash, so I don't think that's going to be a huge setback because he does have the summoner spells up.
Would have forced at least a flash or the heal, or even both, though.
That would have been
if he found it. But then again, he didn't have any mana, so that might have given
James
the
is spotted
courage.
over the wall.
Oh, with the frostbite, barely hitting there. It was blocked by the minion, unfortunately, for TG.
Oh, look at the damage that Exo's bringing in. Hayes is actually
Here comes Burst.
Backstab! There's a TM at Prong and a red buff slow. Exo has the heal and flash. Heals up, flashes out.
Oh, he lives!
He survives! Hayes gets the heroic entrance, but still gets taken down. Here comes Endless Ace from the top lane.
1 for 1, but verily, more resources burned on the side of TNC there. Most importantly, the summer spells and the cooldown for Hero's entrance was burned, but this does give TNC mid lane priority for this turret. Just a little bit of chip damage onto that mid lane. This does leave Kaigo alone to farm even further, preventing Endless Ace from getting the full value of this minion wave in terms of XP and gold.
The first turret is still up for grabs for anyone, and seeing how Exo was always so close to death. He survived twice already.
Burst going in. I think Mineski knows what's up.
Here comes Dragon Box Celestial, flashes away. He does get knocked off because of Burst, but TG!
They're going for it.
I don't think he's going to survive this one. Oh, they back away.
Yeah, the Feather Storm did not put enough feathers in an angle where it would snare TG. So TG, if there were more feathers, if High was able to angle that perfectly, it would have been a dead TG.
And look at the pressure that Burst is bringing in this game as a Shaco. this is something very surprising to see because this is the first time we've seen a Shaco jungle, right?
Definitely.
So
it's not a conventional pick.
But it works in a way.
Yeah, right now it works, but because it's not really resulting in
Orthros just walk towards the mid lane.
There's a lot of roams coming from Orthros. Very effective in pressuring Exos and making sure that he doesn't have complete control over this lane. The thing is though, Shaco. This Shaco is dealing a lot of pressure. He's putting out a lot of pressure, forcing summer spells.
Ace with the side steps, forcing Exo to back off.
Man, Exo can't catch a break, and if he sticks around, it'll be too dangerous because Burst is might be around the corner.
There's the hidden passive when you play a Shaco that every member of the enemy team, they'll be so paranoid.
Definitely. Just that invisibility. It's with any champion that becomes invisible. When Evelyn was a thing, when Evelyn jungle was a thing, that was always your concern. And it's even worse because your regular wards don't see her. With Shaco, the biggest problem is he can jump over walls with Deceive. So that's something that where he can go, where he can gank from, is always something unexpected. And that's what's been forcing these summer spells out of Mineski, forcing James to become a body shield for his teammates and dying for them.
But the damage that Burst is bringing into this game is getting... It's not really noticeable right now because we see that the members of both teams are picking up defensive items, they're scaling up, so... Burst right now, he did pick up the Sapphire Crystal and a Longsword. I wonder what he's going for.
Might be going for the Triforce here.
Heroic entrance. Kaigo got confused there, gets knocked off. Flash and Ton does connect onto Kaigo. He still catches the knock-up. Endless Ace picks up the kill thanks to the Ignite of Burst.
That is the most vulnerable lane for Burst to gank. The top lane of Kali at this point because he's going for the Hextech Gunblade. Might be a dive here from Exosen, but he's alone right now.
Joined in by James.
Will they go for the first turn of the game? This is already at half health, but it seems like top lane is contesting it with Hallucination.
Let's see though.
Yeah, if he goes for the Hallucination.
I don't think you can beat that.
Yeah,
they have an Ashe.
They have the Ashe with the Ranger's Focus and Exosen with a Sheen. Yes, this is first turret in favor of Mineski, but TNC does not give it up for free. There is a consolation in terms of their own first turret, a little bit of more map control along the top side.
More map control on the top side entitles them for an easier Rift Herald. Anyone can try and grab that.
This is a Shaco, they can easily solo that. Much easier than other champions that can already. Since Herald is also already easily soloable, having that Shaco around, the clone, will actually make it even faster.
But for Mineski, they already capitalized on the position of Burst. They got the Ocean Drake, the first Drake of the game, but TNC willing to trade off with the Rift Herald.
I do think the Rift Herald is
There
more
are
important.
pings. They're spotted out. This is bad news. Celestial's making his way down to the pit. And as Ace spots this, trying to buy some time. Burst. Oh my goodness. Forced to back away from the Rift Herald, so the gamble failed.
Wow, actually in favor of Mineski.
They got everything.
Very clean. Even with his speed that having the Shea clone, it wasn't enough to actually solo it very quickly that Mineski wouldn't be able to contest it. It actually, because Mineski collapsed onto him, they're actually immediately going to summon it just for a lot more pressure in this mid lane.
And TG bringing that unbreakable wall, shields it from the calling.
So that is going to be a quarter of the Rift Herald's health taken out. Will they continue to see?
They can still use
dangerous.
But it's very dangerous. Axo is still putting
more
pressure. Here comes Burst. There's some double knock-up. Axo makes it away with the Valkyrie, but the explosive cast delivers Burst to Axo. Burst is very low. Uses the hallucination, tries to back away. Burst is very low. Oh, misses! TG misses that frostbite. If that landed, Burst would have been taken down.
Missed by a hair. That hitbox. Wow, Shaco is a very slim champion here. Seems like he needs a little bit of fat on his body.
Do not body shame the champions, Atlas. Every champion is beautiful in their own way.
Oh man, I can't argue against that. It is going to be Burst. After that traumatic experience in mid lane, just going to continue farming his own jungle while TNC actually gets another kill. Still though, 6-2, while Mineski is still ahead in terms of the gold. This is manifesting because of their objectives first turn of the game, as well as the farm, the little teensy bits of farm that Mineski has over their counterparts. It makes a difference here. Let's see what happens here. Yeah, Exosen, look at that. chain CC there, but with the heal, with not enough damage and the flash as well, blocking the bulk of the Winds of War, they are able to get this. But unfortunately for Exosen, yeah, TG did not hit there. But unfortunately for Exosen, it's because the direct hit of the rocket did not go onto the real Shaco. It went to the clone. So that is an unfortunate occurrence. He wasn't able to pinpoint where the real one was.
And now Exo has the Trinity Force, so this will help him single out or burst out the clone. But right now, Burst trying to make its way into Kaigu.
Seems like Kaigu has enough awareness to actually just rotate out of there. Let's look at that kill in the top lane from earlier.
Oh,
yeah.
Celestial got singled
just
out.
Completely slaughtered here. Celestial alone. Man, just very clean collapse coming from TNC, and Mineski Celestial actually mispositioning there in the top lane without any backup.
Burst again onto the mid lane.
Man,
He doesn't
Exo's
care. Exo's still on the far side. Still goes through with Exo. No more escape. Burst with a very easy attack, just securing the kill onto Exosen. That's going to be his first death. The amount of time invested by Burst, pretty much worth it.
It's paying off. Before, he was kind of low on the KDA side, meaning it would be very hard for him to transition into a split push threat as a Shaco. But now that he's 2-1-3, because Exosen has been positioning himself very dangerously and all inning these fights where he could get counter ganked and ganked, it's very difficult for Exosen to continue doing what he should be doing, while it's easier for Burst to just get on him, backstab him, and then take him out of the map.
And I like how Burst is playing very... Not in a way that it entitles them to objectives, but in a way that it shuts down one lane, especially the mid lane.
Yeah,
Burst
Exosen
invested so much time in the mid lane.
It's because he doesn't really need too much time invested in the top lane. He got one gank for Endless Ace. That was enough for him. He got a few ganks there in the bot lane. That was enough for him. But
Look at him again.
Yeah, always going for burst. And you can't even say that, oh, the trade-off here is he's not power farming as much. No, he's still level 11. He has more CS than James because he has the Tiamat build as well. And he's been ganking left and right. And James can only react.
And the fact that Burst is building Trinity Force right after the Tiamat, this is going to be a huge threat, especially for Celestial. Burst can just backstab, and that's a free crit. That's going to be so much damage. Proc with a Shin, I think that's going to be death sentence for Celestial.
And because the shield from the Unbreakable from TG isn't the same utility as Lulu or Karma,
Here comes Burst.
There's not enough.
Oh, he does get spotted by the sweeping lens. James backs away with a body slap.
This does scare them away from the vision over that Baron, because they are playing Shaco. The thing is, they can still do the Baron very quickly. They have a lot of health as well because the Shay clone will be taking a lot of the damage. So it's very interesting to see how Shaco actually changes the dynamic of the game. They have to be very careful on how you play against it and playing around it in the way that you have a soft time limit. There's a time limit until the Shaco cannot participate in team fights and has to become a split pusher.
Split pusher or a backstabber.
Or a backstabber too also works, but backstabber can actually be viable because the utility from TG is not the same survivability you'd get from a Lulu or Karma. The shield does nothing from a immediate burst from a deceived Shaco, or rather from invisible Shaco.
You have to account TG's stand behind me. It gives him defensive stats.
That's true. But if burst is coming from invisibility, then the stand behind me might not proc too fast to prevent the further burst come from burst.
Further burst come from burst. But right now in the top side, Endless Ace trying to defend the incoming wave. Sky was just split pushing with that Akali.
Break would be very big for either of these teams.
Ah, look at the damage dishing out by Axel.
Seems like Burst looking for something here.
Let's see him steal
He
it.
is ahead in the smite game.
Here it comes. Oh!
He's going for a drive-by.
Instead goes back. He knew that he was going to die, so instead he changes his mind.
Oh,
but
man.
a fight breaks out on the riverside. High roots down DG, but High flashes out because he got exhausted. So, and Burst actually died from that attempted steal.
Infernal Drake Very good for Mineski. Plus, it
Might
gives
open
them
up a
another kill
Baron.
on the board. They're still ahead in terms of the gold.
Kaigo and NSA still duking it out in the top side. Look at the burst coming from Kaigo's Akali. NSA can't even catch up.
Yeah, the mixed damage coming from Kaigu, definitely putting a number on Endless Ace's defenses. I think he might have to invest in an adaptive helm, because it blocks from the volley, it blocks away from the rocket barrage, it also blocks away the damage that Akali brings out with her spells. So it might be a good pickup. He's actually gonna just finishing it now, so this will make Kaigu's job a little bit harder. So a very good item position. Before, okay, let's break that down. What happened there?
I wonder why he just walked past.
Yeah, because important here is that Burst was level 12 compared to yeah. He was level 12, so theoretically, he had the advantage in the 50-50. It's not a 50-50, it's a 60-40, because the more levels you have, the more damage Smite does, which means your threshold for stealing is bigger. So Burst, I think, got intimidated too much by being revealed by the Sweeper's Lens. But there was very good chance of him actually stealing.
It also cost him his team's resources. An exhaust, a flash.
In the end, Mineski is still ahead. That'll be very dangerous.
Oh boy, TG in the front line gets knocked down by the Wild Grove. Dragon's Scroll gets taken down in exchange for the mid lane outer turret. Member of TNC just dodged that arrow.
Yeah, Hayes definitely Matrix dodged that arrow, dashing out of its trajectory. Seems like Mineski trajectory. Seems like Mineski will be transitioning that into other objectives here.
Oh boy, Kaigo.
Kaigo.
Let's see how LSA does well this time with the adaptive help.
It's actually better.
Oh yeah.
He does have the complete magic resist of the adaptive helm now.
That is a good item you want to pick up against an Akali. Right now, Mineski going for the Baron.
Seems like this will be an easy Baron for them.
Oh boy.
Burst is on his way.
Up, Burst is there. He's in V. Baron is very low. Teleport coming in. The highlight will be the steal, but I don't think that's going to happen. Exo just denies that steal. And now members of TNC crumbling. Exo gets a double kill. Very easy. TNC high instantly gets bursted by Kaigo, and Orthros cannot even run away. And this will be an ace in exchange for an attempted Baron.
This ace is almost immortal here.
Oh, he does back away thanks to the adaptive helm.
Yeah, the adaptive helm. It used to be a pretty bad item, where it's super niche, but I think the 50 health makes it a little bit more worth. And because of the composition Mineski has, it's very worth it. But still, it's not enough to carry through the team. That item is not enough. Mineski still gets his Baron free of charge. Actually, no, Celestial died for that. But still, it's a very, as you said, solid trade-off.
Solid trade-off, but Endless Ace gets stunned. Kaigo is still sticking up to it. There's the red buff. I don't think Endless Ace can get away from this. He does not have a flash. No utility to escape. Oh, he gets taken out with TG. Almost survived. He actually survived that. He would have been taken out by Endless Ace. But it comes Burst.
He may be trying to go for that. I think he will actually succeed here.
That Unbreakable is it's a very underrated skill because it denies the damage. But onto the replay here.
Let's take a look here. Yeah, Burst actually gets taken down here very, very quickly. And Celestial with a heal, with his life steal, with TG helping him out with the stand behind me long enough to actually take out the opposition. And now Kaigo is cleaning up house. And here, yeah, you see the effect of his tanky items being able to stop the spam damage, but still not enough in the end once he gets focused home alone.
And if you observe the flow of the game, Mineski is now being more aggressive compared to the first stages of the game. They have the items, they have the lead, especially Axel with an Infinity Edge and a 3-4s. That's just bad news, but not Burst. Just chasing that Celestial. Oh boy.
Oh man.
Burst though channels in the heroic address. Endless Ace is there. Celestial gets picked off by TNC. High picks up the kill with Endless Ace catching up. 2 members of Mineski gets taken down. That's 1 Baron buff down for 4 members who got it.
Wait, why was Celestial just standing around there? he might have been baiting for Burst, but in the end it wasn't.
Oh,
really
it'll be a race. Actually,
it might be a race, but it seems like Mineski will use their empowered recalls to defend this mid lane while leaving Kaigo in the bot lane. He doesn't have teleport anyway, and just continuing this push will be very worth it for them.
Yes, they are actually denying the Baron buff, so but Kaigo doesn't have teleport, still committing to it.
Oh man,
Explosive cast, Burst. Oh, that is actually point click to see. He would have been taken down.
Exosen now half health. They have to cancel the recalls here because I don't think Endless Ace is enough. Because look at the Spell Vamp and Lifesteal Kaigo has.
You saw that? That's
But
just
still,
huge.
Has to respect the Sunfire Cape and the overall base damage of that Galio.
And he does have the Abyssal, the adaptive helmet, so that's going to be a setback for Kaigo's burst. Now the Cloud Drake is live, so MSK has complete control of the Cloud Drake's head.
Not too much value,
yeah.
but it's still a free Drake. They should take it. And how will they transition this? They still have a few minutes on that Baron buff on Exos and James and Kaigu.
They better use it.
They have to use it effectively. They already got a good slew of these objectives from it, but in the end, they have to be able to use them in ways that can close out the game.
And right now, 28 minutes into the game, kill score 10-8. First Baron secured by Mineski, while the next rig will be Inferno. It's the Avatar for Mineski here.
They're just lacking the Earth element. The Mountain Drake is absent for this one. It's going to be double Infernal for the next one. We'll see if TNC can actually take that, or if Mineski can just press the Assault. Look at damage from
Flash.
Exosun, and that
Burst.
Enchanted Crystal Arrow barely missing. First. So it's going to be the Siege.
Oh, here
Burst trying to
comes.
go for
He
something.
baits it. I love how Burst is just
the
going
combo.
for the combo with LFAs, but members of TNC split up. Haze goes on to Exos, he takes him down, but Celestial still survives. Endless is there to knock him off, but no response from
Celestial's
TNC.
alive.
Celestial is still alive. There is TG from the Vanguard. He survives.
Man, and all that time invested, Kaigu has been pushing the top lane turret and the inhibitor, and now it's going to be Mineski actually going ahead, even though they were caught off guard there by... I didn't actually think of that. Invisibility, complete invisibility, not just camouflage, into the hero's entrance. But in the end, it's not enough to actually get a huge win. They still lose that. They still lose objectives. They are going to lose this mid lane turret as well.
We should actually try that Atlas later.
Oh no, please no. I think I know how that's going to end.
Well, we're not TNC, so we're gonna feed a lot. But onto the game, TNC.
Oh, Celestial might be in trouble.
Yeah, as always, because Burst, if Burst is looking for someone to kill off, it'll be Celestial.
But because he has the Warlord's Bloodlust, I think he might have enough regeneration and healing to power through the initial burst. Here comes Burst. Oh,
Celestial trying to back away. He does land the fear on the TG, but Celestial fights back. Onto Arthras, and then Ace goes in for the flash and taunt. Celestial is very low. There is the stun from the arrow, but High still picks him off.
How is Mineski going to trade away from this? It doesn't seem like the wave is pushed far enough for them to take advantage of the bot lane. So I think that was just a free 2 kills. Actually, 1 for 2 in favor of TNC there. Will Mineski push this bot lane? This is a very potent split push. Trinity Force plus Lich Bane is quite a force to be reckoned with. Let's break how that went down. Burst actually deceives through the wall, making sure Celestial and TG are already in their comfort zones before they go for them. I really don't understand why they keep doing this. They recall and position in dangerous spots.
But it works out in the end.
Yeah. In the end, this doesn't give them 1 kill, but they still lose TG and their AD carry Celestial. I think if they had done a group recall, I think it would have been much easier for them.
Burst.
Oh,
I
man.
agree. Does not see it coming. Here comes the taunt, and Burst is dealing damage.
And he
Kaigo
regenerates
gets
through
spotted
it.
out. He's trying to get away with the Twilight Shadow. He forced his flash.
Definitely. Not enough lifesteal and spell vamp to actually power through the damage of Burst.
Oh, the Enchanted Crystal Arrow connecting onto Arthros. What a lockdown from the bot lane duo of Mineski.
That might be enough to set up a Baron that is no longer a knock-up, and all the utility from that Lulu taken away from TNC. Seems like Mineski will be setting up this Baron with a Vision and the Sweeping Lances. Burst is revealed.
Really playing a dangerous game. Calls in Endless Ace, but no response from High yet. Haze is there, but Peachy with the Unbreakable, denying Haze, and Axel picks up a very easy kill. Burst is very low. Celestial's onto him. Burst backs away with the Deceive, leaving Haze behind, and I think Axel might pick up this kill. Oh, maybe not.
Never mind. Very close. Very close.
Sayang.
The Vision was what made it for Exosun. It seems like Kaigu, as his team tries to go for the Baron, will go for this bot lane push.
I love how Exo always lives with a 1 bar of health.
It's definitely been working out for him. That heal, just being able to survive. But that was very dangerous. chasing Hayes into that brush.
If Burst actually ignited Exo, he would have been dead. He has the ignite ready.
He had the ignite ready before he died.
Oh.
But the thing is that, yeah, let's break that down once again. All these fights, look at that. But even with the Sweeper's lens revealing him, still able to go for that hero's entrance. And this was a beautiful unbreakable coming from PG, blocking out so much damage. And here, the kiting from Hayes definitely good. Has the heal as well.
Oh, that's
that is the danger
static
of
shit.
I think he should have just gone for the phosphorus bomb before face checking, because that does reveal a lot of information and it puts down vision where you cast it. So I think it would have been safer to go for the phosphorus bomb, but still works out for them. Burst going for something, but this is a group up. Mineski almost hitting.
Almost, but not close enough. Celestial.
But they are going to transition to the bot lane.
Celestial did use his enchanted crystal arrow, but Mineski will be going
Infernal Drake.
for the second Infernal Drake of the game.
Gonna make Exocet and Celestial a lot more painful. TNC will feel the burn as they recall and regroup.
Wow, 4 Drakes in the hands of Mineski with a kill score to 13-13. Even kill score, but the goal is in favor of Mineski. A huge gold lead, 11,000.
11,000, but the problem is they can't really close out the game because it's so risky to play into the hands of the Galio and Shaco. They have to do this in a manner where it's so sure that they will be able to end the game, and I think they can do this with the constant pushing of Kaigu on the side lane and Exocen and Celestial in the bot lane.
And to our viewers out there, know that we are still running the Guest Up Pro, so before we head on to the end game analysis, stay tuned for your opportunity to take in that skin the last player used. So stay tuned for that, and now here it comes. Mineski, 4 members onto the bot side.
Look at that, the damage is racking up onto this turret.
Chipping him down little by little. Kaigo is there
Kaigo
on the
actually
top
took
side.
the inhibitor. So this is just nailing every single thing in the coffin of TNC here.
Oh boy, here comes NSA's. A bit too far off. There's a collision fissure, but no work is going to happen. Axel takes out a very easy double kill, while Kaigu is just towing for the members of TNC.
I think this is game. What a trolley game, but a very exciting one.
Very exciting game. Way to end the Mineski's last match and entering the Summer Splits group stages. Congratulations to Mineski for sweeping that game. So to our viewers out there, as we promised, we have the Gets That Pro. So be ready. We'll be showing it up pretty soon before our end game analysis. I gotta say, from what I saw from that game, I love how Burst played on the Shackle. Very entertaining to watch, but still, it's the fact that Burst forced these clashes that really put them in a bad spot.
I really like how they use the deceive with the hero's entrance. Though there is that counterplay that, okay, I have a feeling that Burst is around here. Let's activate Sweeping Lens. There is that counterplay, but the fact that they were able to pull that off a lot of times and having Burst gank a lot onto the mid lane and the other lanes, definitely impressive. But also, Mineski not being phased by the cheese. They just go straight for their win conditions and then go through the motions of the game. But of course, here's the Guess the Pro rather. Formerly played as top laner, one of the best Thresh players in the PGS, and he has been a pro since 2014. So 3 years of service in the PGS. Just fill up that Google Forms link. Just fill it up with the answer and all the information that is asked of you. If you're correct, you will have a chance to win the skin that this player used last.
Let's see, who is that pro?
It's actually going to be TG, TG. Last skin used, Santa Braun.
So
early Christmas for all of us here.
So congratulations to whoever won that last skin of today's match. Note that we are still having a second day, so stay tuned for that. But here are the end game stats. I gotta say, seeing how both teams played, pretty even out, but I gotta hand it to TG. Look at the number of assists he has.
Yeah, the kill participation here, the roaming, the defending for the mid lane, definitely impressive how he knows his priorities. Go to the mid lane, or should he leave Celestial? Celestial is a very self-sufficient AD carry. So him being able to roam is a privilege granted by having an AD carry that can play safe.
Yes, and this concludes the first day of the last week of the group stages in the Bacchus Pro Gaming Series Summer Split 2017. So thanks to our viewers for tuning in. But before we sign off, Let's hear it from Axosen, the mid laner of Mineski.
Good evening, Summoners. I am Rockhart, and with me is Exosen, the mid laner for Mineski. So,
Yeah.
Hi.
Hello.
Thank you very much for this chance for an interview. And grabe, ang ganda ng Corky play mo doon. And we just have to mention, kasi ang important ni Corky kanina dun sa laban nyo, bakit kaya, tingin mo, bakit siya super relevant ngayon?
Kasi yung Corky mid ngayon, yung passive niya binago. Naging 80% magic damage, then 20% physical. So, ang magiging basehan nun, pwede kang mag-AD mid na play safe, tapos as well as magic damage pa siya. So, yun lang, scale lang, that's malakas.
So basically, AD, yung burst niya mas malakas, and ginagamit lang AD mostly for sustain. Kasi nakita ko nag-Warlord's Bloodlust ka din doon, right?
Kasi kailangan talaga ng sustain sa lane.
That's right. And that's the power nga. Yun yung power ni Corky. So, next is Rift Rivals. This is very important. And I'm sure you've been preparing for this for a long time. So, what are your thoughts about your opponents sa Rift Rival? And anong preparations ang ginawa nyo para sa Rift Rival?
Nag-practice kami every week. May schedule kami, Monday to Friday, practice namin. Then, gagawin namin sa Rift Rivals is, simple lang. Yung same comp, meta champ pick, ganun. Sabay, feel ko kaya naman namin.
Yeah, not the shackle plays that we're seeing right now. That's right. So, that's it. Message to your fans. I know they've been supporting you. It has been a long run for Mineski. Any messages to you, to your fans out there?
Keep supporting Mineski. Alam ko, makakabalik ulit kami sa Worlds. Yun lang.
That's right. Again, words from Mineski's mid laner, Exosen. And that concludes the Bacchus Pro Gaming Series Week 5, Day 1. So stay tuned. Tomorrow we still have games, AEX versus TNC, and it should be a show match. It'll showcase how much TNC has. And again, this has been Rockhard with me, Exosen. Thank you very much for tuning in, and stay tuned, Summoners.
A bit too far off. There's a collector's finisher, but no what is going to happen. Axel takes out a very easy double kill, while Taifu is just toying for the members of TNC.
I think this is game. What a truly game. What a very exciting game.
Very exciting game. Way to end the Mineski's last match and entering the Summer Splits group stage. Congratulations. But the explosive cast delivers burst to Axel. Burst is very low. Uses the hallucination, trying to back away. Burst is very low. Oh, misses! PG misses the frostbite. If that landed, Burst breaks out on the riverside. High roots down PG, but High flashes out because he got exhausted. Burst is there. He's in the barrel is very low. Teleport coming in. The highlight will be the steal, but I don't think that's gonna happen. Axel just denies that steal, and now members of TNC crumbling. Axel gets a double kill. Very easy. TNC High instantly gets bursted by Kaiju, and Orthros cannot even run away, and this will be an ace in exchange for an attempted Baron. Channels in the heroic address, Endless Ace is there. Celestial gets picked off by TNC. High picks up the kill with Endless Ace catching up. Two members of Mineski gets taken down. That's one Baron buff down. Does land the fear on the PG, but Celestial fights back. Onto Arthros, and then Ace goes in for the flash and taunt. Celestial is very low. There is the stun from the arrow, but High still picks him off. Yet Haze is there, but PG would be unbreakable, denying Haze, and Axel picks up a very easy kill. Burst is very low. Celestial's onto him. Burst backs away with the disease, leaving Haze behind. And I think Axel might pick up this kill. Oh, maybe not. Here comes Endless Ace. A bit too far off. There's a collector's finisher, but no what is going to happen. Axel takes out a very easy double kill, while Kaiju is just toying for the members of TNC.
I think this is game. What a truly game. What a very exciting game.
Very exciting game. Way to end the Mineski's last match and entering the Summer Splits group stage. Congratulations to Mineski for sweeping
People waste a lot of time. Then they wish for more. They want more hours in their days, more days in their years, more years in their lives. Because if they had all that extra time, they could fix any mistake. I don't need hours or days or years. I only need seconds.